Good morning, colleagues. And I understand that you may be located in different parts of the world. So good morning may mean a very good morning to all of you. This is such a grand opportunity to welcome all of you to this inaugural conference organized on behalf of the US South Africa Higher Education Network. A special welcome to those who may have adapted to the different time zone and woken up earlier than usual. This bears testament to your commitment and dedication to the upliftment of mathematics in our communities, in our respective countries, and indeed in the entire world. Our schedule for today is rather tight, and I would like to dive into today's program and proceedings immediately. The initial part of our program begins with 3 introductory messages by 3 unique individuals who have shown a deep interest in children, firstly, and thereafter in the teaching and learning of mathematics. If you are gathered here as a mathematics educator, then you will know that we have a crisis. And we hope that today's proceedings will address some of the important mathematics policy or practical teaching issues. Our first speaker is Professor Nhlanhla Mkhize, our Deputy Vice Chancellor of the College of Humanities. He is the former head of the School of Psychology and former Dean and head of the School of Applied Human Sciences. He teaches modules on African psychology and ethics. He has been invited to give keynote addresses nationally and internationally on the subject of indigenous knowledge systems, morality, ethics, and the self. He has published journal articles and book chapters on cultural aspects of counseling, career counseling, African psychology, and ethics. He was a member of the international reference group that participated in the revision of the International Code of Ethics for occupational health therapists. My personal knowledge of Professor Mkhize is that he has a keen interest in the performance of learners in mathematics and science. I proudly invite Professor Mkhize to address us.
Thank you very much, Professor Mudali, our program director. To the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Teaching and Learning, Professor Thabo Msibi, distinguished panelists, Dr. Rakeshmi Ramuta, Professor Balim, Professor Nonya, Professor Van Silal, and Mr. Modao. Our session chairs and presenters, distinguished guests, locally and internationally, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is my singular honor to welcome you to this auspicious event, a conference on teacher preparation in the 21st century, developing mathematical knowledge through mathematical teaching. The 21st century has been characterized by rapid technological advances, as well as unprecedented growths in the realm of information. So much that information of all forms, be it about the medical, the social, religious, etc., is rapidly available on our fingertips at the press of a button. Indeed, the only constant we seem to have is change. This change, positive as it is not without challenges. And this is more so for education, where the economic and information divide is threatening to widen the access gap, thus entrenching the previous divisions of labor, where physical labor was reserved for some and mental labor, particularly scientific and mathematical labor, for others. In South Africa, that was the official policy, but this also applies to many of the former colonies. This conference on the teaching of mathematics will explore how we can best prepare our teachers to teach mathematics in the age of the ever-evolving information technologies and now artificial intelligence. In the past, teacher underpreparation has been one of the key variables impeding maths education, especially in Black schools. Also, we need to focus at the foundation levels to ensure that our learners have a solid grounding and understanding of the concepts from the beginning. Because if we lose them at that stage, it is going to be extremely difficult for them to catch up. We have seen this time and time again in South Africa, where by the time our learners make the transition to high school, they already drop mathematics and the sciences because they are inadequately prepared to engage in those subjects. In conclusion, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I want to highlight two other factors that I believe are also critical to maths education. And those are identity and self-efficacy and language. Our learners have to develop a social identity and the self-belief that they are effective and capable maths and science learners. They have to develop a self-efficacy, a belief in themselves as problem solvers. This is essential, especially for those who are coming from underprepared and underdeveloped backgrounds where historically their self-esteem has been challenged. Social identity theory will assist us in this space. Secondly, our languages, African languages, also need to be harnessed as languages for conveying scientific information in all domains of education, the mathematical, the social, the physical sciences, etc. And we need to debunk the myth that our languages are incapable of carrying complex scientific thought. And I think this is one of the languages that we are facing in South Africa, where many of our learners are instructed in English, when in fact, English may be their third or even fourth language. With these background words, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor once more to welcome you to this inaugural conference on the teaching of mathematics. And I do wish all of you a very successful conference. And I believe that this will be a start of many collaborative projects between South Africa and the US going forward. I thank you and may you have an excellent conference. Thank you.
I thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. You have actually focused on some very important issues, least of which and most important of which I think is the idea of the identity theories, which mathematicians seldom use in our research. And I thank you for pointing us in particular directions. And I'm hoping that in our discussions today, we will look at some of these issues in greater detail. I thank you. Our second speaker is Professor Thabo Msibi, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning and a Professor of Curriculum Studies in the School of Education at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He completed his Master of Education degree at Teacher College, Columbia University, and obtained his PhD in Education from the University of Cambridge. He has published research in South Africa or in South African and international journals and books, and is author of the book Hidden Sexualities of South African Teachers, Black Male Educators, and Same-Sex Desire. He has also co-edited a book entitled Gender, Sexuality, and Violence in South African Educational Spaces. He also is an associate editor in the Oxford Encyclopedia of Gender and Sexuality in Education. Professor Msibi is a recipient of a Distinguished Teachers Award from the University of KwaZulu-Natal and is an NRFP-rated scholar. He is also the recipient of the Early Careers Distinguished Alumni Award, awarded by the Teachers College, Columbia University, and the Chen Yiden Visiting Global Fellow, awarded by Harvard University. Professor Msibi also received the inaugural Human Sciences Research Council Young Scholars Medal for the Social Sciences and Humanities in 2019. In 2022, Professor Msibi was appointed by the Basic Education Minister to serve on the 6th Umalusi Council. At the University of KwaZulu-Natal, he also leads the University Staff Doctoral Program offered by the United States South Africa Higher Education Network. I welcome Professor Msibi to the Zoom podium.
Professor Mutali, thank you very much for those very kind words of welcome. Appreciated. Deputy Vice Chancellor and the head of the College of Humanities, Professor Nhlanhla Mkhize, the acting dean and head of the School of Education, Professor Von John, our esteemed panelists and keynote speakers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is both my honor and privilege to welcome you to this inaugural conference of the US South Africa Higher Education Network, focused on teacher preparation in the 21st century, developing mathematical knowledge through mathematics teaching. This conference happens at a time when the need for high-level mathematical thinking and innovations in the broader area of STEM has become ever so critical. The world has just emerged from one of the most devastating pandemics in recent history that could only be managed through the careful application of mathematical knowledge and science. Intractable local and global challenges such as inequality, poverty, food security, climate and energy challenges, and the rise of artificial intelligence, which has wide-ranging implications for the future, not least for job security, present complex challenges that not only center on our ability to innovate, but require solid foundations and a critical mass of people pursuing mathematics and the broader STEM subjects. It is therefore concerning that less than 30% of our learners enroll for mathematics and matric, as Prof. Mkhize has already alluded to, and less than a third of these learners are able to obtain a 50% mark in mathematics and matric. In 2022, only 22.1% of the matriculants would achieve a 50% pass, compared to 22.8% who were able to achieve the same in 2021. These are concerning statistics requiring a national conversation and decisive action that will lead to change. This conference is our first attempt towards this direction. The US South Africa Higher Education Network Conference in Mathematics Teaching was born out of a conversation between Professor Carl Fambry, the founder of the network, and Dr. Rakeshni Ramocha-Prishal, who was then at the University of Pretoria, following observations that South Africa was facing serious challenges insofar as mathematics learner performance is concerned. In 2020, UKZN was requested to organize a conference that would bring together South African and American academics, policymakers, teachers, curriculum experts, and other stakeholders to discuss a joint solution that would be impactful and sustainable. Unfortunately, COVID-19 happened, as all of us know, and then the team was forced to hold all the plans for the conference and the exchanges. I'm pleased to note that the misfortune of COVID-19 was in fact somehow a blessing, as in the process of planning for the conference, I was fortunate enough to be appointed by the Minister of Basic Education to join the Malusi Council, where I met Professor Balim, the current chair of the Malusi Council, who brought to my attention his engagement with Professor Nonga, precisely about the challenges around mathematical achievement and that desire to bring together a group of people who could initiate a dialogue on finding solutions to the challenges around mathematics achievement in South Africa. It is as a result of this engagement that we saw an opportune moment to use this conference as a first step and platform towards this important dialogue. In many ways, this is our first imbizo signaling the need for agency and change. As the University of KwaZulu-Natal, we're very pleased that this conference is being hosted here, albeit online, given our renewed commitment towards STEM improvement. The university has recently adopted a 10-year strategy which seeks to position the university as an international research-intensive institution of higher learning, contributing to practical approaches to the challenges facing humankind at every level. At the heart of this approach is a focus on STEM subjects. For instance, the university will be forming direct partnerships with 12 schools around the province, focusing on supporting learners to improve their marks in STEM subjects, whilst also empowering teachers to improve their practice through continuing professional development in STEM subjects. The planned partnerships are linked to Goal 1 of the university strategy, which centers on teaching and learning, and the university's ambitions to attract high potential students and develop them to their full potential to become globally aware professionals, leaders, and citizens. Our hope is that this conference will initiate an important dialogue in mathematical learner achievement, teacher training, teacher practice, and teacher knowledge in mathematics in South Africa, in Africa, and indeed around the world. This conference brings together some of the most powerful thinkers in South Africa, in the US, and Ghana, and other parts of the world, who are going to share their best practice and also make certain connections that we hope are going to be sustainable. We want to use this opportunity to learn, to reflect, and to think about strategy moving forward. I wish to thank all of you for honoring our invitation, albeit at short notice, and for being present today in what promises to be an exciting day of critical engagement. We hope that you'll find today to be worthwhile and with the time that you'll spend being here today. Thank you very much. We hope you have a good day.
Thank you, Prof. MCB. I think I must take this opportunity to thank you as well for your leadership in this project as well, and in terms of the conference as well. You have given us tremendous support in the organization and this and in other aspects as well. Professor Carl Fambry is not here today, but he began serving as the 10th president of the Guildford College on January 1st, 2022. Previously, he served as a professor in the School of Public Affairs and Administration at Rutgers University, Newark. From August 2013 to July 2019, he was the Dean of the Graduate School at Rutgers University, Newark. Prior to joining the faculty of Rutgers, he taught at the University of Texas at San Antonio, San Diego State University, and Grand Valley State University. In 2017 and 2018, he served as an American Council on Education Fellow. In this role, he worked with the Vice Chancellor of the University of Pretoria and examined university-based innovation and the implementation of the University of Pretoria Mamelodi campus anchor institution strategy. In 2016, he served as a Fulbright Fellow examining European Union immigration policies with an emphasis on the challenges and management of the North African refugee movement and integration in the nation of Malta. In February 2009, he was selected as one of 35 people from around the world to serve as a Fulbright New Century Scholar. In this role, he was engaged in research examining factors of youth, entrepreneurial, and civic engagement in South Africa. In May 2016, he launched the United States South African Higher Education Network, an effort aimed at building enhanced collaboration between higher education institutions in South Africa and the United States. In November 2017, he served as one of the founding members of the University Alliance for Refugees and At-Risk Migrants, an effort which aims to engage universities and their communities in local and international advocacy efforts on behalf of refugees and at-risk migrants. His research and programmatic work has been supported by the Open Society Foundations, the South African Department of Higher Education and Training, the United States Fulbright Commission, and the United States Embassy in South Africa. He is currently working on a project entitled Building a Pipeline for Executive-Level Diversity, Equity, and Inclusive Strategies, which is funded by the IBM Center for the Business of Government. He has served on the Board of Trustees of the George Washington University. Most importantly, though, is that Prof. Phambrie is one of the founding members of the US-South Africa Higher Education Network, and the grant to undertake all the work and research was secured through his dedication and perseverance. We thank him for his hard work, and I ask you to listen to his recorded message.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome all of you to this conference on mathematics education and partnerships. I'd like to thank Dean Thabo Masibi, as well as thank the United States Embassy in South Africa for its sponsorship of this conference. And finally, to the University of Pretoria, our partners in this effort. My name is Kyle Phambrie. I'm president of Guilford College in North Carolina in the US, and I'm also one of the co-organizers of the US-South Africa Higher Education Network. Today's conference is critical for building partnerships around ways that we might be able to support our students in enhancing their mathematics skills. We're looking forward to all the dialogue, but we're especially looking forward to the partnerships that might evolve. We're imagining all sorts of exchanges, all sorts of collaborative research, and other exploratory ways that we can ensure that students in South Africa and students in the United States can enhance their mathematics skills and education. Thank you for being with us today, and I look forward to working with you.
We thank Professor Phambrie once again for all his assistance and his rather short message as well. We are well on time in our program, and this brings us to the end of our initial introductory session. I want to thank so far the over 200 people that have joined us this morning. I want to welcome you once again, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the day with us. We know that it's going to be of tremendous assistance to all teachers and academics as well. So we hope that you stay till the very end. I now hand you over to the chair of the panel discussion, Dr. Rakeshni Ramata-Prishad. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mudali. Today, we are very excited about the panel session. We have an esteemed number of guests and panelists with us, and they come with them a vast experience and vast knowledge in the fields of maths education. And one of the key issues is around the psychology of maths education. What are the psychological barriers that we face as learners or as educators when we are tackling the subject? And as we've seen over the past century, that has been characterized by various social, economic, and technological changes and innovations, which has redefined the future of work. Some jobs and technologies have become extinct due to the advent of the fourth industrial revolution, whilst new jobs have been created, largely due to automation. And these have had implications also in the way in which we learn. The questions we have, therefore, relate largely to the South African and perhaps the African context. Has our curriculum been redesigned, teaching methods reinvigorated, and have teachers and students, especially in rural communities, kept abreast with the times? Or has the digital revolution merely exacerbated the inequalities of our society and left a greater socioeconomic divide? In this context of change and evolution and innovation, educational institutions worldwide have had to grapple with the adjusting of their teaching approaches so that teachers and learners are not left behind. Mathematics education has not been immune to these rapidly evolving developments. But, on the contrary to these developments, it is ideally positioned to engage with the technological changes and innovations. This morning's panel seeks to expose our mathematics teachers, academics, researchers, policymakers, and administrators in a practical way to some of these changes, some of these innovations, and some of these challenges that are being experienced in mathematics teaching in the digital age. As an example, in South Africa, less than 30% of learners writing their matric exam obtain a 50% mark in mathematics. This poses a huge challenge for us realizing the targets set in the National Development Plan, especially in terms of increasing the number of students eligible to study maths and science at university to a number of 450,000 per year by 2030. And secondly, that grade 8 scores in the trends in maths and science study increases to 500. Currently, we are 265. The strong push to support foundational skills in areas such as maths and science is grounded in the understanding that quality education is absolutely necessary for encouraging technological shifts and innovations that can solve present-day challenges that plague not just the country, but the continent and the global South at large. Given this context, I'd like to introduce you to our esteemed panelists. We have Professor Loisa Nokwa, former Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University of Witwatersrand, where he's an Emeritus Professor of Mathematics. We also have Professor Eunice Balam, who's the founding Vice-Chancellor of Saul Plaatjes University and currently the Chairperson of the Umalusi Council. We also have in our midst Professor Sarah Bansilal, who is a maths educator from the School of Education at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And we have Mr. Leonard Mudau, who's the Chief Educational Specialist in Math, Science and Technology at the Department of Basic Education. So I think everyone's excited to hear from our panelists. So first up is Professor Bansilal, if you can put on your camera. Some of the questions, and I'd start with you, is what do you think is the status of teacher preparedness or perhaps teacher readiness in light of the technological advancements that we are experiencing, largely linked to the fourth industrial revolution and perhaps the fifth industrial revolution? Over to you, Prof.
Thanks very much to all of you. Okay, I'm just trying to get the slideshow. Is it showing as a slideshow?
We see your presentation, but I think you'd have to put it into a presentation mode, Prof.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I'm extremely honored to be here. So nice to meet such esteemed people, such esteemed guests, so many people with such commitments. It is so motivating. And thank you to all the people who came and joined us at this very, very busy time. We appreciate your interest, and it is indeed encouraging. So the question that I am responding to, as Rakeshni said, is what is the status of teacher preparedness, or perhaps teacher readiness, in the light of the technological advancement? So, you know, I'm an academic, I'm a researcher. I can only speak to a slideshow. I can't like speak off the cuff. So here's my PowerPoint. I have 6 slides, and I will hopefully be over by 9:13 or 14. If I take too long, Vermolen will step in and remind me. Okay, you know, with all the technology available, there is so much that we can use. We need to be careful that we use it as cognitive tools for learning, not simply as alternative delivery platforms, or not simply as convenience tools, because technology can be extremely, sorry about that, beneficial. So there's some of the benefits are, instead of being held down by tedious, complicated calculations that can actually detract from what we want them to learn, learners can now focus on the underlying properties and relationships within the mathematical objects. And there are so many opportunities. Videos and asynchronous materials can help us to vary the pace of learning new material. In terms of maths, by actually providing access to different representations that can help visualization, that can provide students with a vast repertoire of these representations, it can contribute to a deeper understanding. Complex abstract ideas can be easily explained or demonstrated, and we can provide multiple examples. In terms of statistical literacy, which is a big move, which is a very important skill that we want to address, we can encourage statistical thinking by now having access to real data sets, very large data sets that students can actually analyze, manage, and visualize data. Okay, in terms of teachers' readiness for the 4th Industrial and 5th Industrial Revolution, I want to draw upon a study by Uma Giraniza in 2018 for her doctoral studies. It was conducted in KZN with 75 teachers, and it gave us a nice view about teachers' readiness for the use of technology. And what we found, that teachers are not using technology as widely in the class as they could. In fact, 72% of the teachers said they didn't use any technology in their teaching or their planning. When they did use it, it was mostly used for tests and quizzes. We found differences according to the demographics of teachers, which is very interesting and maybe not unexpected. Teachers younger than 40 are more positive about the potential of technology, and they're also more likely to integrate technology into their teaching than their older counterparts. And this is also not unexpected. People who make the effort to attend professional learning activities are also more positive about the use of technology. They're more likely to use technology. So this speaks to actually making sure that we have more professional development opportunities for teachers. I think that is where we actually need to focus on in going forward, because there seems to be such a dearth of professional learning support activities for teachers. We also found that teachers in the more well-resourced schools are more positive about, more likely to use technology than the ones from the resource-constrained schools. Of course, it's related to resource availability. Across the sample, only 44% reported that there were computers in their schools that they could access. I think Thabo mentioned the COVID experience, you know, the devastating impact it had and how it made us change in so many different ways. So I just want to talk about 2 important things that from the COVID experience that has affected education. The first one is that it propelled such a fast move to online teaching. Many teachers and university lecturers were forced to use technology in the teaching, so they had to develop this new skills, engage in new programs, develop new materials that we were forced to do. And in the process, we learned many new skills in such a short time. There's the second important consequence that I want to talk about, or influence, and I think Thabo also mentioned it, because he spoke about the centrality of maths in reporting the COVID pandemic, in actually understanding it. And with this COVID pandemic, suddenly we were bombarded with lots of news and information disseminated by the media. And this communication, it had volumes of statistical, mathematical information, visualizations with many novel elements that we had not encountered before. We learned new terms from these news medias, websites, social networks, and so on. We learned terms like flattening the curve, 7-day average. And they use extensive use of modeling. And all of this actually required different interpretations from the stats that are not necessarily well understood by the public. And it raises questions about our curriculum. It raises questions about our teaching approaches and the extent to which we are preparing our learners to actually be statistically literate. And it's not only for COVID, we have other things. We have climate change, we have wars, we have so much of discussions in the media. And as we go to more global disruptions, there is a need for us to actually engage with these things and understand it. And is school preparing for us? This is an example of a COVID graph. It's very different from our linear graph or quadratic graph that we study for months and months in the curriculum. The scale itself, 7-day average of new cases per million. Then you've got all the provinces. Then if you take a point on a graph, what does it mean? New cases per million. But it's the 7-day average of new cases per million. What does that mean? Then the horizontal axis, number of days since the average past 1 in the province. All of this is quite complicated. And to what extent can we understand that? Okay, 2 minutes more. About AI in the classroom, the ChatGPT has been enabled a lot of learning. It's enabled the creation of conversational AI systems that can understand and respond to human text inputs in a way that's informing, helpful, and engaging. But we need much more research. We need more research about how or what we can harness from AI in the classroom to optimize learning. We need to know what kind of prompts we can use. We need to know how could we extend our learning? How could we improve our learning using synchronized resources? And I want to end with this one. This one came from Dr. Raymond Moodley in Montfort University in UK about AI and the possibility of it actually flipping Bloom's taxonomy. Traditionally, we start with remembering facts, then we move to understanding, applying, ending up with creating. Now with AI, with technology, creating apps, we can start with creating. And then we evaluate, analyze, and applying that. And in the process, our understanding improves. And then, as an outcome of all these processes, we remember what we have done. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you for tangibly sharing with us in a very practical manner how maths merged with technology can actually map for us key Black Swan events. And this is what we need to do as we break barriers and discrimination around maths and get everyone involved and excited about the technological development. So thank you, Prof. I'm now going to refer to Prof. Loyiso. And my question to you, Prof, is in reflecting on the status of maths education in what we're calling a time of crisis, given the statistics I shared earlier around the pass rates, what do you think the future holds for maths education? are there opportunities for change, or there is just a bleak future for us? And I know, Prof, you're going to come up with some exciting opportunities for us as policymakers and how we map the way forward. So we look forward to you, Prof. Loyiso.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rakeshni. Unlike the first panelist, I don't have a prepared presentation because sometimes if I give a prepared presentation, it kind of gives the impression that I am an expert in the area, and I must indicate that I'm not. Like most people who are in mathematics departments at universities, we enter this debate through the back door. And maybe going back 20, 30, or even 30 years ago, our main concern entering university students was this notion of preparedness, whether or not they can cope with what we teach at university level. And therefore, my input today, briefly, I could maybe equate it to an armchair Springboks fan who is having a rigorous debate in the comfort of their homes with Rasi Erasmus about whether the bomb squad should be 6 to 2 or 7 to 1. I'm just sharing my observations as a layperson. But during the course of my time at university, what was then called the University of Natal, and then went to the University of the Western Cape and Wits, I've had many conversations with people in mathematics education about some of their research and what we can do and so on. Maybe before I start, we're talking here about alliances and partnerships, and just to indicate that most of us in South Africa are really seized with this problem of how can we make a difference in the performance of mathematics by students, especially at the high school level. In the last 2 or 3 months, we've been having a conversation, the many societies, one of them being AMISA, about how we can address this problem in a systematic way from the cradle to the grave, looking at the whole pipeline. And we have proposed that we should form what we have termed a mathematical sciences strategic alliance. Now, shaping the future. The nice thing about what the future looks like is that we can shape it. Or if we don't, then the future will shape itself, and we have to live with that. Now, when one looks at this is a function of many variables, and we want to optimize it, maybe using mathematical terms, one can just highlight 3 variables here. 1 is the financial resources, 2 is the people, and 3 is the physical infrastructure. When it comes to the financial resources, again, the disclaimer here is that I am not an educational economist. But from the data that from time to time I look at and ask for, is that there's a huge investment, let's say on the part of CSI or foundations in trying to bring about an improvement in STEM disciplines. In fact, in the last 18 months, I'm a trustee of the Oppenheimer Memorial Trust. They undertook some research on this. And the figure that I got is that in 2020, there was anything between 1.44 billion to 1.7 billion invested in STEM disciplines. Then the question becomes, why are we not seeing an improvement or a change? And in fact, this is a question I posed with Professor Balim, and Professor Msebi told us that it's through conversations with Professor Balim that we get this idea. So why is there no change? I'll come back to that later on, maybe during the discussions. Then it's the question of people. And already here we've talked about teachers. And then the second one is if we're looking for better qualified teachers, should I say that way, in maybe the use of this IT, what is the status of the pool from which the recruits will come? And when one talks about, for instance, the infrastructure, sadly, the reality is that when we talk about the improvements that technology can bring about in teaching and learning and so on, that this becomes a huge problem, especially for people living in rural areas. You can talk about access to computers, you can talk about the actual physical infrastructure, you can talk about coverage and so on. Now, when one talks about these contemporary trends in quotes, digital technologies and so on, the point I want to emphasize is that the people that might benefit from this are those people who are in the top, let's say, X%, where X is less than 40%. Large swaths of South African learners will be left behind. Or put differently, is that in my view, sometimes technology exacerbates inequality in terms of performance because others don't have access to that. So we need, therefore, to take that into consideration as to what extent are these technologies going to bring about a positive change to those that are usually left behind. And I would suggest that our conversations going forward should also be focusing on those that are usually left behind. Now, when I was talking to Professor Balim, I made the remark again, it thumbs up as a layperson, is that the majority of our schools don't have even a single qualified teacher. I mean, from anecdotes and conversations, in fact, with people working in mass education, and we've read these reports about teachers who can't cope with the material that they're supposed to teach. Now, if it is true that the majority of our schools, and therefore the majority of our children, of our learners, are not taught by people who are properly qualified, then the question becomes, how do we ensure, what practical steps can we take to ensure that, let's say by 2030, which is the target of the National Development Plan, is that every school in South Africa will have at least one qualified mathematics teacher? Because unless we have that, ChatGPT, I'm not saying that in any negative sense, and so on, and all these technologies will only lead to a difference to those schools that already have the resources. Lastly, just to share an anecdote, I usually say that I live in two parallel universes. I live in Johannesburg, the northern suburbs of Johannesburg. And my daughter went to a private school and they invited me to be on this school governing body. And on the other hand, I come from the Eastern Cape. I come from a village where we've been working for the last 5 years to ensure that the school has a computer lab. That computer lab was launched about 18 months ago. It was Easter Monday. And when I was back home, I learned that that computer lab is currently not being used through a variety of reasons. Whereas at St. Mary's, where I was on the school board, these are things that, kids have even personal devices and so on. So in conclusion then, I would like to suggest that we also, not even also as if it's an aside, is that we have some reflection on how these things can bring about a positive difference to those that are usually left behind. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Very interesting points around. It's sad, actually, that we, however, 25 years post-democracy, we still have a rather differentiated education landscape, Prof. And these are big challenges that we face, but the potential of technology to solving some of those issues relating to inequity and access is profound. And of course, we need to look at the infrastructure, people, and financial resourcing. So thank you, Prof. My next question is to Mr. Leonard Mudau. And My question to Leonard is, given the aspirational targets set for us as a country to achieve by 2030 in the National Development Plan, what do you consider, given your role in the Department of Basic Education, what are the biggest hurdles we face and how can these be tackled? What is the department's position? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Can you please put your video on so we can see you, please, Mr. Leonard?
Okay.
Thank you.
Am I visible?
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Okay. No, thanks. Thank you very much for the two countries to afford DBE an opportunity to to participate in this conference. Yes, there are goals set by National Development Plan that by 2030, we should have 450,000 learners obtaining bachelor qualifications with maths and science. There are targets that are set for us, for each year, for the department to achieve that goal. Let me maybe perhaps by alluding to the fact that we have qualified teachers who are teaching in our schools. Although the challenge that we have is that where it's rural, most teachers do not stay. They'll go there in rural areas and teach for some few years. Once they get an opportunity to go to get a vacant post, to get a post in urban areas, they move from rural areas to urban areas. That is the greatest challenge that we have. In terms of facilities, government, Department of Basic Education, together with its stakeholders, private sectors, are assisting teachers, learners, and schools with gadgets in order to achieve what is set per year until 2030. Through partnership with these private sectors, we have achieved a lot so far, although we haven't reached where we think we should be at the moment. In terms of number of distinctions that we are achieving in mathematics and physical sciences has increased. In terms of passes, at 60%, we have improved. So the NDP talks about the passes at 50% and above, which we are also achieving. The only challenge that we have is that the total number of learners who write matric nationally, it's around 650,000 per annum in the past 3 years. And we are including, when we say that, we are including all learners who are offering social sciences subjects, who are offering arts and so on, including mathematics. So the 450 for us to achieve, we should start with the enrollment. If we don't have enrollment, the total enrollment, you can see if we are talking about 450 this year in 2023, learners who have registered this year, it's 706,000 if all will write. We know they're still writing. We have some few cases where learners would not turn up and so on. So you can see the percentage that is there. If we are saying we are supposed to reach the 450 today, not in 2030. So I think with enrollment, with number of learners participating, we hope and we are hoping that by 2030, if the enrollment goes up, also with the number of participants, learners participating in maths and physical sciences, will achieve the 450. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mandau. You know, I think the key take-home message is that strategic partnerships, especially bringing on private sector on board, can play a key role in unlocking some of the challenges. And we look forward to these engagements. These are critical enablers for us to realize those targets. So thank you very much. I now move to Professor Yunus Balim. And the question I have to him is, what do you think are the recommendations and perhaps proposed solutions for us, especially as we address the challenges relating to the STEM success rates, especially with maths education, not just for the country, but the continent as well? Over to you, Professor Balim.
Thank you very much for that. Let me also have a disclaimer, as Professor Loiso indicated. Even more than him, I'm a trespasser in this conversation. I am a civil engineer. My research is in computational mathematics. But in the world of the business of teaching mathematics, I too am an enlightened amateur, probably at best. So such as the comments I make and the possible solutions, I'd like the audiences to keep that in mind, and that these are really the opinions of a very, very concerned citizen who happens to have some engagement with the business of teaching. Let me start by saying that I'm very concerned about this conversation about fourth industrial revolution, fifth industrial revolution. We're probably at the 22nd industrial revolution. Industrial revolutions do not work like that. This is a sort of a big data. People throw words around. Allow me to be Marxist for a moment. Discourses around fourth industrial revolution are focused on the means of production and completely ignore the relations of production. And the result is, as Professor Loiso indicates, that all we do is we reproduce patterns of inequality when we focus on the means of production. My second concern with the discourse on industrial revolutions is that it is used as a basis for arguing why we should improve mathematics teaching. That's not the reason we should be improving mathematics teaching. Mathematics was needed even before there were industrial revolutions. And I do want us to get away from this argument that it's about the utility value in the technological context that mathematics is important. Mathematics for me has always been about forms of reasoning, ways of reasoning. My sample is small, but in the last 20 years, I've yet to meet an engineering entry student who knows how to prove the theorem of Pythagoras. It's not a difficult thing. When I show them how to do it, it's quite obvious. And they say, oh, well, that wasn't too difficult. What is frightening is that nobody told them they should bother to remember that you don't accept hypotheses or arguments without knowing how it was derived. That is the fundamental basis of mathematical reasoning, which is applicable to all forms of social engagement. Take the world of number theory. I mean, who is reminded or alerts students to the fact that logarithms are another way of knowing numbers? It's not just a formula. It's a number system that will not admit to the possibility of a zero. When people say, I know nothing, I say, well, if you did, you'd be a genius. Zero is a very difficult concept. Like a point in space, when you try to teach geometry and you have to explain to young people what it means to have a point in space, that's a difficult concept. It's the form of reasoning that we're interested in. I do want to extend my argument to say that if we're having conversations about mathematics teaching in the region, please, I think the region has to teach us. I have a fairly good sense of education in Zimbabwe, particularly in southern Zimbabwe. And I've always said to my family, you're more likely to get your children better educated in mathematics if you send them to a rural school in Zimbabwe. So the argument about rurality, about the difficulty of getting teachers to stay in rural areas, I think we need to rethink those sorts of excuses. We pin up these excuses, and I'm afraid they allow us to be paralyzed. I also want to take issue with the numbers. Chair, you yourself have said 1/3 or 30% of students will not get 50%. Professor Msibi has made the point that it's 33 or 3%. The reality is, for the last 6 years that I've been involved in Umalusi, the numbers of those who will get at least 50% range from 20 to 22%. I don't think it's been more than 22%. So we end up having a national conversation about whether it was 21.8 last year and 22.1 this year. The reality is that 4 out of 5 young people in this country who register to write mathematics will not manage to get 50%. Now, that, as we all will agree, is not a statement about the genetic ability of Black people or South African young people in this country in mathematical ability. It's not that. The examination is not unreasonably difficult. It's not unreasonably intransigent. It's benchmarked on international standards. So clearly, there's something wrong with the way in which we teach mathematics and the way our students learn mathematics. There's a few things I want to focus on. The one is what is called maths anxiety. I've been reading on the subject, and educational specialists have been writing on it. Not only do our students arrive with anxiety from their families and their communities, they also receive mathematics anxiety from their teachers. What is worse is that the role models in our communities treat it as a badge of honor to be incompetent in mathematics. We often get celebrities get up on a podium and say, well, I was very bad at mathematics, and it's almost treated as a badge of honor. We have national cricket players in this country who proudly announce that they've never read a book in their lives. These are the sorts of messages we're sending to people about the approach to learning, but also our approach to mathematics learning and mathematics ability. It starts from there. My experience with teaching mathematics, the little bit that I've done, and I have to say, our homework center, mathematics homework center, was closed by the security police in the apartheid years because students were passing mathematics but also getting political education. But in my little experience, my sense is that the harm is done in the early years. And if we're going to focus, we're probably going to have to focus on mathematics reasoning, not mathematics teaching, not technology. I mean, I'm attracted to the idea that in Kenya and Ghana, when you write a maths exam, you're not allowed to bring a calculator. And it is an attractive idea because the minute you touch a calculator, you are doing applied mathematics. You're no longer doing mathematics. To do mathematics, you need pencil and paper and little else. and I want to come back to this point about the fact that it is the forms of reasoning that are important. I once had a conversation with, remember in the time when the DBE decided to take geometry out of the curriculum, I had a conversation with somebody who was in charge, who worked in curriculum in the DBE in those years, and was echoed by teachers as well. Well, medical doctors do not need geometry. That's a complete misunderstanding of what geometry is. Geometry engages the mind in the distinction between inductive and deductive reasoning. If you don't know that difference, you can't do diagnosis, and therefore you cannot be a medical doctor. It has little to do with angles and trigonometry, etc., etc. And so it is these forms of knowledge, rather than the technology that will help us to do better, that I think we've lost focus on. And it seems to me that we need to go to regional countries and ask them what are they doing that we are not able to do. And let me say, and to emphasize the point that Luisa made a little earlier, the disadvantage that we offer to students, the rope of sand that we throw to students, particularly from poor communities. We promise them that we will teach them correctly. We promise we will give them proper schooling, and we end up throwing a rope of sand because actually they can't clutch onto it. That promise is significantly more impact on poor and disadvantaged communities in this country. Let me stop there, Chair. I've perhaps overdone it. But thank you. I hope you found that useful.
I found that most useful and most refreshing, something totally different. But I think when we look at the 4th and 5th Industrial Revolution, Prof, we're also looking at future skilling and future fitting the youth for this new engagement between everything is accessible by the touch of a button. Now you can put your lights on through your phone apps. And that's what we're talking about. Are we ready when children come from rural villages to cities for employment? But this is absolutely refreshing, a new context, a new perspective. How is maths taught? How is maths learned? And we need to reconsider mathematics reasoning. Absolutely profound. Thank you very much. I'd actually, at this point, we do have time. And I see the audience is absolutely clapping away. So perhaps let's open the floor to the online audience in terms of what questions they may have at this stage. Any questions or comments? Shakila, can you help me in terms of...
Sorry, Dr. Rakesh, there are a few questions in the question and answer.
Please do help me. I cannot see it. So maybe you can...
Can I read it? Can I read it?
Please go ahead.
The first question is, for Prof. Bansilal. What are you doing as UKZN to equip the B.Ed students to be able to draw diagrams and graphs as qualified maths teachers? I think you need to create a course on diagrams and graphs for students to equip them. That's the first question. Do you want to answer that?
I can answer it, but first I just want to, if you'd please permit me to also go further with Prof. Balim's comment about when they moved geometry out, it was more than just taking out the content of geometry, but the reasoning, inductive and deductive. And I cannot miss this opportunity, Professor Balim and the rest of the panel, to also ask you to look at maths literacy again. We've put in maths literacy came in at the height of this curriculum 2005, where students have their own knowledge, they can create all of that. It was created in that perspective. And I don't think people have gone back to look at maths literacy. It's got a wonderful vision on paper. It's supposed to equip our learners for everything. We need to look at the assessment. We need to look, there's no algebra there. So there's nothing like solving equations. And as you've said, like there are hidden benefits. Solving equations are a very important skill. When you learn to solve equations, there's other things that you're learning, and there's no elementary geometry in there. And I really think that there's a need for a panel to now look and review at maths literacy. But that was out of the question, right? I just wanted to put my view there while I have your attention. The the issue about the students, yes, so students are saying that we need a cause, and thank you for that. That will give us something to think about. We want to say that in our courses, we have we use GeoGebra extensively in the algebra methods course, and the algebra content course with Mr. Mkonazi, and Sketchpad. Prof. Mudali is an expert in Sketchpad that he's been using in his 2 geometry courses and the other 2 geometry courses that we've been using. So we it's embedded in those courses, but I think that idea of actually holding a workshop, which we could also do for teachers, we need to pursue that and actually, creating that kind of support for teachers. Okay, thanks, Lamola.
May I just add, we do teach courses on diagrams as part of our modules. The second question is also, I think, addressed to Prof. Bansilal. One of the key issues. Okay, so let me just go through this. The second question, one of the key issues raised by the development of the strong mathematics foundations in early grade, what should we be considering to ensure that we achieve this in a short time, having in mind the use of AI in initial teacher preparation?
Okay. Thanks very much. I'll also take the question. I think it was directed to me. And I see some of the panelists have also spoken about grade 8 and 9 and about the importance of that. We agree primary maths is such a big area of concern. At the moment, we're particularly concerned. We found in our first semester this year, only 50, after COVID and all of that online learning and so on, our primary maths teachers, only 50% of them passed the maths course. So we were like really, really shocked. We started looking at it, and so there are many challenges there. There's the challenge of actually equipping them with the knowledge that they should have had in school, multiplication, addition and subtraction of fractions, simple volumes, areas they are struggling with. So while we're teaching at a higher level at the education NQF 6 and 7, we cannot neglect that other layer of actually school level math. So we're grappling with that, and we trying to do some research. We redesigning our courses at UKZN at the moment. We're also linking up nationally. I see Sharon is here. We've got the Printed project where all the universities, most of the universities are working together on the primary maths curriculum, where they're assessing students before and after, and where we're looking at materials, trying to engage them with tutorials and all sorts of activities. It is a very big concern for us. We understand that the thing is with the primary maths, and I heard a lecture at a conference last week from CPUT as well. The classes are so big. We've got 500 in a class, so we can split them to 250. The students need very they need detailed attention, so we need smaller classes. So we're also looking at how can we solve those problems and where can we leverage funding for that sort of thing. And the AI thing, we've partnered with another organization, and which uses a bit of AI, where students are given the opportunities to improve their math knowledge. So it assesses them on math knowledge from primary school to grade 9, and in each of the 90 concepts, it then tracks where they are and provides support and work for them to improve. It's like we're in a crisis. We're trying to say, how can we solve this problem? How can we address it? Because when we send out foundation phase teachers, we must be confident that they are going and preparing our foundation phase learners and intermediate phase learners for the challenges. Okay.
The next question is directed to Professor Balim. How can higher educational institutions prepare student teachers to meet curriculum outcomes, which are the hidden curriculum and contextual realities?
Yeah, thank you. And Prof. Loiso may have a comment on this, but we've had a discussion about this, and part of the issue is about making sure that teachers understand the business of mathematical reasoning. The point that Loisa made a little earlier about teachers being unqualified is not that they don't have teaching degrees, it's that they're not qualified to teach mathematics. In thinking about recurriculating the teacher education program at Salt Lake University, we insisted that any teacher who plans to teach senior phase mathematics or physical science had to take Maths 1 major, not Maths for teachers, Maths 1 major, as a straight BSc mathematics students would take it. And that course was to be taught by a professor of mathematics, not by a teacher who thinks he knows mathematics or an engineer who thinks he knows mathematics. And we think we did the right thing. I mean, somebody perhaps should go out and assess the quality of teaching of mathematics that comes from Salt Lake University. But I do think that we need to focus on teacher competence. I mean, our obsession with content has been misdirected. The first time I heard the word calculus was when I came to university. But I was taught mathematics in a township school by John de Jager, who had a BSc in mathematics from, I think, University of Western Cape. And he was a good foundational mathematics teacher. He inducted me into the ways of reasoning in mathematics. And that made me able to deal with calculus when I arrived at university and was able to deal with it. So I do think it's an essential thing. I do think that we need knees under the table to rethink quite fundamentally how it is we are developing those who teach mathematics in our schools, who in fact have the ability to cause enormous harm, but when done correctly, can really lift this country up by its bootstraps. There's no conversation about social justice until we get school teaching right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's another question by Kotelo Malloy. Mr. Madar, can you tell or reiterate how many qualified maths teachers do we have now? And what is our 2030 target? What are we doing now to reach our 2030 target? Please, sir.
No, thank you. Yeah, for the question. We have different categories. We have four phases. We have foundation, we have intermediate phase, we have senior, and FET. And in all these, learners do mathematics. So if we talk about the FET, grades 10 to 12, the total number of teachers who are teaching mathematics from grades 10 to 12, it's 8,652. And then if you talk about teachers who qualify to teach mathematics at senior phase, it's 16,802. That is senior phase. So I don't have with me for the intermediate and foundation, but we have reasonable number of teachers who are qualified to teach mathematics. So the challenge that we have at the moment, as I have alluded to it before, is that teachers who qualify, or even the supporting system, teachers, subject advisors, officials who are supposed to support the teachers, they apply to work in rural areas. The same applies with the teachers. When they are post in urban areas, they move to urban areas. That is the most critical area challenge that we have. Other than that, let me share with you the other challenge that we had previously, like in the past 4 years or 5. We have teachers who didn't do including geometry. Remember that there was a time where including geometry and probability were in paper 3, which was optional. So, and we have teachers in the system who didn't do those topics, probability and including geometry, in FET phase, grades 10 to 12. They matriculated with mathematics in their qualifications, but not have done paper 3 because it was optional. So those teachers are there in the system and are teaching. So what we did as government, we managed to filter them, to check their profile, and with the assistance of universities, assisted them in teaching them first learning how to work out, how to do geometry, and then so that they can go and teach their learners things that they didn't learn at the university and also in matric. So after going through those processes, programs, and so on, it's only now that we are beginning to see the fruits of what had been planted. So we are hopeful and confident that we are going to reach what is said to us by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure how many questions Dr. Rakeshni wants to take.
I thank you very much, Merlin, for your support and your guidance and steering those questions to the panel. I think we have 4 minutes to the end of today's panel session. And firstly, I'd like to thank you and the support you have given us throughout the panel. And I'd also like to thank our esteemed panelists for their thought-provoking inputs and advice. Yes, we have heard your passionate perspectives and we agree the future of maths is indeed bright. And psychology of maths education is something we need to perhaps strengthen as an area of priority for our country, for fostering a deeper and more connected understanding of psychology and how it relates to teaching and learning maths. And critical to the success of a high-performing math society are proactive interventions and measures that drive inclusivity, diversity, transformation, and equity. We need girl learners and we need vulnerable groups to be included for an equal future. And critically important is going back to basics. Simple math literacy must not be neglected in driving our economy forward. So I thank you very much to Thabo and the UKZN team. Thank you to our esteemed panelists. Thank you to the online delegates. And I hand over to you, Vimolan.
Thank you very much. Before our next session begins, and I will not be interrupting between sessions, but there's going to be a slight change in the program. I just want to alert the delegates that Professor Baruti Katembo has to leave a little early today. So he will then take on the session at 10:50, which is mine. So we will swap sessions. So Dr. Bungani and Lovo will be prepared after Professor Nikki Roberts' presentation to come through so that Professor Baruti Katembo will then make his presentation. Professor Jay Naidu, you may continue.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. It gives me great pleasure in introducing our next speaker, Prof. Nikki Roberts. Prof. Roberts is an accomplished mathematician, academic, and researcher. She's also the director of Kalelo Consulting. A very warm welcome to you, Prof. Roberts. I now hand over to you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, colleagues. I'm just going to attempt to share a presentation. And I'm hoping that what I am addressing today covers quite a bit of what has been raised in this opening panel. So thanks for the previous speakers. You've laid the groundwork for me. So the topic that I was asked to speak about, I asked to have changed to focus particularly on primary mathematics teacher education. And so focusing on building collectives in universities and in schools. But I see on the program, it's still referred to maths knowledge being built through creativity and innovation. So I'll let the audience be the judge of whether this is creative and innovative. But what I'm speaking about is the work that a collective is doing by working in universities and in schools with regard to primary maths teacher education. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, it is, Prof.
Okay, great. So I'm going to start with this overview about what I think is central to successful education. And the key piece that is missing, which you hear in my voice and in your presence in this forum, is that all of this depends on humans. So there's a human connection and a human collective that needs to be putting the work into making all of these happen. So this is kind of the means, but there are significant people who are required to make this work. I think the first thing that's needed in primary teacher education for mathematics teachers is to have a curriculum. And that curriculum is, how can we agree on what is it that a teacher needs to know to be an effective teacher? And I can respond to Prof. Ballum is that while I think first year mathematics is essential for the FET teacher, I don't think it's essential for the primary mathematics teacher. I do think they need to know how to reason mathematically, and we have to agree on the nature of that reasoning. So we know that more mathematics doesn't necessarily make a good primary maths teacher. And across universities, we need to agree on what is the knowledge project that we're working with. Secondly, we need to collaborate around what are the learning and teaching materials that we use, with those being both print and tech, given the current world that we're in, and given the fact that pretty much all of our teacher educators who are in training have a mobile phone in their pockets. The third piece is assessment. Without data of knowing what are the starting points, so who is it that's coming into maths teaching, what do they know when they come into a university, and what have we given them by the time they leave, we can't make progress. So this diagram shows the pieces that I think are necessary for shifting the knowledge project around what primary mathematics teachers need to know. I'm going to start on the top left, which is we have a policy framework called Mr. Tech, Minimum Requirements for Teacher Education Qualifications, which has been delayed in publication, I think, by 2 years. That outlines what's required at a program level, so the 480 credits we give for a B.Ed, it defines those in very broad terms. And it doesn't specify what's required for a mathematics teacher or a language teacher and how many credits are required for that. And we're calling for that to be specified at national level. We have made significant progress. It was alluded to by Prof. Bantalel around PrimTED, Primary Teacher Education Knowledge and Practice Standards. Those standards, kind of core curriculum to be taught across 25 universities, 26 in mathematics and home languages have been established. And importantly, those have come up from the university community in a huge project supported by the European Union to define what do we want our primary teachers to know by the time they enter schools. Moving to the top right, there are a range of course design and research collectives driven by academics and people who work both in schools and in universities. And I think that school-university relationship is central. We're investing a huge amount on trying to help foundation phase teachers, intermediate phase teachers teach mathematics at primary school well. We need to be harvesting those lessons, those workbooks, the things that are working well in schools, in that we see evidence from improvement in learner performance, and bringing that into our teacher education. I highlight two key ones, the NMI Nelson Mandela Institute Mathematics Collective and the Forte Bilingual Bachelor of Education. I highlight those two particularly because of their rurality and because of their sensitivity to learning mathematics in Xhosa and English, and realizing the bilingual needs that we have right from foundation phase. So there are a range of projects that are working in developing the course materials and the kinds of ways of teaching which are working in schools and then need to inform the way in which we're working with student teachers in the B.Ed programs. The last piece is printed tests. I've been fortunate to lead the assessment component, and we have been assessing student teachers who come out of matric into the Bachelor of Education program. We assess their mathematics in first year, and we repeat that in fourth year. And I'll give you some of the data of what we're finding. So I think initial teacher education has been a significantly neglected area. A lot of the NDP objectives were focused on the school leaving certificate, the matric, the quality of the mathematics matrics that we're getting. But we've done very little in focusing on universities and what universities are doing to select who becomes a teacher, to then accredit that ITE program, to have an initial teacher education course content. And to do the best that we can in having a decent qualification that actually equips people to move into schools. We also have very little attention placed on the induction and mentoring that's needed. And we seem to have a leaky bucket in terms of how much we're supporting teachers in schools when very little attention is paid to the quality of teachers coming out of the university system. Just there we go. So what is printed? Printed is the very finest grained level of policy, where you have got SAQA defining things at NQF level of how teacher education works. I've referred to Mr. Tech, the minimum requirements, which gives what a whole B.Ed needs. What we've been missing and what has now been filled is what are the knowledge and practice standards for teaching mathematics at primary school level in all South African schools. And I think Prof. Balam will applaud that those standards are not just on content. There are two key pieces. The one is the pedagogy. How is it that you teach mathematics? So how do you plan effective learning experiences, draw on learners' knowledge and respond to that, engage learners productively and balance the maths curriculum? And then importantly, on the top right-hand side, we have mathematical acting and thinking, because the primary mathematics teacher is a generalist, but also has to be a mathematician, representing mathematics to their community of learners in their classroom. So they themselves have to have had a positive experience of mathematics. They need to be playfully engaging with the mathematics. They need to be confidently reasoning. They have to be not accepting something without a proof or an explanation, a conjecture. They need to be receiving that information in the maths class and recreating mathematics learning communities in their space. And so the ITE community have said that because our students come out of matric with a really deficient diet of what mathematics is, they think mathematics means solving problems with a calculator and not thinking mathematically. We have to address that and take them back into a strong mathematical reasoning process. Those two pieces can't happen without the maths content. And we've put number and algebra together because algebraic thinking, generalized arithmetic, is a foundational requirement in primary maths. We see it internationally of the transition from primary into high school, requiring a generalized arithmetic, a reasoning, a notion of a function, strong mental images of the number line, a Cartesian plane, that have to be developed by thinking about number work in relation to algebraic thinking. We then have geometry and measurement together deliberately because they feed off each other. And then the stats and probability field, which obviously grows in the high school senior phase and foundation phase space. So what do we know about the knowledge that our teachers in training have? We know that most primary school teachers come out with mathematics literacy. It is a pretty weak maths literacy result, most commonly in the region of 40 to 50%. Their matric mathematics experience is weak. We know from national benchmark testing, those universities that do it, it is the more elite universities, there's a price tag per learner attached to that, that those who are coming into education and nursing have very weak quantitative literacy. And now we know from PrimTED that the knowledge that they need for primary mathematics teaching is also pretty weak, and I will go into that today. So this is from the NBT. This is the quantitative literacy assessment, so not the mathematics assessment. That's the one that you need to go into STEM careers. Going into being a primary teacher isn't considered a STEM career, even though you're going to be teaching mathematics. And we see the incredibly low quantitative literacy in the education, those entering the educational faculty. So at PrimTED, we have set up, and this is collaborative work across all universities through the Department of Higher Education. We have set up a very simple assessment, probably benchmark at about grade 6, 7. It's got the eye on the horizon into algebra. But I've got two examples of very simple, low cognitive demand questions, write 0.7 as a common fraction, and then using slightly higher cognitive demand, here, just reason about a word problem to identify what operation to use. You're not even having to calculate. This is the kind of question that we're asking. We are also including some knowledge about the teaching of mathematics, even though we expect first-year students not to have that. It's something we're looking for in the fourth-year students. So how do they do? And we now have a collective of mathematics lecturers, primary mathematics lecturers across universities with, I think the latest was about 15 universities participating. We have used the same assessment instrument. So exactly the same test is used at first year and fourth year. The scary bit is the fact that the first year students are just below 50%, and then the really alarming finding that the fourth year students are just above. That is a significantly statistically significant difference, but it's certainly not the kind of value add that we would want in having students at a university for 4 years, that you're getting this tiny 5 percentage point shift. We have defined what that means in terms of different levels, because it's no good working from an average and a standard deviation to decide what to do pedagogically. So we have worked quite hard to define what are teachers, student teachers at each level able to do. Level 1, they're essentially not able to do the basic calculations, working at an operational and conceptual level with whole numbers. By level 3, they are more conceptual. They're able to work with both symbols and numbers, make reasonable estimates of spatial dimensions. They're starting to solve more complex problems, in other words, kind of multi-step problems in various contexts. And at level 4, you see, okay, now they're really getting some mathematical thinking in that they can work with numbers, variables, and functions, logically explain their reasoning, and so on. Why do we think that it's the case that we have this 5 percentage point shift between first years and fourth years? And so we looked at what is the time that's been given for foundation phase mathematics and intermediate phase mathematics across universities. Remember, a Bachelor of Education is a 4-year full-time degree. They're 480 credits. We have some universities having 48 credits. So you're getting 10% of that 480 credits dedicated to mathematics. To me, in the context of knowing who's coming in, and what mathematics they can do, this is outrageous. There's absolutely no way we can address the mathematical knowledge that's needed if we only are given less than 10, 20% of the time available. So I want to acknowledge the collective that I'm representing. These are the colleagues who are putting time into defining what is it that maths teachers need to know at the primary level, designing the tests, administering them, reflecting on them. And I want to thank the group of people who are listed here. I couldn't do my work without them. Importantly, we then have a next step, which we've moved into, is that obviously the assessment is really just a Trojan horse. We now know the problems at first year persist by fourth year. What are we going to do about it? And so we have a new project called Maths for Primary Teachers, which has been operational for about 5 years already. And the aim is to build an initial teacher education collective. My opening remark is that this requires people who work together to think really hard about what is it that we need in our context to shift the needle. Because without the teachers knowing the maths, the children have no hope. And so we have designed courses collectively, building on the PrimTED standards. There are 3 courses: emergent number sense, adding and subtracting, and multiplying and dividing is in process. I'm just going to give you a little sense of what a Maths for Primary module looks like. So we've got a kind of a student workbook, which the student teachers receive, and it's printed thanks to funders, where we believe they need to be writing, creating, drawing mathematics, learning about maths, and that involves a pen and paper. And so even though it's a blended course offering, we expect that they are calculating, writing, and reasoning as they would need to in children's books and on the chalkboard. A design trial, and we've had about I think it's about 10 design trials across 5 universities now. We do measure what the students know at the beginning with a pre-test. There's an intervention where a lecturer offers 2 lectures a week. There might be tutorials, there are video pieces. The students work through a printed workbook, as well as an online fluency component. So there's an example of a 2-minute tango. You need to be quick in your mental arithmetic. You can't walk around with a calculator marking a grade 3's work. So your own mental fluencies have to be good, and we give significant time to that. We've got a gamified mobile app, which students are using, that's more mathematical reasoning and problems that they need to kind of think about a little bit more deeply than a mental fluency. And then they produce a portfolio of evidence from their tasks, basically completing the book, and also a little section that they use when they go on teaching prac. And we then assess them again at a post-test. I'm pleased to report that most of the trials are showing a much bigger shift than what we were getting with PrimTED. So our shifts are in the region of 15 to 20 percentage points from pre-test to post-test, which we think at least we on the right track, and at least be talking to each other about what we're doing. So the PrimTED team I showed you earlier, those who are in Maths for Primary are shown in bold, and we now have 9 universities participating in the Maths for Primary Teachers collective. So my summary, so that we are able to get some discussion, because I know that this is of critical national interest. It's obvious that universities start where secondary school's finished, but that means who is it that's coming into teaching? And we know that it's the weakest quantitative literacy students. It's those with pretty weak maths literacy matrics. We also know that universities currently don't prioritize mathematics credits in BEds, and we see that in the credit weighting of what is offered, what is expected out of 480 degrees, how much time is spent on maths. We also now know that universities, and this is across the board, we've got elite universities, we've got historically disadvantaged universities, and in both cases, the shift between what you are, the value add that you give, depending on what caliber of student is coming in, is very weak, only 5 percentage points. The positive part is that we now have standards driven by lecturing staff themselves who have an appetite for change, and we are looking at our navel and doing something about it. We know that this is of national importance and that what we've been doing up to now hasn't been working, and therefore are working in strategic collaborations through things like the Maths for Primary Teachers process, in addition to committing to continuing to measure our students as they come in and as they go out, with the hope that we're shifting the needle in terms of their knowledge. There are some key policy implications of that. We desperately need the revised Mr. Tech. We needed to say that there must be 100 credits for mathematics in every BEd, 120 for languages. I believe every primary school teacher is a math teacher, every primary school teacher is a language teacher. And we have to raise the entry-level requirements for BEds. So our DBE colleague who pointed to the improving matric results, we have to be using that and increasing the expectations. I think 60% at math literacy is a reasonable aspiration for us to be having students who have at least have demonstrated some mathematical reasoning through the math literacy curriculum. This kind of work wouldn't be possible without a range of funders. So I've mentioned PrimTed has been supported by the Department of Higher Education with a funding grant from the European Union. We now have EPOC and Optima Trust supporting another 5 years of PrimTed testing, and we're thankful for that. And Xenix Foundation has been supporting the Maths for Primary Teachers process. That's a whistle-stop tour of what I think is identified earlier as the Achilles heel. If we don't have quality teachers entering the schooling system, we can throw whatever money we want at trying to fix it when they're there. But we have to fix the pipeline of where they're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for a very interesting and thought-provoking presentation. We now have time for 2 questions. So I will just look at raised hands. I see there's one hand raised. Primrose, please go ahead. I think Primrose is still muted.
You can talk, Primrose. I've unmuted you. Just unmute and talk. Maybe it's an old hand.
Okay. All right. So I think, is there another hand? I saw a hand, George. Or am I seeing things? The hand is lowered. There doesn't seem to be any hands raised at the moment. Oh, I do see one coming up. Let me just check. Yes, George. Chirume, please go ahead.
Can unmute and talk, George.
George, please unmute.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much for allowing us an opportunity to meet together as mathematics teachers and mathematicians. My question is the introduction of technology in the class, and also how are we doing it? Are we doing it the proper way or not? Because at the same time, if we talk of ChatGPT and the gadgets we are talking about now, that type of equipment and or technology is at the higher end, while we have a lot of learners who are sitting down in the rural areas, in the informal settlements, who won't have access to such technology. And my main observation, which I just want to say here, every time I go out of the class, I go into the community after school, you see the children are much happier when they're outside and playing. But in the classroom, we only go there and make sure that we give them the concepts, the abstract concepts, and most of the learners, they don't enjoy it. And I think what is lacking in our approach is that we've eliminated the playful in our classrooms. And that, for me, will be the beginning of technology. If we can go back to the basics and start from there, this will enable all learners in the rural areas or in the urban areas to benefit from little technology which we can offer them, like offline games which are easy to make. Teachers can create if there's a room for that, to give the opportunity for them to do so. Thank you very much.
Yes. Can I respond to that?
Yes, please go ahead, Prof.
Thank you very much for your question, George. I'm going to be quite contrary in relation to your view, which is I've spent 15 years working in technology enhanced learning, and I think it's a significant waste of investment. I think we have very little evidence of technology enhanced learning having any impact. The recent, I think it's a UNESCO report that was going to talk about the ICT graveyard. So for me, I think it's a substantial distraction to be thinking about robotics and technology in foundation phase. I think what is best for equity for the rural child is to make sure that they can do the mathematics that's needed so that they are able to do the coding at the right time. I strongly support your vision of foundation phase being playful, about being outside and involved in concrete materials. We've done quite a lot of work in making sure that the kinds of equipment that's needed, measuring cylinders, meter rules, counting blocks, all of that kind of thing, I think comes long before I want any child in a classroom who's 6 years old sitting on a tablet.
Thank you, Prof. Our next question is from Prof. Alfred. Please go ahead, Prof. Alfred.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much, Prof, for your insightful presentation. I see that you are focusing mainly on the primary school, the development of teachers at the primary school level. And something I'm noticing from your presentation, you seem to be indicating that these teachers are allowed or are able or have to be teaching mathematics using their vernacular language, because of the phase. And that to me indicates that you are of the view that mathematics or students can understand mathematics easily if it is, presented to them through their vernacular language. Now, I just want to understand your take at the level of FET. Are you also of the view that mathematics at the FET level has to be taught using isiZulu for the students to better understand the concept? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. You can go ahead and respond.
Yeah, I think our language context is well known in relation to its complexity. I'll talk first about primary mathematics, which is where my expertise lie, before I venture into an opinion about FET. When children come into your class and the language that they have is isiXhosa, you have to be making sure that the mathematics is expressed in the language that they bring. There's no way that you can be getting a child engaged mathematically at the same time that they're learning a second language. So I support our foundation phase policy of mathematics being in home language, and that is for all of our 6 to 9 year olds. The big problem comes when there's an abrupt change to mathematics in English at grade 4, and I'm therefore encouraged to see a far greater emphasis on bilingual learning. We know that the technical terms are not necessarily available, or that children are using English number names, but they still think in isiXhosa or Zulu or whatever it is. So using number names in English isn't a major issue. It's what are you thinking about the numbers and how you're expressing that linguistically. So we have to be having our mathematics in vernacular. And we have to simultaneously be building the English vocabulary, which is needed to carry the academic discourse at this point. I always remind my students, remember, English was considered to be, not academic enough, and people had to learn their degrees in Latin. So there was a period of time in which English wasn't good enough. It couldn't carry the academic discourse. There was a very deliberate period in, I think, the 1500s where there was borrowing from other languages to make sure that English had the vocabulary and the structure to carry an academic project. Until we do that for our African languages, we will need to transition into English for mathematics. I'm hopeful that there are more strategic investments into developing the register in African languages for mathematics, but at this point in time, we need to borrow quite a lot from English. I think the problem is the massive shift. So the work that we do is in trying to push a bilingual approach to mathematics from the outset. It works more and better in a rural context where there is a dominant African language. The complexities of different classes in an urban area are much more challenging. I still think having access to both English and an African language through the teacher and the workbooks is the way we need to go. It's also why we can't assume that our Bachelor of Education programs can take place in English and that African language students will magically translanguage or translate the maths. It's not the case. So the assumption that they actually find it easy to do the maths in their home language when they've come out of matric and last done maths in their home language at age 9 is completely false. They need support in the discourse of mathematics in their home language. And therefore, we have to have bilingual Bachelor of Education programs. The best one that I know of is at Forte. I know KZN is starting to move in that direction. So I think we have to be looking at a minimal bilingualism, obviously multilingualism extending on that, but unless you're investing in being able to communicate mathematically in the language that the children bring into school, our teachers have no hope, and that there's then a need to be building the English discourse in parallel to that a little more slowly. I venture now to the high school side. I think the interesting work that's been happening in the Eastern Cape about making sure that languages are, that the STEM languages are available in Xhosa is something to keep an eye on. My sense is that it is disadvantageous to an African language speaker not to give them access to English. I think it cuts them off from the world and from the future academic program. So my objective is bilingualism, not monolingualism in either English or an African language.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Colleagues, we just have time for one quick question. Prof. Hardman, your hand is raised. A quick question, and then we can end the session. Thank you.
Hi, Nikki, that was a fantastic presentation. I'm not a maths teacher or a mathematician, I'm a psychologist. But I just wanted to pick up on that notion of technology. I mean, the most powerful technology we have available to us now is pencil and paper. That's a technology. I mean, when ballpoint pens came out, people went berserk because they had to get rid of slates and they thought that children's brains would go soft. I agree with you. Technology does nothing on its own. It's the pedagogy and the developmental principles that underpin it. So putting technology into rural schools, and I've worked in rural schools with technology, affects absolutely nothing. In fact, people don't teach maths, they teach the technology. So the maths goes out and the technology comes in. So it's just a comment, but I really found that fascinating and terrifying that our teachers are first of all, math lit graduates, and then very low math lit graduates. I wanted to make a point. I'm not a mathematician or maths teacher, but maths is fascinating to me, and anyone can learn it. This notion that some people are good at maths and some are not is ridiculous, because there isn't a maths brain. There's a human brain. And if you are good at languages, I mean, my students sometimes say to me, "Oh, I'm good at languages, but I'm not good at maths." Well, the basis for mathematical thinking in your brain is language. So you can't be good at language and bad at maths. So that's problematic. So I just think we need to, I hope we get past that notion of some people are good at maths. Everyone's, it's not, you know, it's not mysterious knowledge. And Moses didn't go up the mountain, you know, and get the 10 Commandments and mathematics, you know. It's something that humans have made. Just something I wanted to say. Thanks, Nikki, for that.
Thanks, Joanne. I do think it's worth noting what technology does offer in mathematics, which is immediate feedback on whether you're right or wrong, right? That's one of the key things we know, and technology is a motivator. So I'm not arguing that you don't have it higher up, but I do think that, you know, you've got to get the basics right lower down, and that has got a linguistic base. You'll see my academic work is very much around the language in mathematics education, that you have to express and think in language to make sense of the maths, and that's why I support a bilingual approach. But thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you, Prof. Robert. Very interesting, thought-provoking, much discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you, colleagues. We'll now hand over to the chair of the next session, Dr. Ndlovu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Naidu and Prof. Roberts for the previous session. Our next esteemed guest for this session is going to be Prof. Baruti Katembo. Prof. Katembo is a professor of mathematics education at the Florida State College at Jacksonville, United States of America. He has interest in African studies and the Pan-African development issues. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Prof. Katembo to present under the theme focusing on developing mathematical knowledge through mathematics teaching using indigenous knowledge and decolonization. Over to you, Prof. Katembo.
Oh, thank you. Asubuhi in Jama, that means good morning in Kiswahili. I appreciate and also am excited about the opportunity to address the United States South Africa Higher Education Network Mathematics Teaching Conference. Certainly is an honor for me. The name of my talk is Applications of Geometry and Statistics as Elementary Conduits for Preserving African Society. Let me read to you, to our audience here, an abstract from a paper that was published in 2020 that I did in as an anthology in a book called Decolonizing STEM in an Age of Techno-Colonialism, Recentering African Indigenous Knowledge and Belief Systems. The title of that paper was Mathematics, Circularity, and the Msonge as African Heritages. I want to read to you that abstract, and that abstract that I'm going to read to you gave me the inspiration to provide today's talk. So the abstract went as, mathematics facilitates the explanation of any subject's numerical aspects and thus functions as a conduit through which relationships amongst any system's components are measured. Its use and applications in many instances have usually arisen as a function of societal needs, views, and values. The design of round dwelling spaces is one such mathematical application which shares a common ancestral presence in many distinct cultures, particularly in reference to Africa, Asia, Europe, Oceania, and the Americas. Hence the emergence and validity of the convergent evolution theory. Mathematics, circularity, and the Msonge as African heritages showcases the Msonge, which is a round thatched roof dwelling. That's the name for it in Kiswahili, but generally the traditional African round dwellings as a medium to discuss the cultural relevance of circular design in space optimization and engineering efficiency, and as a link to socio-environmental perception and understanding. So I wanted to read you that because that was the inspiration that provided the basis for my thinking about the talk for today, because I think that there's tremendous impact and power of mathematics being presented visually. And in that particular paper, I was talking about round houses, round dwelling spaces as being visual articulations of mathematics in an architectural sense. So I think that in addition to the Msonge, I'm going to highlight a couple of other cultural visual applications which can be used to convey the interplay of information, technology, and culture to ordinary people. So everybody, I want you to remember that there's an old adage that says a picture is worth 1,000 words. Okay, so for today's discussion, architecture and art geometry, of which the architecture and art geometry, they're going to be underneath geometry as a aspect of visual mathematics, and graphs, I'm going to put that underneath statistics. They're going to be resources that can facilitate the interface and intersection of knowledge, exploration, and socio-cultural appreciation in kids and adults alike. So these specific aspects, which I'm going to talk about those aspects of geometry and statistics, are visual in nature and thus communicate and convey a lot of information quickly, efficiently, and impactfully in a condensed paradigm. Let me just give a couple of definitions just as working glossary terms, just in general. Let me just try to define culture. Total experiences and worldview of a people as articulated through 7 major areas: ethos, social organization, history, economics, politics, mythology, and creative arts. Let me also define socioculture. That's just going to be the comprehensive aspects of culture as observed through the flow of a general society. Technology is just going to be improvement plus application. And let me say about art geometry. Art geometry is just the mosaic of shapes incorporated into textiles or sculptures and other creative art forms. Okay. All right. So having said that, let me just give a few ideas here. I mentioned geometry applications to sociocultural preservation. Why the importance of architecture as one of those applications? So I'm saying architecture is a geometry application. So architecture captures aesthetics and designs and material use of past eras, thus preserving the past with a modern flair. It also shapes how people move through a space, and also how they experience the space as well. And it also reflects various aspects of culture. It can be ideas about symmetry, about asymmetry, about the use of materials, and also social organization. So again, when I referenced in the prior paper about the Msonge, or the round African dwelling spaces, we know that in those kind of spaces, we know that just visually looking at its aesthetic can create a medium for a conduit for discussions about circles, maximizing areas over squares that are the same distance around by at least 21%. What about looking at round spaces as being in parallel to the natural roundness or rotundness that we see, in nature geometrically? We can look at the idea that round spaces in that context or the round African structures give a synthesis of architecture, technology, and also cultural aesthetics. So those are the things I wanted to say about the basis of the round structures. And when people look at it, it's an aesthetic. It is an applied area of geometry, which is architecture. What about the importance of art geometry? Okay, so it facilitates awareness of geometric shapes as part of art, particularly in reference to symmetry, asymmetry, position, creates a window into what we might see as things that are beautiful, complex, and or simple. Okay, so some examples of the art geometry can be found like in textiles. Like, let's look at a few examples of African textiles. Kuba cloth, kente cloth, chitenge cloth, or art design. It could be imigongo art, like was found in Rwanda, Ndebele art. In fact, these designs in a kind of a Pan-African way can cover selected design schemes found in different broad, geographies. The study of fractals, as in like repetitious patterns, can be observed in textiles, which are geometric in terms of the designs being incorporated. So some applications of that that we see, the imigongo art that I mentioned, that is part of Rwanda's national art motif, is used in the interior of the Rwandair aircraft. The Ndebele art has been used actually as a visual accessory in some of the BMW special editions, as a stripe on the car, as a mosaic. And also just putting designs, geometric designs, even on T-shirts. These are applied ways that art mosaic is used, and these are visual images that can also encourage a discussion about shape. Okay, so the art geometry and the importance of architecture were the aspects of geometry that I wanted to mention that can be used as visuals, for everyday people. Okay, now one other thing, what about statistics? I mentioned earlier that I was going to say something about graphs. So we know that graphs are going to be a visual display of data, whether it's going to be a bar graph or histogram or a pie chart. Okay, so why are graphs important? Well, graphs condense data or the assessment of information into quickly interpreted visuals through those different kinds of graphs I mentioned. Also, societal understanding can be crystallized using graphs. And graphs are applicable in all fields of study, whether it be STEM, economics, politics, geography, natural resources, and so on. There's no field that is not touched by the use of graphs. And so I thought about, a scenario that could be something that we can think about in regard to graphs that would be extremely helpful. The AFTA, African Free Trade Agreement, needs to be obviously kicked into high gear to facilitate circulatory trade across the continent, which at present is only 15%. However, building relationships between regional and non-regional countries is supported by tourism, technology transfer, cross-cultural workshops, and more, okay? So before trading is done, people have got to understand the need to interact with other people in other countries. They might be separated by borders, artificial borders from colonial times, to understand one another, okay? So the more that we lessen being strangers to each other, then the more we can optimize being resources to each other, right? And resources are not just natural entities like minerals, but are supply chains of human capacity, technology transfer, and innovation. So suppose that AFTA related information was articulated in simple, eye-catching, graph-based visuals for school children. I mean, what an impact that would be, so that school children and everyday people are learning about socio-cultural and economic phenomenon that's going around that they need to understand in the environment, but they're learning it through graphs, which are giving a condensed visual form to understand the data, which can be applied in all kinds of ways to all aspects, whether it be economics, politics, to any field. Okay, so the takeaways that I want to summarize here are the following. You can take historical concepts and ideas from the past, where practical, and use them as a resource for present day. That's one. Next, true education is a synthesis of knowledge of both the past and today in consort with technology to create comforts while applying the greatest of what was within a modern context. And lastly, aspects of mathematics such as geometry and statistics. Underneath the geometry, I mentioned such applications as architecture and art geometry, and statistics, mentioned underneath that, the graphs can be used as conduits and tools to preserve socioculture. So I will end it there. I want to thank you for your attention and for listening to my ideas. And at this time, I'd like to see if there's anyone who would like to engage me in any questions or thoughts about the presentation. But thank you very much for your time and attention again.
Asante sana, Prof. Katembo, for your very insightful presentation and raising very interesting issues around decolonizing the mathematics curriculum. Colleagues, I think I am going to open for questions to Professor. Can I see if we've got any hands? Comments also are welcome. Okay, it seems as if we do not have questions and or comments, But I have noted also that in the comment section in the chat, there were issues, especially in the context of South Africa, that were also raised to say we can link, the Ndebele culture with the art mosaic. There's a hand from Professor Loyiso and from Primrose. I'm noting it in that order. Prof. Loyiso.
No, just a quick question. There was work that was done by Paulos Gerdes in the, I'll say in the 1990s about sonnet drawings and mathematics and so on. And I was wondering whether what you are presenting is related to that in a way.
I'm not sure exactly. But I mean, it could have some connections. I'm not sure. But I think the emphasis for me is just on the visual, that through shapes and through what we see visually, we can engage people in ideas about mathematics that may seem non-intimidating in the way that I mentioned about, the various types of textiles, whether it be kente cloth or Ndebele art, to look at shapes, to get people to understand what shapes are, the symmetry, positioning of shapes, and then into a further exploration of geometry. And then again, with the graphs under statistics, how do we present information? That can we crystallize information simply so that everyday people are more informed, but we're doing it in ways that are creative. We're doing it in ways that are non-intimidating, but impactful at the same time. Because what we want to do is to turn on light bulbs for people so that they engage more information and knowledge through seeing, and then a further investigation about other matters once you engage them in those kinds of ways.
Thank you very much.
That's why I mentioned about the kids and adults, because anybody can grasp the notion about the graphs in a simple way, and also engaging people about the shapes and the architecture.
Thanks, Prof. Let me allow Primrose. Can you unmute Primrose? I think it's still an old hand. Okay. No, thank you very much once again, Prof. Katembo, for your insights. And I'm therefore thanking the audience and handing over to the next chair.
Thank you very much.
Jingiri, are you here?
Sorry, Prof. Sorry, I wasn't muted. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good morning. It's still morning. Sorry about that. So I'm chairing this next session, and our next speaker is Professor Joanne Hartman from the University of Cape Town. It's a great pleasure to introduce Prof. Joanne. Her work is very specifically in teaching and learning with a focus on cognitive development, and she has published a number of articles within this field, including books on educational psychology and child development. And she's also the holder of a Distinguished Teachers Award from UCT. So I'm going to take this time to hand over to you, Professor Hartman, and wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dumiso. I'm going to try and share my screen. Share screen. There we go. Is that okay? Do people see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So a caveat, as I said in my comment earlier, I'm not a mathematician or a maths teacher. But I'm a psychologist, and my field of interest is on how to develop people cognitively. And if you're going to study the acquisition of concepts, you have to have a context. So I use maths classrooms and science classrooms as the conceptual abstract content that I then focus on in order to see how the brain develops. I was asked to talk about technology. Earlier on when Prof. Roberts was talking, I did say that technology on its own does nothing, and that's true. On its own, iPads or even pens, they do nothing. It's the pedagogy behind that is important. So what I wanted to introduce today was an example of the kind of pedagogy that research says, and my research it also says this, but it's not just me, it's a body of research that says what underpins the use of technology as a cognitive tool, that is, as something that can develop the child cognitively, is a particular kind of pedagogy. So first, let's start with the problematic. And the problematic is we're in the 21st century and everyone's talking about critical thinking and communication and collaboration, creativity, computational thinking. Everyone is saying we need a new pedagogy. I'm saying, no, we don't. We have the pedagogy. We have these theories to address all of these things, including computational thinking, which is not solely related to computers. I mean, computational thinking is what you guys do in mathematics, and you do that best with a paper and pen. So as I have an interest in teaching and learning, I must introduce you to the Meno paradox, and it goes something like this. A man cannot inquire either about that which he knows or about that which he does not know, for assuming he knows, he has no need to inquire, nor can he inquire about that which he does not know, for he does not know about that which he has to inquire. This is from Kierkegaard as a matter of interest. And Kierkegaard was one of those philosophers who was slightly out there. Basically what he's saying is there's a paradox. If you already know something, you're not going to learn. And if you don't know that you don't know. For example, a few years ago, I had never heard of Higgs boson. I didn't know what it was. And I was introduced to it by a physicist at UCT. Now, I didn't know that I didn't know what it was. It's apparently the God particle. I didn't know what it was. So if you don't know, you don't know you don't know. So how do we overcome this paradox? And the one way to overcome this paradox is the theory that I locate myself in, which is a cultural historical theory based on the work of Vygotsky. So what Vygotsky says, basically, if you want to overcome the paradox of how you come to learn, is you question. You ask the student something that they do not know the answer to. It's only when you figure out that you don't know something, when you get that kind of dis-ease, and you go and reach for a book to help you, or you ask someone to help you, that's when learning happens. So the paradox is overcome through what is called cultural historical activity theory. Now, earlier on, Marx was referred to. Well, this psychological theory, it's theory of psychology, comes out of the work of Marx. And, you know, if you are an African scholar, you will know that Marx's own work, when he says it's not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. There's very much the same notion of Ubuntu that Chief Albert Luthuli spoke about. We are only who we are in the presence of other people. We are constructed. Our entire psyche is constructed through interaction with other people. This is why I say that there's no such thing as a stupid person. There's no such thing as being unable to learn something that is in the canon. If you tell me that there are children who cannot do maths, I will tell you that there are people who are not teaching them properly. There's no such thing as someone can't do maths, unless, of course, they do have like an X in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which is affecting them, in which case, yes, okay, maybe they need help and it's emergency. But otherwise, everyone can learn maths. It's human-made. And all of our executive functioning, our higher cognitive thinking that happens here in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex is socially constructed. Yes, we are born with innate capabilities. Sabotizing, for those of you who are mathematicians, sabotizing is one of the things we're born with. Guess what? So are squirrels. We're different to squirrels, though, aren't we? And we're different because of our social interaction that constructs us. So one of the things the theory talks about is the co-construction of meaning. Now, this is interesting, listening to Professor Katembo talking about indigenous knowledge. I think that's hell of a useful. When you talk about the Ndebele patterns and shapes, something like a shape is completely abstract. The word shape is completely abstract. It has no referent except that it is agreed upon in a body of knowledge like mathematics. Where you see a triangle, I could call it something completely different. It's only agreed on as a triangle in a discipline that co-constructs this knowledge. And this knowledge that you work with your students to construct happens in a space that Vygotsky calls the zone of proximal development, which is the difference between what a student can do on their own and what they can do with assistance. Now, this is why teachers, for me, all of you who are teachers are amazing. It is you who construct the brains of our children, including my own child. She's at school now with a teacher, co-constructing the very neural pathways in her brain that she will need. What is it that we learn in schools? We learn scientific concepts. This shouldn't be referred to as, it shouldn't be located as simply science concepts. Maths concepts, anything that is abstract is what Vygotsky would call a scientific concept. And empirical concepts, things we learn through everyday knowledge, are everyday concepts. Now, the important thing is this. One concept is not more superior to the other. So if I have spontaneous concepts, a lot of spontaneous concepts, you can't call me stupid just because I don't know the maths, okay? I have to be taught. You have to be taught the abstraction. You don't have to be taught the everyday. So indigenous knowledge, for example, doesn't have to be taught. It can be passed down, but it doesn't have to be explicitly taught. But A plus 2B equals C has to be taught. It has no reference in the natural world. And those are maths concepts, abstractions. So can technology enable students to learn in a mathematics class? This is what I asked myself. I've been asking myself this for 20 years, and the answer is different wherever I look, okay? So I decided to look in privileged schools. The first time I've ever worked in a private school. Actually, I tend to work in underprivileged schools, generally quintile 1 to 3. But I decided if I'm going to see the best possible use of technology, let me go where it's used. Which is not to say that it's not used in rural areas. It is, but there's connection problems, there's money to get the Wi-Fi, etc. So I asked myself this question. If students use technology to learn maths in optimal settings, does it help? Does it lead to critical reasoning? So this is what I asked myself. What kind of talk emerges between students when they're problem solving using an iPad? Dialogue has been shown in psychology, in linguistics, sociolinguistics, pedagogy, teaching. The opening of dialogue has been shown to be developmental. Okay, so didactic teaching, where you're just telling the child what to do, is less effective than opening up a constructive dialogue with the child. So I'm asking myself, is there dialogue present? And if there is, what kind of dialogue is it? I'm particularly looking for something I call exploratory talk. Now, Neil Mercer and his team in Cambridge came up with this notion of exploratory talk, which is a kind of negotiated dialogue where you can be wrong and you negotiate together to come up with the right answer. And according to Neil and his colleagues, exploratory talk is evidence of critical reasoning. Now, we all use this word critical reasoning. I had a PhD student who was interviewing me, and she asked me what my idea of critical reasoning was. And I said, well, can you define it? And she said, critical reasoning is the ability to reason critically. And I thought, oh dear, that's tautology. Critical reasoning for me is the ability to reflect on what you are doing and change what you're doing. It's kind of metacognitive, okay? So you made a mistake and you can change based on evidence. And what I'm also interested in this particular study is what maths concepts, abstract concepts, scientific concepts are made explicit when the children use these tablets. So they're using iPads. So it's a qualitative paradigm, but I use qualitative and quantitative methods because I use in vivo to code talk counts. The participants were grade 6 mathematics students. Now, for me, grade 6 is interesting because they're on a developmental cusp. They're between concrete and abstract thinking in a Piagetian sense. I'm not a Piagetian, but I do think that as you pass through primary school, you move further and further away from having to have concrete instantiations of things. I selected the schools because they had iPads and they used them. Please know this is not representative of a South African school in general. It is, though, fairly representative of private schools in South Africa. I chose these two schools because they use iPads to teach maths, and I wanted to see what is an optimal case of technology being used to teach maths. So there were 38 students across 2 schools. I used video data, which I transcribed, and I looked for various categories that are indicative of exploratory talk, which is on the next slide. So these are private schools. So in South Africa, private schools charge very high fees. We know one thing in education for sure. We know that socioeconomic status predicts success. The richer you are, the more likely you are to succeed in school. It's horrifying, but that we do know. Lower classroom numbers are in private schools. Okay, so what was I looking for in the in vivo analysis? When I'm talking about exploratory talk, these are the kinds of indicators of exploratory talk, things like why, what else, how did you do that? Can you explain to me how you came at that? Can you give me a reason? When people say because, if, I think, would, could, so these words, they can be selected and coded for in vivo. And the indicative of exploratory talk, according to Mercer. I also had a categorical framework where I was looking for maths terms. So a math term to me is not an explanation of a concept, it's just the use of a term. Square is a maths term. It's abstract, because if you don't know mathematics, you're not going to know what a square is in the sense of its different essential properties. I was looking for mathematical concepts and the explication of maths. So, for example, if you have mixed numbers, the first thing you need to do to convert them from mixed into a proper fraction, we can do that by multiplying the denominator by the whole number and adding it to the top. So it's an explanation that contains the concept within it. And everyday concepts are related to the child's everyday life. So, for example, and empirical in nature. So if you're talking about fractions, for example, you can talk about sharing. If you cut a pizza in half and you don't cut it properly, if you have children, you have 2, and you cut the pizza, but you cut one piece this big and one piece this big, and you say, look, I'm sharing, they'll very quickly say to you, no, you're not. My brother's got a bigger piece. I want the bigger piece. So a good way to teach fractions is that it's direct, it's absolute sharing between different portions. They must be equal. Each portion must be equal. What did I find? Well, it was very interesting. So school A and school B, the first graph here, well, not graph, the first table here depicts a talk. So if you look at talk time, pretty much the same, 601 instances, found 98 across the 2 schools. What is really interesting, though, is you look at student talk 49% and 44% of the lesson is taken with student talk. This is extraordinary. In 22 years, I've never seen this much student interaction, and I'll explain why. And if you have a look here, you'll see that a lot of 31% and 35% of the entire talk has evidence of exploratory talk. But now if we look specifically at the students, okay, so we've taken that 49 and 44, and we're looking specifically there, it's astonishing. 62% of the students' talk is indicative of exploratory reading, exploratory talk in school A, and 70% in school B. In other words, their talk around the use of the iPad is indicative of critical reasoning. They are using the iPad as a tool, a cognitive tool, to develop. Never seen this before in my research, okay? But there's a reason. There's always a reason, okay? And the reason is the teacher gives the lesson, she introduces it, then she gives them the iPad and 2 problems to solve. In groups of 3 or 4, the children go away and they solve the problem, and they videotape themselves solving the problem. This is why we see a lot of student talk and not a lot of teacher talk, because the students are working together and the tool they are using is the iPad. So this is an example of exploratory talk. It's called I Forgot How to Math. So Jane says they're supposed to be solving a problem with angles around a point. And Jane says angles around a point. Rob said, I thought it was angles on a straight line. No, says Jane. He's going to do angles around a point. Angles around a point, says Jane. Are you going to say the things? They're busy videoing them. They're deciding who's going to talk. Okay, I'll tell you when to go. I'll tell you when to press the button to record. If we get it wrong, we can do a new one. We can just do the same one. Is it the same? A plus B plus C will equal 45 and something, says Rob. Other 2 look at him and shake their heads. He laughs. I forgot how to math. Stan, A plus B plus C, angles around a point. Can't be 45, but I think it's 45 plus something. Look, it's A plus B plus C. Rob, yeah, but Stan, because you have to add them all. Okay. Oh, okay. Angles around a point. Now, what we've got here is a negotiation happening. Rob is wrong, and Stan and Jane are negotiating with him. They're not telling him, don't do it your way. They are showing him how to do it. This is an example of exploratory talk, where together, back and forth, because Rob's not just giving up. He says, I think it's 45 and something. Then he says, I think it's 45 plus something. Until he realizes, oh, okay, I see what you're talking about. You are right. What can we gather from this study? Well, we have to be careful. It's not representative of South Africa in general, but it is representative of a slice of South Africa, that high income earning slice at private schools. So we can use technology to teach mathematics, but it depends on the pedagogy behind it. The teacher using these iPads had the notion that children were active cognizing agents, that they could actively work together to solve a problem on their own. Many teachers, most teachers that I work with in lower income schools are determined to teach the children and will tell me that the children cannot do this on their own. They need to be taught how to do it every step of the way. But this teacher has told them what to do, taken their hands away and given them problems to solve. So the literature seems to suggest that a constructivist type of pedagogy is necessary if you're going to use technology as a developmental tool. But I want to be very careful about that word constructivist. It's very poorly used in educational settings. It's become used too much so that it's lost coherence. For me, what constructivism means is that you recognize that the child can actively construct knowledge. So they don't have to passively sit there and listen to you. They can actively engage with each other or you to construct knowledge. And meaning is co-constructed. This doesn't mean that the content is co-constructed. 1 + 1 does equal 2. Even if Johnny thinks 1 + 1 = 5, he's wrong. 1 + 1 does equal 2. But we co-construct the meaning by bringing my own understandings of what one is in my world. And this happens against a background of mediated engagement with a conceptually more knowledgeable other, in this case, a teacher. I believe teachers must always know more content than their students. This is not to say that they are more knowledgeable of the world than their students. They're not. They must be more knowledgeable of the content in mathematics than their students, otherwise they can't teach them. I was a bit horrified by Nikki Roberts' presentation where she showed such low levels of mathematical literacy amongst primary school teachers, because if they don't know the content, they can't guide the students into acquiring it. So this happens in the space between what students know and what they don't know. It's developmental and it takes time. Can technology be used effectively as a pedagogical tool? Yes, but it depends on the pedagogy that underpins the use of the technology. Technology is inherently motivating for students. Somebody earlier mentioned the idea of games, going outside and getting children to play and learn through games. Lego has just finished a project now that I was working on, and I'm no longer working on it, so I'm not divulging secret information. But one of the things we've discovered is that just gaming online, simple games like Angry Birds, leads to a sense of autonomy and well-being with children. I would never have believed that. I am not that technologically literate myself, and I'm slightly skeptical of technology. And I certainly wouldn't be someone who would be believing that technology could be beneficial for children's well-being. But apparently it can. Of course, there's always caveats, how long you use it. But it gives them autonomy over their world. And that's part of psychological well-being. Can you control your context? Can you move in that context on your own? So we know that gamification in mathematics, for example, is inherently motivating to students, and we can harness that. I see there is someone talking about gaming today on the program, which will be quite interesting. And that is me. Any questions? I would be happy to engage. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Wow, thank you so much, Prof. Hartman. Such a fascinating, enlightening, insightful presentation. Yeah, this work is almost revolutionary. Thank you so much for that. Colleagues, I am going to take a few questions. We have just about enough time for about 2 to 3 questions, if there are any, and then we'll hand over to the next presentation. So any questions, colleagues? I am not seeing any hands. Oh, okay. There's Prof. Loyiso. Please go ahead, Prof.
Hi. I don't know whether I heard you correctly. I think you said something like A plus B and C and so on, but your comment was mathematics does not represent anything out there in the real world, which is not the case, unless I misunderstood you. I mean, mathematical models represent the real world. So is that what we are saying, that mathematics does not represent the real world?
No, I mean, I think
all the time.
I don't think you misunderstood me. I think I spoke incorrectly. I think I did say that, so I don't think you misunderstood me. What I was trying to get at actually is the notion of abstraction as having to be taught. There's no amount of, for example, there's no amount of me engaging with this bookcase. There's a bookcase here. that's going to tell me that it's made up of particles moving really fast together. I know it's solid, but I don't know why it's solid. I need to be taught the abstraction behind that in order to understand it. So yes, I mean, there's a lot in the world that mathematics represents. However, you have to be taught it. I can't walk out into the world, and I'm sure all the maths people here can, but I'm not a maths person. I can't walk out into the world and say, that's an incidence of Pythagoras' theorem. But I know this, the place that I'm sitting, I'm actually sitting in a room. I know you need Pythagoras' theorem to build this room. I have no idea how. Okay, so it's that notion of the abstraction that needs to be taught. Yes, there's reality out there for sure. I'm not a relativist.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for your answer. Colleagues, is there another question? I see Puti Mokoti has their hand up. I'm not sure if it's a new hand up, but if you can unmute Puti and ask your question. Go ahead, Puti. Okay, we'll move on. I think Puti has some technical issues. Prof, there's a question on the chat by Susan Nisi, and he asks, how does the use of tablets impact the nature of peer discussion during problem-solving activities in comparison to traditional methods? Do you want to give it a go, Prof?
Yes, I mean, this is what this research found out. It seems that with the use of the technology, there is much more exploratory talk than you find in a classroom. Now, the question I have is this: is it the technology, or is it the problem the teacher set? How are you going to methodologically separate that? The teacher set a very active problem for them to solve in a group. Would they have used that kind of talk without the technology, or wouldn't they? I don't know, but I do think, and I need to look at that. I need to compare a tablet versus non-tablet with the same question. So the same problem solving, tablet versus non-tablet. I would say that there's lots of possibility, and I would encourage you, if you're interested in also, contacting me, and we can undertake research to see, is there a difference in the kind of talk with the tablet? I know that the work done by Neil Mercer and Wegeruff and the Slant Project has shown that technology elicits more talk than a pen and paper in a maths classroom, because students tend to not share as much dialogue when they are solving their own problems, when they're solving a problem together on a piece of paper. But I haven't witnessed that, and I would have to see methodologically how you separate the problem from the technology.
Thank you. One more question, colleagues. I see Charles Msipa has their hand up. Please go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I can hear you, Charles.
Yeah. Okay, good morning, colleagues. Yeah, I want to comment on the last, what Prof just said last. Technology is, with the way I understand it myself, is a means of doing something. So I think if the teacher, as a teacher, I don't have a good way of like conceptualizing activities for students to learn, technology just is useless. Even in the ages of, which is still now is, in the ages of pen and paper technology, if I'm not able to design or create learning situations for the students, any technology, whether it's pen and paper technology or it's modern technology, it's very useless, because technology is the means of working in a certain way. That's what I want to put there. Thank you.
Charles, I agree with you 100%. Technology is a tool. That's why something like Mathletics or CamiMaths, Master Maths, they can't teach mathematics. They can reinforce what is taught. They're based on drill and practice. Okay, they're very good reinforcement tools. They're very good at reinforcing knowledge, but they can't teach new concepts. And that's where the teacher comes in. I have yet to find a maths program, game, whatever, that is able to teach children concepts rather than merely reinforce what they already know. I am myself at the moment designing a science app because science is so badly taught. My daughter's in primary school, and when she came home 6 years doing photosynthesis for 6 years and didn't know what photosynthesis was until we grew our own tomatoes, I thought there's something terribly wrong with what's happening in school. So I decided I'm going to design an app. I got hired scientists, science teachers, science educators, and we're designing an app that builds conceptual development into the app. It's hard. It's very hard. I'd rather do Cami maths. That's much easier, you know, just come up with the answers. This is hard because we have to formulate problems for them that get at the essence. Like, what is the essence of matter? It's atomic. Now, how are you going to teach that to a grade 5? Can be done, but it's difficult. So I agree with you so much, Charles, that if you don't have the knowledge, you can't give it. And I have not yet seen a maths program myself. So I'm not saying they're not out there. I'm saying myself. What's used in schools is lovely for reinforcement. And we do need reinforcement. You know, rote learning is very good. We shouldn't get rid of rote learning for times tables. My daughter doesn't know her times tables because she was taught to learn maths with sticks and God knows what. I don't know what the curriculum was doing with her, but she doesn't know her times tables. Now, that's a great thing to learn by rote, but you can't learn much by rote. You can't learn concepts.
Prof. Admin, thank you so much. What an insightful presentation. Thank you for sharing your brilliant pioneering work with us. We really appreciate it. Colleagues, I'm going to now pass it to the next chair for the next session. Thank you all so much. Prof. Raja, you are muted. If you can unmute, please.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, participants. It is really my privilege and pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Prof. Anthony Essien. Prof. Essien is the interim South African Numeracy Chair at the Wits School of Education. He has been the Deputy Head of School for Research at Wits from 2020 to September 2022. He was also the head of maths education at the same school from 2017 to 2021. He serves on several mathematics education journal boards, among them being Studies on Maths Education and Society, Educational Studies in Mathematics, and the African Journal of Research in Mathematics, Science and Technology Education. From 2018 to 2022, he was an elected member of the International Committee for the International Group for the Psychology of Mathematics Education. He's also served as the associate editor for 11 years of Pythagoras. Prof. Essien's field of research is in language issues in the teaching and learning of mathematics from primary level to teacher education. His most recent book is Multilingual Yearbook 2021, Policy and Practice in STEM Education Contexts. It gives me pleasure to hand over to Prof. Anthony Essien. His talk is entitled Developing Mathematical Knowledge by Considering Language of Instruction in Mathematics Teaching. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Professor Raja. Hello, everyone, and I would like to apologize for only joining the workshop now. Okay, it's actually, and I was a bit. I'm just having another thing I'm doing at the moment, so some of the things I may be sharing, I joined in when Nikki was presenting, and I saw that you talked a bit about language. So I wish I had attended that session, but I didn't. So if there's any repetition, I do apologize. Okay. So in South Africa, for those who are from America, in South Africa, the language of instruction up to grade 3 is the home language in most public schools. And then from grade 4 onwards, the language of instruction is switched to English. And I heard Nikki talking about a swift switch to English, and that happens in grade 4 in South Africa. And multilingualism is seen as the norm in South Africa. And research has shown that teaching mathematics in multilingual classrooms is complex. And we can point to research by Jill Adler on that issue, Setati also, and others. Barwell talks about the triple challenge in multilingual classrooms and the challenges actually faced by multilingual teachers. He said the teacher has to pay attention to the mathematics, but in addition to paying attention to the mathematics, the teacher needs to pay attention to the English, which is, or to the language of teaching and learning, English in this case. And then attention also needs to be paid to the mathematical language. So to that, I'll add a fourth one, which is interaction between the languages. And I'll show an example of that in the next couple of minutes. Okay. So teaching mathematics in multilingual classrooms, as I indicated, is complex, and learners' sense making in mathematics is determined by a number of things. And the first one is the particular usage and structure of the language. We also need to take into account how a particular language is used in the everyday versus in mathematics, and then how the students express their own mathematical thinking in their own language, and how the language used in the textbook is compared to the language the teacher uses. And as I said in the previous slide, I've added one, whether there's interaction between the home language and English. So when dealing with issues around multilingualism in the classroom, the question can always be asked, has English failed? I know someone asked me that question in one conference I attended. Has English failed? Why are we talking about multilingualism? Let's just teach mathematics in English and go our way. And I think Nicky Roberts actually talked to that when he said, in fact, in the past, mathematics was only done in Latin and in Greek, and not in English. Mathematics only started in English around the 16th century. So for us in our case, in the case of in the situation where we have multilingualism, so what difference does it make to learn mathematics in one's own language? How do the language of teaching and learning and in English, for example, and other languages that are present in the class, how do they impact the teaching and learning of mathematics? Most of us in the mathematics field, we've heard about the threshold theory. So I'm going to briefly talk about that, and I'm going to use the case of Ethiopia by research by a South African, Hugh, in 2012, and research by Clarkson in Australia to demonstrate something about the threshold theory, and then make a particular argument I want to make in my presentation. Okay, so just simply put, the threshold theory says that for learners to begin to benefit from being multilingual or from being bilingual, they need to have reached a particular threshold of proficiency in the languages they speak so that they can then begin to reap the cognitive benefit of being bilingual. Okay, and then when Cummings distinguished the two levels of the threshold here, he came to the conclusion that, it is important for the learner's home language to be firmly entrenched for there to be any positive benefits from the child being bilingual. The research by our colleagues in Ethiopia reveals exactly the same thing. And why they went to Ethiopia is that in Ethiopia, they talk about regions rather than provinces or states. So in Ethiopia, they deal with different language in education policies in different regions. So in the region you see there, they teach in their home language for 8 years, and then they switched in the 9th year, and so on and so forth with this. These other regions, for mathematics, they teach in the home language for 6 years, and then the switch is in the 7th year. For these other ones, 6 years, and you can see the numbers are going down. The last two regions, they go straight for English. And so what they did was to test the mathematics abilities of learners, the math, science, English abilities of learners in these different provinces. And their results actually showed that the learners who were kept longer in their home language outperformed the learners who actually went straight for English. So it is important to say that because, again, as I said, people always think going straight for English is always the best. Well, it might be a second best because certain things are not in place that will make it the actual thing to aspire for. The same applies to the research by Clarkson. So Clarkson was prompted by the need to provide evidence that could inform that debate about the use of own language in teaching and learning of mathematics. So what he did was to have participants who were proficient in their mother tongue only, then participants who were proficient in English only, then participants who were neither proficient in English nor proficient in their home language. And then the fourth category were participants who were proficient in both English and the home language. And then one of the findings was that the learners who were proficient in both home language and English outperformed all the other categories, despite the fact that the monolingual learners, those who were only English-speaking students, attended more resourced schools. Okay. And then he also found out that bilingual learners who had low competence, low proficiency in both their home language and English performed very poorly. So research also by Howie, and we know Howie did analysis of teams and concluded that students' proficiency in English is a strong predictor of success in mathematics. Okay. And then nowadays we hear about decolonization in mathematics, and we've listened to one of the presenters talk about decolonizing mathematics. But more often than not, decolonizing mathematics is equated to, simply teaching in the home language. Or when we teach in our home languages, in our African languages, we are decolonizing mathematics. English is a colonial language. And for me, my argument is always that, okay, the meaning making or the ability to teach and understand mathematical concepts need to go beyond mere proficiency in our own context. And that's mere proficiency in either the home language or English. And I would make my point now. So when we talk about critical issues in mathematics teaching and learning in South Africa, for example, in terms of the language issues, there are things that stand out. And the first thing that stands out is the high language density. Oh, there's multiplicity of languages in the class. But what is less visible, what lurks behind the visible, is the distinct nature of multilingualism. Okay, and I can cite an example. In a place like Johannesburg, which is very cosmopolitan, we have situations where we can have multiple languages in the class. While if you go to a province like KZN, there is a dominance of one indigenous language. So the practices that may work in a place like isiZulu might not necessarily work in a class where there is multiplicity of languages. The other second issue that stands out is the colonial history regarding language. Okay, the colonial language versus the indigenous language, and I have talked about it. Yeah, but what we also don't see is also cross-linguistic issues, the interactions that can happen between languages. Again, as I said, I'll come to an example of that. And then we always talk about transitioning from the African language to a world language, in our own case, English. But there are some issues that come with that, and the main issue will be the translation issues. I have an example of that too. But again, there is the standardization issue, the issue of dialects, of textbooks, of and so on. And then also in the class, we might see, or what might stand out is the proficiency of our learners in the language of teaching and learning in English, for example. Okay, but what we don't necessarily see will be the varying proficiencies even within the home languages that learners speak, and the tonal variations that can come into play, and the structural linguistic differences that characterize the different languages that are present in the class. So I want to show you this task that I normally give to my master's students every year. So I tell them in the months below, the circles represent the number of days it rains per month. Which month has the least rainfall? Okay. So I have students who would say it is March, and others who would say it is April. And those who say it is March don't see why some students are saying it's April, and vice versa, because even those who say April don't see why anyone should say March is the month with the least rainfall. The argument got heated one particular year that one guy got up and said, this mathematics will make us fight. How can you say the answer is April? If there are three friends, friend A has 3 rand, friend B has 1 rand, friend C has nothing at all. Who has got the least money? Is it not the friend B who's got the least money? So they have their reasons, okay? They have their reasons. They have their reasons for saying it, for providing the answers. So what I normally do is to take a pen, 3 pens, and I put the 3 pens on the table, and I say, okay, someone from a particular home language, translate this in your home language for me. And I get another person who speaks the same home language to translate for me too. I said, okay, tell me, for example, in isiZulu, how you say there are 3 pens on the table. And then the translation will come, and then I'll ask the other translator, what did he say? And he will repeat, there are 3 pens on the table. Then I'll take out 2 pens and I'm left with 1. I said, okay, there is 1 pen on the table, translate for me in isiZulu. They will do the same thing. Okay, and the translation will be correct. Then I'll take out the last pen. And then I said, translate this for me. There is 0 pen on the table. And then there's usually a pause. They will wait a minute and then think a bit and then translate. Then I said, no. But what you have said is that there's no pen on the table. I said there is 0 pen on the table. They try again and say, but no, we can't say 0 in isiZulu. It just doesn't exist. And I promise you, each time I do that, I always get that answer. There's no 0. Because even when they say, okay, we can use this term to represent 0 in the home language, I say, okay, then translate the sentence for me. They still have a problem with it. Okay, so who is right? Is it March? Is it April? The point is this: we have linguistic capital. Our learners have linguistic capital they come to class with, and that linguistic capital is the whole linguistic baggage they come with. In their home language, if they talk about the word list, what is the list? They are referring to a quantity of which the one they are referring to is the smallest. The term list is never understood in the context of nothingness. There has to be something of which what they are pointing at is the smallest amount. And now, when they transfer that linguistic capital into mathematics, then their logic falls apart, because in mathematics, 0 is a number, and in this particular case, April would be the correct answer in mathematics. And so the movement of 0 as absence to 0 as a number becomes problematic for them to understand. Again, those who are fanatics of ethnomathematics, obviously, who ask, whose mathematics then are we dealing with? And that's the issue with language, because you can say, what if mathematics was started off in isiZulu? Perhaps we would understand this particular context, this particular question. The answer to this, you would see the answer to this question as March. But let's not go into that discussion. Let's go to the next issue, translation issue. So with my team in the chair project, we do some trainings, and so one of the things we do is to have all these training manuals in the different languages. And so one of the questions we had to look carefully at was 2 more than a number. So if we have 65, so 2 more than 65, and we realize that the translation is in isiZulu literally is translated as 2 on top of 65. 2 on top of 65. And when you say on top of 65, then what are you referring to? Is it on top? 2 on top? Is that this 45? Is that 2 on top of it? It really doesn't make sense when you translate it literally back into English. 2 on top of 65. Okay. And so that becomes one of the translation issues that this is one of the many translation issues we deal with when we deal with languages. Okay. Again, so when we look at the rainfall task that I just talked about, is the problem here proficiency in the language? Is it about communicative competence? I have no doubt that my master's students are very proficient in isiZulu, but they still arrive at the answer of March as the month with the least rainfall. So that means that in addition to proficiency in the language of teaching and learning, there needs to be something more. And that is why when I think in terms of decolonizing mathematics, I say it is not simply about teaching solely in the indigenous African languages, and it is not about the use of multiple languages. It is not about recontextualizing story problems like a story problem that talks about Mount Kilimanjaro and then someone changes it to Table Mountain, and that is recontextualizing. I think the key thing in any mathematics class is meaning making. And in the multilingual classrooms, when we teach mathematics, we need to take into account the critical issues that I've just mentioned above. Okay. And how do we do that? Okay. We can do that by simply softening the boundaries between languages that are present in the class, and that suggests drawing on the full repertoire of students. It's about linguistic awareness and pedagogical translanguaging. And as I said, meaning making is central, and we can use cross-linguistic comparisons in teaching mathematics, so that then learners can benefit from their multilingualism. So for me, the key question to ask is, how can we help learners harness the full epistemic potential of the multiplicity of languages that they speak? Or in the classroom, how can we help the teacher take advantage or harness the epistemic potential of the multiplicity of languages that are present in the classroom? Okay, I do get people ask me a question about, what if I do not understand the home language of my students? What do I do? And I always say, understanding the home language of your learners or students is an advantage, obviously, but it doesn't mean that if you don't, you cannot make use of the home language. And I like citing that example of the turning point. There is a work by Van Jaarsveld, who went to a class where they were teaching, or two classes, one an Isi-Xhosa class and the other one an English, an Afrikaans class, where they were teaching turning point. The Afrikaans class did the turning point the traditional way, and it was unproblematic for them. While in the Isi-Xhosa class, the teacher asked them, how do you say turning point in your home language? And then the learners started thinking about it. How do we say turning point? They realized they could not translate turning point. And that is because they later realized that you are saying in English, if you think of the term literally, you are saying something is turning, but at the same time, it is at a point. And so there is some kind of an oxymoron there, a contradiction of term, and therefore they couldn't translate it. And so what they started doing was to say, well, how can we think of the turning point? What term can we think of the turning point as, so that it makes sense when we translate into our home language? So they came up with a term in the home language first, and translated the term into English, and then went to the Afrikaans term and said, in fact, the Afrikaans term for turning point should actually be this rather than that. So this is a class where the teacher does not necessarily understand the home language, but was able to use cross-linguistic comparisons to get the learners to understand the concept. And it might be a simple concept as turning point, but the reality remains that it will be a much more complex concept, where learners bring in their home language, engage with what the term means in their home language, and try to understand how the term is expressed in the home language in a mathematical way, and get learners to understand the concept better.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Professor Essien. You've got a few minutes left.
Yes, I'm almost at the end. Okay, this is my last but one slide. Okay, so for me, we always hear people ask the question, is language a resource and all that? I think we should move past that now. We should move past that and begin to ask other questions. We should just kind of understand that, yes, language is a resource, and be asking other questions like, what would a full repertoire language policy look like, where it is officially mandated that learners use all languages available to them? So what would that look like? This is what we need to be researching on. What would a full repertoire approach to teacher education be, or would a full repertoire approach to teacher education be possible? What would it look like? What about textbooks? The same question can apply to textbooks. What would that look like too, when we want to harness the epistemic potential that that is in the understanding and use of multiple languages. So some of these ideas are taken up in this book that is coming out next month. Yeah, and so we engage with some of these ideas and some of these issues around the African continent, and there are 4 chapters from South Africa in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that highly relevant presentation, not only for South African schools, but indeed in the entire colonized world. We open now the floor for questions, but I do note that there are 2 questions in the question and answer section, the written questions. So I will start there, Prof, and if we have time, we can take oral questions. So, Prof, the question reads, my question is from Sizwe. Let me just, sorry, I'm just getting to that question. From Sizwe Mnisi. His question is, what are some strategies for promoting language development in mathematics for students who are learning in a second or additional language? In second or additional languages, what are some strategies for promoting language development in mathematics?
Okay, will you ask both questions and I answer them together, or you
okay, sure.
One after the other?
The second is just related to the rainfall task. If we remove April, what will be the answer? And
okay.
Yes. There's one more, maybe, if that was, if I may, the last one here. How do a previous presenter cited the concepts of 0 and a point in a geometrical space as complex in learning maths, presumably regardless of language. How do you reconcile this with your example that suggests that the concept of 0 is only challenging to isiZulu learners? Prof. Anthony, the question comes from Kitelo Malloy.
I start then with the last question. Okay, I actually did not, I was using isiZulu as an example of an African language. And I did mention also that in all the places I've presented, I've done this task, the answer is always the same. So it is not simply about isiZulu as a language, it's mainly something that is very, very common to African indigenous languages. And I'm not going to go beyond Africa because I don't know of other languages, but I have a good grasp of a number of African languages, and I know I'll struggle to actually say there is 0 pen on the table. Okay, so isiZulu was just used as an example of an African language. Okay, so the second question says, if I remove April, what would be the answer? Okay, April has nothing, okay, and March has 1, Feb has 3, and January 5. So my simple answer would be that it would be March. Okay. And then the first question by Sizwe was, what would be the strategy for promoting language development? I think you can look at this from 2 different perspectives, or from different perspectives. Are you looking at it from the teacher's perspective, or from the policy perspective, yeah, let's think about the two, teacher and policy. In terms of policy, okay, we have a very robust policy, but again, the policy talks about additive bilingualism more than anything else. And the critique of additive bilingualism is that it is still a kind of monoglossic perspective of looking at things, because we are looking at multiple monolingualism. First, you must first learn one language and then the other one, and then and others who actually call it a colonial mentality. When you talk about additive bilingualism, they prefer to talk about translanguaging rather than additive bilingualism. And then from the policy point of, from the teacher point of view, well, in the mathematics classroom, the question then should be, what would be the strategy for promoting the mathematics register? Because I don't think in the mathematics classroom is where we should be teaching learners English, for example, where we should be doing language development in general, okay? That said, the countries where learning in multiple languages, in maybe in 2 languages, the countries where that has taken off and there's success in that are countries, in fact, where there is competent teaching of English alongside the home language, so that there's a seamless transition when they move to the transition grade or the transition when they move to university. So we are not there yet. More often than not, the type of English language we get in the early grades would be the academic English, where we are learning grammar and all that. You can know all the grammar possible in the world, but you may still not be able to speak a language. I do speak French, and I know French has a lot of rules and exceptions to rules and all that. You can know all that, but you still may not be able to speak French fluently. So until we have some kind of strategy for teaching English language in a proficient way, we keep coming to this argument about whether or not we should be starting from English to teach, or whether or not we should be switching at some point, or where the actual switching should be. Okay, but as a teacher, we can develop our learners' mathematical register. And one way of developing the mathematics register is, in fact, paying attention to how they communicate mathematically, what they say when they speak to you, encouraging, as one of the presenters talked about, encouraging participation, because that is how you know when learners communicate and how they communicate their mathematical thinking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And we will close the session and move on to the next session. I hand over to Dr. Bongiwe Zulu. Dr. Zulu.
Dr. Zulu is connecting. Dr. Zulu, I think your sharing session has just started.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. Sorry, I was changing my laptop because of the load shedding. So it means I will switch off my video because of the connection problem.
Sure.
Our next presenter today is Dr. Safura Miran. Dr. Safura Miran is a senior lecturer at the University of South Africa, specializing in mathematics and curriculum. She is known for her diverse projects and publication in the field of mathematics education. It gives me pleasure to introduce Dr. Miran. Dr. Miran, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, and for the good introduction as well. So I will be talking about using Ethnomaths to, well, my slide, I can't see it clearly. Let me push this on this side, to address intermediate phase mathematics challenge. So, today I had an interest, the sessions were all interesting and we learned so much, and I hope I can add a little bit more to that learning. So, let me just minimize this. We've been talking about the problem of maths, and, in South Africa, we use a CAPS curriculum, and teachers have to follow that religiously. So, they have to stick with the CAPS curriculum, and then we have the examinations that follow to check how well we are are doing against other countries, other provinces like the Tims and the Anna, and even it happens to America as well. Even America, there has been a drop in performance, and even because I spoke about America because we are working with them at the moment. But here in South Africa, we have not done very well in terms. And, actually ranging, coming out last in 2015. 2019, we had a little more progress. We came out of 64 countries, third last. So, maths performance is a real issue. So, now let me see. I have to. Okay, there you go. I think I better do it this way. Yeah. So when we look at maths, what we need to realize is that we need to contextualize mathematics. I've listened to Prof. Hardman, and she said clearly, everyone can learn maths. And I truly believe that. And if we use everyday practices, it can be much easier because we have diverse learners in the classroom. So if we make it contextualized, it will actually enhance understanding. And because we're in an African situation, it needs to be Africanized. So Hostim Care actually says, if we use ethnomathematics and bring in indigenous knowledge systems, it will be unique to African countries. Hence, we look at ethnomathematics. And we look at D'Ambrosio's definition of ethnomathematics. And what I want to outline to you is that he talks about the way, we mathematize, count, measure, and relate and classify. We can learn that through the culture and race. Through our culture, we can use those ways to learn these concepts instead of making it so westernized, right? And then what we've decided, and we formed a project group where we now have been working with intermediate phase mathematics teachers in KZN, because we felt that maths needs to be interesting and relevant for learners. So we chose indigenous games for learners to learn maths in grade 4 to 6, right? And you know what? We actually feel that games, transcends knowledge. Learners understand games. Any game that they use in the classroom, any game that they play, they all enjoy it, even if it's particular to a particular culture. And I will show you more when we are talking, okay, further, when I show you more of what we have done, okay? So our research question is, how can teachers use ethnomathematics to improve the learning of mathematics by learners in the intermediate phase in the South African context? You will hear me say we, because although I'm presenting this, I work together with a great team, okay? So what we did was we sampled 10 schools in the Tonga, Vedel, and surrounding areas. And we sampled these schools because they were more rural to semi-rural, and because, there were learners there that come from very poor socioeconomic backgrounds. And we wanted, we kind of ignore learners that we feel can't learn maths. And we believe that those that come from poor socioeconomic background can't learn maths, which is so untrue, right? And then although we sampled these schools, we actually looked at the 10 mathematics teachers who teach in the intermediate phase, okay? And the first thing that we did, we went to community elders, because we're talking about indigenous games. How do we learn about indigenous games if not from community elders? And we needed the knowledge of the games from there. So what we did, we actually did snowballing sampling, where we identified one community elder and they told us about another and another. And we identified community elders from Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and KwaZulu-Natal. And, the community elders that we worked with, and even as our authors say here, they had very limited school knowledge, yet they use mathematics daily in their lives. Okay. And we actually, well, I'm not going to go into what we did, but we did do interviews and observations. Mostly we interviewed the community elders, and their grandchildren played the games for us, and then they explained it to us. Okay. Very importantly, are the games that they looked particularly at. And they looked at the Shere, the Dibeke. Shere is similar to hopscotch. The Dibeke is a kind of a game. It's like a soccer game, right? Diketo is a game that you throw stones with. And then there's a Moruba and a Morabaraba. Now, Moruba is, depending on the culture where they come from. For example, in Mpumalanga, they actually call the Moruba Mela. And they call the Morabaraba, they call it Moruba. So it depended really on the culture that they come from, what the names of these were called. But most importantly, we looked at these community elders gave us the rules of the games, first of all, which I don't have much time, so I'm not going to go through the rules. And we actually identified the concepts from here. For example, estimation, counting, addition and subtraction. Remember, with the Moruba game, they use stones and they move the stones, and it can be multiples of 2 or 3 or 4. So, and even logical deductions, problem solving can be used from this game. In fact, teachers, and I'll go further to tell you, when we're working with the games, we're actually able to identify concepts that they could use to teach in the classroom from the Moruba game, right? Then the Morabaraba game board is a similar one to checkers or the X and O game, right? Very popular game, much loved and played by children. And the concepts, of course, is properties of quadrilateral, counting, addition and subtraction, logical deduction, even estimation, reasoning, mathematical reasoning, ratio proportion, symmetry. And, if we can give these kind of games to teachers, they were able to actually identify what concepts they could teach from here. And then this is a Shere game, very similar to hopscotch. And here you can see the numbers, but the numbers can differ again. It can be multiples, it can be higher ranging numbers. I just gave you a simple one here. And maths concepts, quadrilaterals, perimeter and area, common fractions, properties of 2D shapes came out here. So we conclude for this part that the elders had little mathematical knowledge, but they were able to use numbers in their daily lives. So, indigenous games actually provide a rich context for mathematical learning. And then after that, we went to the teachers themselves to find out what were the problems that they had, in particular with particular concepts in the grade 4 to 6 classrooms. And we found out that mostly they had problems with multiplication and division. And yes, multiples seem to be creating a big problem for them. Okay. And they had problems with, actually they found that because of multiplication and division being a problem, it was only because of the multiplication timetables. Learners did not know multiplication timetables, so they could not, use these concepts. And apparently there's so many different ways of multiplying, and all of these I've introduced. So the teachers felt that they were really inundated to teach the different methods of multiplication and division to the learners. And then place value, and very simply, the learners could not use the tens, the hundred, they could not put them on the correct column and so forth. And problem solving, of course, and Professor Essien has spoken a whole lot of language issues, and that came out very, very prominently here, because teachers said the problem they had was language, and learners not understanding the problems because of the language issue. At that moment in time, when we had gone to the classroom, numeric patterns were taught. And yes, for those learners, it became very difficult to understand these numeric patterns, because it's actually going now more towards the abstract, if I may say. So, if they did not have the basic knowledge, they found it very difficult to go on further to identify patterns, right? And yes, geometry was an issue for 3 of the 10 schools, especially with the patterns, geometric patterns. And, one teacher actually said if they go to grade 7, it's a disaster because they don't understand geometry in grade 4 to 6. So therefore, we conclude that problems that teachers had in particular concepts of multiplication in particular, multiplication timetables, division, numeric patterns, geometry, and so forth. So after this, we went on to a brainstorming session where we worked with maths experts, and we also worked with Prof. Zanele Ngobo from UKZN. And we actually used the CAPS curriculum, and we used the concepts from there, and we developed, we integrated the games with those concepts, and created worksheets for the so we could assist teachers on also developing their own worksheets. And we had a very interesting intervention program. As you can see, we discussed our project plan with the teachers, right? Who were very excited about it because it was something new. They had never heard of ethnomathematics. And then Prof. David's somebody who's also part of our team, explained the problems that we're having in maths. What issues we are, teachers do know the problems that we are having, but they need to actually see the stats. And we spoke about the CAPS policy and, a simple social cultural theory, how to use mediation, scaffolding, working in collaborative ways using the games. Then we used them, this was actually quite a difficult game, the Moruba game. And if you can see here, our colleague, Dr. Moila, is playing. And we all had played with the teachers to show them how the rules work and how you play the games, right? We deliberately chose the most difficult game, and I'll tell you why later. And then we had Dr. Kodisang, who worked through how you can use a curriculum and how the CAPS curriculum as it is, and how you can integrate the games within the math curriculum, So we were not separating it from what the teachers were doing every day, okay? And we went on to actually show teachers that they could use scrap materials to make the templates of the games, and they could use whatever resources they could find. They could use it because remember we worked with 4 schools, and we also set up a WhatsApp group with teachers. We got teachers into grade 4, 5, and 6 so they could work together on lesson planning and the worksheets, okay? Arising from that, we had a very effective feedback session from a focus group session. And what we have found that the teachers found that these new ideas, they were new ideas, concept, and stepping stones, which was good exposure for them. And, they actually changed the attitude towards games from negative to educational, because teachers view maths as mostly chalk and talk. So they actually found there was something new that was here. So the notion of game and fun was exciting to them. It was a new way of teaching learners to learn. And of course, the integration principle in CAPS. So it by helping them see how they could integrate the concepts into these games seemed to be fruitful to them, and they said they better understand how they could do it. And they also, what was interesting, they said they could use it for the games could be used for other subjects as well, So that's how much it lent itself to them. And I guess attitudinal and value changes. One teacher said, during the lunch break, he's always shouting at the children because they're playing with stones and so forth. But now he felt that if we could show them how to use the games to learn maths, it's a fun way to actually play and at the same time learn maths. And of course, there were negative responses. And one person said, Moruba is so difficult to learn. How can we teach our learners this concept? And I must tell you, our community elders play this game, and it's a difficult concept. And we say that, they don't have much formal education, but they play these games. They use the maths related to these games. And here we go. One teacher said it's a challenge in how to play these games. Okay. And also they related it to large class sizes and control and discipline within the classroom. And that has been pointed out to by many of the presenters today. And potential risks like noise and being scolded by the principal and so forth. The principal will not agree with diversion from the caps. So we have to explain to them, we're not moving from caps. We're using caps, but games is a pedagogical way of bringing across that, a different way of bringing across the maths curriculum. So overall, it enhances the content knowledge of mathematics operation. Teachers actually not only contribute the pedagogical content knowledge of maths, but because of the way they were interacting, it was also content knowledge that was coming out that they were learning from each other. And it stimulated reflective thinking, decision-making. It was overall a very interesting intervention program. But let's going forward. So the teachers now were put into groups and, working on this worksheets and so forth. And working together really helped them. And so, and I must tell you, this is now the 3rd year of the project. And every year we're seeing more and more innovative and interesting lessons. They started first with Morabaraba game board, and we did tell the teacher who said that Moruba is very difficult. We said, no, you don't have to use Moruba. You can use any game, and to use in the classroom if it fits. And we found that most of the games fit many mathematical concepts. But as you can see, teachers are busy here with the Moruba class. They're working together. You can see working in groups, yes, because that's one way to assist with large class sizes, communicating and working together and working with their worksheets. If you look closely there, there we go. If you look closely, they're working with the worksheet, they're working with the game, enjoying it. I can tell you this, that we've even had a few schools who are now drawing the Morabaraba game board on the ground. So learners are playing with it during the lunch break. And employ mathematical concepts. They're not just playing it, they're learning from how they were playing, okay? And it's Diketo, the one where you throw the stones and you can even estimate, count, add, subtract from there. It's even used in the classroom in groups, right? And, the one teacher actually used the Morabaraba game for factorization because factorization, the Morabaraba game has 12 beads, but then to make it 12, 24, 36, the factorization, she put them into groups and she worked with the learners that way. If you look at this Jukske, they had to take, what they did was they took bottles and they put sand in the bottles and they had to throw it at a target. So they estimated and then they measured, So there's so many concepts that came out of that Jukske. Okay. Very interesting. We even played with them. They use Khati in the classroom and out. Khati is a skipping rope game. Here they use it for multiplication. Here they were actually using for transformation. They used, where reflection, rotation, and even translation, moving back and forth, and so forth, right? The Shere game is even drawn. One teacher, they had it drawn for them. And if you can see, there's only certain numbers, so they add the numbers, so they left it without numbers as they are working, okay? And so we actually now want to sustain the games. And so we had a very successful session where we showed teachers how to use Microsoft Teams, how to work on Teams, how to share documents so that they could go forth in continuing and work together. You remember we said, teachers, we said they don't have much content and knowledge in primary schools. While I do agree, but this collaboration and working together and forming new ideas has really helped. There was a few principals who actually came to me and said they see maths performance has been improving. They've told me that they see that teachers have been becoming so confident. They're so innovative. The ideas that they are using are so innovative. So that's our project. I thank you very much.
Okay. Dr. Mirana, thank you very much for the interesting and insightful presentation on how to use the games in the teaching and learning of mathematics. Now it's time for the question. Colleagues, are there any questions?
Well, sorry, Dr. Zulu, we'll take 2 questions because we want to have one more session before lunch.
Good evening, Doctor.
Hello.
Yes, now thank you so much for such a lovely presentation. Speaking with Awonka, just trying to think of the difficulty to incorporate the games within the curriculum or the content within the curriculum. How was that? Was the journey of trying to incorporate the two? Or perhaps if you have a particular example that you had achieved that successfully?
Well, you know, as I told you, at first it was very difficult. Teachers also battled in using the games and how to work with the worksheets and work with the learners. But as they carried on, in this 3rd year, it was just flowing and everybody worked so well. And they did say that it takes a little bit of preparation. I found that even the teachers were telling me, I learned this, I learned that. So they're researching. They haven't stopped. They're researching. They're going to learn about how they can use the games, what way they can use it. Finding even ways. You see this. You saw the Sheret be done there. You saw the Moraba Rabas. Some schools are actually raising funds to make those on the ground so that they can use it. So it becomes easier as they play, because when I go to the schools, they are so excited. The teachers want to show me what they made, how they made it, what resources they used to make it, because remember these are poor schools. So we can't say teachers are not doing anything. We just need to give them a platform to be innovative. That's what I think.
Thank you. The last question. Dr. Mirana, once more, thank you for the interesting presentation and the number of intervention. We have learned from your research that you have just shared with us. And thank you for being part of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, good day. It is my honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed speaker for this session, Professor Vimolan Mudali, a distinguished researcher from the School of Education at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Professor Mudali has significantly contributed to the teaching and learning of mathematics, and more specifically in the field of visualization, geometry, and proof. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Mudali as we eagerly anticipate his enlightening presentation that promises to deepen our understanding of the pivotal role visualization plays in shaping mathematics education. I will hand over to you, Prof, to begin your talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zulu. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say at the outset that I will make sure that you go to lunch as soon as possible by at least 2:05. But as an opening statement, I wanted to say, I've heard all of the talks from the morning, And I liked the fact that Professor Balam spoke about specific issues, but coming from the field of engineering. And I like the fact that it relates, it resonates so much with visualization. And there are other people in today's program that spoke about visualization so much more. And then, of course, I think the ideas that Professor Hardman said that spoke about the words in mathematics are words that relate only to mathematics. And I wanted to say that all words relate to something. If I use the word tree, for example, it's just a tree, and it has to be defined as a tree, because what is a tree? And so mathematics is simply that as well. We define words, and I'll use words in these presentations that you may never have heard of, just so that I make a point in terms of visualization. And I'm not sure that we're at the point where we can throw all technology into the digital graveyard as yet, because I think in that case, we'll throw all textbooks into a textbook graveyard as well, because I don't know how well textbooks are being used without the teachers and their knowledge and their pedagogical knowledge and their interventions as well. So yeah, so today I will speak about visualization. We've collaborated with many people throughout the world, nationally as well, in this field. In this presentation, I refer to visualization in two particular ways. In the one way, I talk about it in the form that visualization in the form of an object. So whenever you see a picture, a mathematical picture or chart, a graph, a diagram, a model, or whatever, that's something that the physical eye can see, then that's an object. For example, a thing that looks like a square, a graph that many people have spoken about, a prism that people have seen, may not have seen, may not know, but there is some mathematics in it. That's a kind of an object. And of course, the other is the formation of a mental image. So, and this is where I do a large amount of my work. It's the formation of mental images. You know, when you get any kind of information, it's the seeing using the brain. So that's the, and it's a lot related to the work of SFARD. It's the theoretical framework related to cognition, communication and cognition, where people communicate to themselves, with themselves, you know, by thinking. And so seeing using the brain. So we talk of a seeing brain. So of course, if I say triangle, everybody sitting in this room will have an idea of what a triangle is. Now, it's a definition of what a triangle would be, but it's nonetheless, you have an idea. If I said burger, for example, or pizza, for example, you conjure up an image of what it is. It appears in your brain, because now you have an idea. Different people will think of different triangles, but nonetheless, you think of a triangle. Or if I said a circle, then of course, there's so many things to think about a circle now. That's the point. The point about it is, if you're a mathematics person, you just don't think about that circular thing. You might think about other things. You might think about the radius. You may think about the diameter. You might think about the angle at the center. And you might think about a sector. So there are other things that you may think about, but that's happening in the brain. Nothing is given to you. All I mentioned was the word circle. So that's the intensity of the word circle. And then if I said sphere, and then of course, the most important sphere, although it's not really a sphere, is we know what a sphere is. It's a ball-shaped thing. We would be able to distinguish between a sphere and a circle. All of this can be done mentally. And I must tell you that we've given problems to primary school children, and we've given problems to university first year and second year students, and we found that primary school children were able to solve the problem easily as compared to our first and second year students, only because they were able to draw a diagram. And of course, there are other people that are thinking of these issues, the thinking eye, the seeing brain. And so these are very important issues. The thinking eye, the seeing brain. I mean, this is quite a profound thing to think about, and it's a useful book to read as well. And of course, Simon Etchell says a picture really is worth 1,000 words. I mean, and he writes immensely about diagrams and pictures and videos and what they could do. And that is why I say we're not ready to throw. I mean, just the other day I interviewed somebody, and they said that they use in one of the townships close by, they use one television with cartoons, mathematical cartoons, which they use to teach mathematics. So, and the children are going there in their numbers, and they're learning mathematics. And just to illustrate what pictures can do, if one had to look at this picture and study it very carefully, you don't need words. You don't need to do anything more than simply look at the sequence of pictures in order for you to understand what is actually going on. And today, so today in particular, I'm going to talk about a model that I have been working on. It is the iterative visualization thinking cycle. And I will take, I use the Mobius strip in particular to illustrate the iterative power of our thinking. So, you know, we see a physical object, we may draw, we may do something to it, then we think, and then we draw some more, and we think about it, and so on. And so there is an iterative issue that's related here. So I'm going to take each aspect of it, the doing stage, the understanding stage, the symbolic stage, and so on, and I'll talk about each of these stages as I go along. So at the first stage, it's the idea of the creation of images. And one can only create an image if one has sufficient a priori knowledge. So if I say triangle, you can only understand what a triangle is if you have that knowledge of what a triangle is. Okay, so we create images in our, sorry, I must qualify this. We create images either mentally or physically by drawing them. So you could either draw a triangle on the page, or you could think about a triangle, you know, in your mind. So it's either through imagination or through visual mediators, and that could be manipulative. So, and you could use, you know, all kinds of manipulatives. You could use sticks to create a triangle. You could use a computer program like Sketchpad or GeoGebra to draw a triangle. Whatever the case is, you can use a manipulative. So the manipulative could be physical, it could be technology based. And at this point, it is the doing stage. And you will see as we go along, it's when children are allowed to do things, to engage in particular activities, that they start to learn and start to the process of understanding. So we talk about imagination in the mind, in the brain, and then of course the visual mediators. So it's about, I visualize it, I can see it in my mind, I can see it in the brain. So if I mention the word scutoid, very few may identify the shape actually. So I'm deliberately choosing a word that most people won't know it. It's because I'm thinking about a priori knowledge. So I'm thinking about the word scutoid. Okay, and that's the shape of a scutoid, and it's not like something that is not known. A scutoid, in fact, is they've discovered this to be cells. They use this shape to explain the cells that form perhaps the skin or epithelial layers of one's body. So these are the shape of the cells. So it's not new, but it's there, and we don't know the shape. So I'm just using an idea of how a priori knowledge. So in the future, if somebody mentions scutoid, that's what you will imagine. There are two types of visualization that we need to concentrate on. One, the first is related to the eye and vision. So when you see something, that's visualization. We call it the seeing eye. So consider the word apatum. Now, that too, I presume you've not come across the word apatum. Okay, so in geometry, that's a word that's not generally used, but it is a word. It is a geometric thing. So what is an apatum? Okay, and I'll talk about that just now. The second uses images for insight in the seeing brain. So the first one is you see the apatum, and in the second one, you use the image for insight. So our seeing brain now uses that. So if I say that the apatum is the line segment which goes from the middle, the center of a regular polygon. So it could be any regular polygon. If you took the center of that regular polygon and drew a perpendicular segment to the side, to any side, that's called the apatum, to the midpoint, of course, to any side, then we derive some insight, provided we have the requisite a priori knowledge. So now you know what an apatum is. And look at the diagram. The diagram says it's a regular polygon because there's the indicators on the diagram. And there's the apatum. This is this is the center of the shape of the regular polygon. This is perpendicular, and it shows that it bisects the side. Okay, so now that's the seeing brain converting it into this into a physical image. So what are some of the insights one can derive from it? So in essence, there's the seeing brain, and in essence, I can, without drawing anything more, I can see a lot of information coming out of that. Okay, what are the insights we derive? Can you see if I do this, can you see the congruent cyclic quadrilaterals, for example? Because all of them are perpendicular to the sides and so on. Can we calculate all the angles of the figure? So as a mathematics person, you should be able to find all the angles involved in the figure. So that's part of the visualization. So what our research does is that we give out particular kinds of questions to students, either at university or at schools. This was one such question that is given to the fourth year students. In a quadrilateral, two angles are equal. The third angle is equal to, so it had a lot of words, and that's the point, it had a lot of words. And we said, find the measures of the angles in the quadrilateral. When you see a problem such as this one, now note what the question is. When you see a problem such as this one, list the sequence of activities you engage in order to solve it. What do you really do? So it was not about going and solving the problem. It was about this commodination that I was talking about earlier. It's about trying to get into their brains, and I can't, but I try to elicit from them what they're actually thinking by asking them such questions. And most students said to me, draw diagrams. Most of them said you will draw the scenario, make sense of it. And in each case, you will see them saying, try to envision it, then draw it. Envision it. What does envision it? They want to get it in their minds first. They want to imagine what this thing might look like, and then they go and draw it. So this idea of being iterative, where they imagine it, then draw it, and then they may change it, and then think about it some more and go and change the diagram. That's the iteration that we're talking about. So other students said, first draw any quadrilateral, label the angles, and so on. So that's one question. So at the beginning of the semester, I asked final year students, final year B.Ed students, the following question. Now, these were students who were coming back to campus for the first time as a result of the COVID-19 outbreak. We had not been physically seeing them and so on. So I asked them a simple question. Is there enough information given in the diagram to find the area of the trapezium ABCD? If so, calculate the area. If not, what further information is necessary? And all they had to do was then look at the information, find the area of the trapezium ABCD. So they knew that it was a trapezium. They were given some information on the diagram, and they had to work it out. The very first attempt at the beginning of the semester, 23% of the students said, yes, there's sufficient information. Now, we don't then work with them. We don't solve the problem. We don't do anything with them. At the end of the semester, we went and asked them again, do you think there's sufficient information? And actually, it was really not very good either. The information, the student, what we got was only 52% said yes. The change was not drastic. So students were still not becoming very visual in their thinking or using the diagram a lot. And then, of course, and that was the stage where they were doing things. They were supposed to have done something to this diagram. For example, they should have drawn a perpendicular line from there. The moment they did that, they would have had a good idea of what the solution would have been. And stage two, of course, it's the iteration between the internalization and externalization processes, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. It's about the mental and physical manipulations, and it's exactly where the process of meaning making takes place. When I say understanding takes place here, it's because of the toing and froing between them imagining what they're doing, them writing that down on a piece of paper. And this doesn't take lots of time. Sometimes it happens within seconds that they're able to engage in an entire problem where they can think and write and think and write. And that is why and I don't know whether I put in any examples where you'll see a child write something down and scratch it off and then rewrites it and scratch it, because that's the process they're engaging in. It's an iterative process. They're thinking, they write it down, and then they take some more and say, no, that's wrong. And so they strike it off and they continue with that. And it's at this point when they understand that they say, I see what you mean. Okay. So I put this down in a rather strange way, but I tried to illustrate this iteration. So you give them a task, they define the task by understanding the words, thinking about what is given and what is required, or drawing some visual mediator. So when you give them a task, the first thing everybody does is they might underline the words, they might highlight something, they might draw a diagram, they would do something to that question. So that's the first thing. And then they will try to find a solution. But they find a solution and it's by doing, thinking. So it might be a long process, but that's what they do. And this might be an entire series. So once they've found a solution, they test the solution to see whether it's possible that solution is correct. And if it's not, then they go through the process again. they review the solution, and then they go through the process again. They test the solution and they review the process, and so on, until they arrive at a final solution. That's what students are supposed to do. When we work with them one-to-one, and we watch them and we give it's task-based interviews, this is exactly what we see. And so we gave these students a question. So there were actually 2 questionnaires. In the first questionnaire, we said to them, 3 circles, each having radius 2, are mutually tangent to each other. Sketch what this diagram would look like. Calculate the area of the space or spaces between these circles. Okay. So, and in the next one, we gave them 3 circles, each having, so in the first one, in other words, in the first one, we gave them the question and we told them to draw the diagram. We didn't give them the diagram. In the second one, we gave them the question and the diagram, and we wanted to see what happened. In the first instance, where we said to them 3 circles, each having radius 2 are mutually tangent to each other. Now, the words mutually tangent to each other were significant, okay? 17 of the 45 students drew these diagrams here. Now, those were not tangent at all. Those were not tangent at all. And there were many of those. These were tangent, but not mutually tangent. Okay, so words were very important. And we understand that language could have played an important role. And of course, 28 of the 45 students drew the diagram correctly. But despite drawing the diagram, and this was actually fairly good diagrams, by the way, and the idea, and you could see their thinking. You could see their thinking when you see the triangles that they had drawn. Okay, so very few could actually solve the problem, though. Okay, so, but what we did thereafter was we then engaged them in a series of difficult questions that they had to work with in terms of area and so on. So, you know, these were easy. This was not so easy. So, you know, they had to work with some bit of thought, and they had to do some work. But they had to do some of these work in the class. And then eventually, this is what our findings show. Let's look at solution of student A, who drew the diagram correctly in the first instance. So diagrams were not given, but he drew the diagram, but he could not solve the problem. For some odd reason, he couldn't. But after active engagement with diagrams in the class, after working with all of those problems in the class, given the diagram, it was the same diagram that he drew, he was able to solve the problem. Okay, so clearly something happened in that period that he was engaging with these diagrams in a class. Student B initially drew the diagram correctly, but he gave us a blank solution. He simply wrote area of, and that's what he stopped at. You could see, we don't know what he was thinking about there. He simply drew the radii there. But after active engagement with diagrams, this is what he did. Again, there's his solution. He managed to get the answer correct. Student C drew no diagram in the first instance. But we understand that student C had some idea of what he was doing, because if one follows his argument, one could see that, well, he didn't draw a diagram, but he had a sense of what he wanted to do. Mentally, he knew what he was going to do, but it's just that he had a slip. He was thinking about dividing the area of each circle by 4 rather than 6. When he thought of the triangles that was formed in between, so I'm just going to go back. So there's a triangle there. That was an equilateral triangle and it should have been 60 degrees. he thought it was just a quarter. And so he divided by 4, instead of thinking that 60 degrees would in fact be 1/6. So I have but this indicated to us that his mental picture was fairly good. So, but after a while, after he had worked through all the examples in the class, this is his solution. And then, of course, stage three is where, and stage 3 is what I'm very excited about, of course, because it deals with the formation or transformation of knowledge. It's about visual analytical thinking, where they take what they've learned, where they inductively, or whatever means they've used to gather the information, new knowledge, and they now they create some kind of formulae or theorem statement or whatever. This is the point where they do that. So it's a symbolic stage where they say, I now got it, I have got it. Student D's transformation was very important, because in task sheet 1, where there was no diagram, this is what he drew. By the way, he had the answer correct. This was a brilliant student. He did very well even in his final exam. So in his final exam, this is what, in his first task sheet 1, this is what he drew. And then he went and solved the problem. That was pretty good. But in task sheet 2, he didn't do anything to the diagram at all. All he did was below it, he went and drew this, which to me was an absolute brilliant way of seeing something, because he could see that there were 60 degrees, 60 degrees, 60 degrees. It took the 3 sectors, he put them together, and he got a semicircle. And that was a different way of thinking, a different way of getting the solution. So the transformation that he showed was absolutely fantastic. And I think that was to me a very important discovery, that children can think in different ways. It's just that we don't give them an opportunity. And so he did differently. This is what he did. Okay, so on the final stage, of course, I'm not going to talk about this. It's the application stage. Once you've learned the new ideas, you go and apply it in new situations and so on. And that's where I will end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much, Prof, for your insightful and thought-provoking presentation on the role of visualization in mathematics. I mean, your expertise in this area always enhances my understanding of mathematics, and I'm sure the audience can also resonate. So I will then now move on to taking the hands comments from our audience. So I'm going to see if there are any hands raised, and then go to the Q&A section here. Right, I think we have one question here, Prof, on the Q&A from Sizwe Mnisi, asking what are the some common misconceptions that students may have about mathematical concept that can be corrected through the use of visualization? That's the first question, Prof.
I think that's a very good question, actually, because I think in terms of misconceptions, and if you look at the square, for example, and this is one of the things that was on the questionnaire, we draw a 4-sided figure that looks like a square, and we ask them, so can you describe this figure? And every student calls it a square. And the thing about mathematics is you cannot make assumptions without being given any information. So I think what we need to do with diagrams is that we have to present the diagrams in particular ways to our students so that they can align the diagram with what we're teaching. So misconceptions, I mean, when we're teaching, I'm being asked to start my video, sorry. So when we're asked to teach any aspect, it could be similarity, for example. If you have your two triangles with their angles and so on, all being shown, and they can see it, because remember, the eye vision trumps all senses. We must understand that vision trumps all senses. So if they can see what you're talking about, and I say see what you're talking about in two ways. They see it as in physically see it with the eyes, and then they see it as in understand what you're talking about. That's crucial. And I think most misconceptions in mathematics can be resolved by using carefully chosen diagrams and pictures. And I think even the use of technology, and this is where I promote the use of technology like software like Sketchpad and GeoGebra and so on, because I've taught grade 9 students metric mathematics using Sketchpad, and they were able to even prove theorems using the software. So I think it is possible.
Right. Thank you so much, Prof, for your response. I think we have another question. I think this will be the last question, but it's not coming from the Q&A. It's coming from the chat. It's coming, I think, from Tapelo, saying the question of two circles and the equilateral triangle. This is a grade 8 and 9. Grade 8 and 9. Am I right? So this is, I think, the question. This is a grade 8 and 9 problem. I believe we need to be assisted in using manipulatives or visualizations in class in such a way that we do not get behind the curriculum. So this is from Tapelo on the chat.
The question of two circles and the equilateral triangle. This is a grade 8 and a 9 question. I'm not sure where it falls, but of course it probably is there. I think, and one thing that I say to most of our student teachers, very often people say to me that we have a very tight curriculum, and so we can't do all the work that you're talking about. And I say to them, no, you do have the time, because then you ensure that you design your work so that the students will do much of this discovery at home, and they bring it to school the next day, and the discussion will then take place. You know, the dialogue that we talk about, that you use iPads and so on, you can have dialogues using you can have dialogues using the worksheets that you give them and the task sheets that you give them, but you can make them do that at home. So I'm not clear about the question, but I hope the manipulative that you use, you can create manipulatives, tangrams and so on, that you can use to show all of these things in your class. Yes.
Right. Thank you, Prof, for your response to that. I don't see any hands or any other questions. I think we, according to the program, I'm not sure in terms of time whether we'll be going for lunch and then come back for the next sessions. I'll be directed by you, Prof.
Okay, sure. Lunch. Sorry, I'm just not sure why I am okay. So lunch is supposed to be at 1:30 and we return at 2 p.m. So is it possible that it's now almost 1:10, that we go for lunch at, we'll go for lunch now, and is it possible that we'll return to lunch at 1:50, at 10 to 2? Is that okay? I'm going to ask the conference director, Dr. Masinga, to please also respond. Is that okay?
Prof, Dr. Masinga has to attend to another meeting. She will come back, but I think that is fine.
Okay, so what we will do is we will, can I ask that we place a notice. Is it Musa? Can we place a notice in some way on a chat or some way that we will be returning at 1:50?
Prof, can we also like share the YouTube link? People are also asking for it.
Okay, I think the YouTube link was shared earlier, but I can ask. I can ask for that to be done.
I'll share it on the chat. Yeah, I'll also put up the notice.
Thank you very much, Musa. That will be perfect. Okay, so we'll go for lunch now. We'll return at 10 to 2, and then we'll continue from there. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a short while. Hello, Zanele. Are you speaking? Hello, Zanele.
Okay.
I'm really interested.
When do I sign up?
Hi, I'm just checking if Dr. Ben Shongwe is here. We're waiting for a few more people to get in. Is Professor Bonia here?
I see, Prof.
So it seems like Professor it looks like Professor Bonia has not come in. It seems like Professor Bonia has not come in as yet. Then we will have to wait, I think, perhaps, and continue with, let us see. Yes. So they may be looking at the time at 14:40. Mr. Cox was here. Does anybody know whether he's still on or
Prof. Modali will be joining us later because of the time difference. I believe all our US colleagues will be joining us slightly later than now.
Is Yashvira here? Does anybody know? She might not have joined as part.
She's not here. I think I've just chatted with her. She was gonna join at 3:15. She's still at school, but because she looked at the program, so she's not here.
So
But I'm checking with her if she can join. She hasn't responded.
Okay, so we've managed to finish much of the talks were shorter than we expected. Let me see if we can get Professor Bonia. I've sent Professor Bonia a message. I'm hoping that he responds. Is it possible that we can try to contact also Yashvira? She might be
Yes,
busy.
yeah, I've sent her a message also.
And if we can even get Mr. Cox as well, he was here from the morning. Okay, while we're waiting, I think we do have a large number of participants that are still here with us. Perhaps if there are any questions about what transpired so far, then we can all respond to those questions, and we can have a discussion whilst we wait for. We have speakers, presenters that are from the US, and their times are slightly different, and they might be waiting for that particular time to join us. So I'm suggesting that we have a discussion in the meantime. There may be questions, there may be issues that you want to raise that we can talk about in the meantime. And we have with us a number of experts that would be able to probably respond to those questions. So if you do, please raise your hands, and then we can take that. So we can have some discussion related to what occurred this morning. Okay, Professor Bonia says he's waiting for the Zoom code. Maybe I'll send him the Zoom code and he can then join.
Also, Yeshvira is joining.
Okay, that's perfect. Let her join us in the meantime. I will send the Zoom code to Professor Bonia.
There's a question from Patelo Moloi. I think the hand is raised.
I'll take the question in a minute. I just want to respond to Professor Bonia, just so that we can okay, so I've sent that to him. Let's look at the questions. Dr. Moloi, you may ask your question whilst we are waiting.
Thank you, Prof. I'm not sure if I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Thank you, sir. I know it's just remarks on the presentations made this morning, which were very exciting. I just got two remarks to make, and people can respond. One is, this issue of language is very, in my view, is very much interconnected with our understanding of the nature of mathematics. What are we studying in mathematics? Are we studying the real world as we know it, or are we creating a world which becomes more abstract the higher you go with the levels of doing mathematics? That's one thing that always haunts me, because the reason I'm raising this is this issue of learners not being able to know mathematics simply because of their language background. It's a controversial thing to me, Prof, and the conference is controversial. We may be creating an unintended notion that there are groups of people who may not be able to do mathematics because of their language and so on and so on. I think if language is seen as a tool, and as a pedagogic tool that can be used to teach children mathematics, teach people mathematics, to me, I think that's the way to go. And a case in point, Prof. I loved the issue of the zero as a concept as presented by two schools of thought in this conference. One saying zero is a difficult concept to understand, and I presume that was regardless of language. But in other presentation, presented as if it is a problem with African languages, that kind of thing. So I think there's a lot that still needs to be done there. And I know it's controversial issues, but it keeps haunting me. Thanks, Prof. Thanks for the opportunity.
Well, I do know that language is an issue. We see that continuously in mathematics. And I want to stress that language is not just an issue for those learners that are second language or third language English speaking learners as well. It can be, I mean, if you talk about ordinary English speaking learners, there are mathematics that they will not understand either. The language is difficult for them as well. So I'm not a language expert, but if I take the concept of zero, I'm thinking that something that means nothing. That's a difficult one to get our minds around, and it's very hard to explain the concept of zero. So I think ultimately we can, I don't know whether anybody else here who's a language expert who may be able to respond to that in a better way than I can. But I mean, I have not done much research in language, but certainly I think the work that I do tries to ensure that whatever language problems there are, it's nullified in some way by visuals. So, by diagrams, by pictures, and so on. So, and the concept of zero is very difficult. Even the example that was shown to us, with the rainfall, for example. It's also a difficult concept to grasp in how it was presented, how the learners then understood it, and so on. So those are difficult ones. Is there anybody who can answer to that better?
Yeah. Can I come in? Can I come in? Charles,
yes, please.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree that language is a problem for everybody. But of course, for second language speakers, it's actually an exacerbated problem. But when you come to mathematics, the way I understand it myself, I would like to refer to languages like English, Zulu, Xhosa, the way we speak in the street every day. I would like to refer to that as a natural language. And then when we come to languages in sciences, then you're basically constructing a scientific language, which might maybe be based on English or based on any other language like Chinese or whatever. So the problem of constructing a language is actually that one, which is the challenge, because mathematics, the way I see it, it actually wants to create a means of communicating ideas, which goes beyond where the natural languages can go. Then in that process of trying to create a shared meaning, then of course people need sometimes develop the kind of there's a discrepancy how the next person understand it compared to me, or compared to the other person. Then there's this thing of then comes these ideas of community of learning, that way that you engage the issue, whatever is involved, like zero is its effect. Zero, I can't remember the exact century or whatever. Zero, it took a long time to be accepted as a number in the number system. But if you look at the number system itself, maybe from this natural numbers going on, at some point, these systems, they fail. Then it comes in a kind of a construction where you actually do a constructive way to just try to fill the gap which you see that is manifesting in the what. For example, we start with numbers 1, 2, 3 to whatever. Zero is not there, it doesn't appear, you look at them as counting. But when you go to other contexts which actually leads to you getting to zero, like say 9 minus 9, Then we have to kind of make a construction and then now quantify non-existent, like I've got 0 cows. It's a construction. So the only thing is that it's difficult, of course, when people are coming up with these ideas. One person can come with it, but then when you now want to communicate your ideas to somebody else, it should be some kind of a way of trying to create and find the best way of trying to create a common shared meaning of what 0 is. That's how I take it. I don't take it to be like the question which was of the rain, which I saw the way it was presented. I think there is also, it could be a problem that the students were not understanding the English language itself, because the way it put there, one could interpret that we are only comparing months when there is rain, because we know during the year there are some months where there's no rain at all. But now we've got months which they've got rain. Are we only comparing them, or are comparing them with the months which have no rain at all? So the English language also can be a problem itself without being necessarily Zulu or another language. That's my take from that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to respond to that? By the way, I just saw somebody here who could speak, President Yashvira, and she's disappeared.
Yes, she was here, but she was having a problem with connecting with the camera, so she logged out to log in again.
Musa, can I ask, Professor Bonia is having a problem with logging in. Can you please send him the unique code again? Would it be possible?
Let me see if I have his email. Maybe you can share it in the chat.
Okay, I'll send it to you. It is sent to you, Musa. Okay, is there anybody else? I don't see, she has not joined us again. Are there any other questions? Any other comments?
So the Prof Yashvira is in now.
Is she in?
Yes, I see her now.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Yashvira.
Good day, Prof.
So Dr. Zanele Mobo, would you like to introduce her? And we'll continue with Yashvira in the meantime.
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, colleagues. So for this session, we'll have 3 speakers, but the others will come in, we'll introduce them as they come. So I will introduce Ms. Bridgerell. Yashvira is currently an acting departmental head for science and maths in Seaside Combined School, province of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. And she's currently studying towards a PhD in maths education, focusing on algebraic problem solving and its relationship to the development of computational thinking skills for the 4th Industrial Revolution. So she will be reflecting on the teaching of mathematics in the South African context. Over to you, Ms. Bridgerell.
Good day to everyone present. I'm just going to be sharing my screen. I hope you are able to see.
Yes. If possible, can you put it in a slideshow mode?
There we go. Right?
Yes.
I hope all can see it. Okay,
Yes.
so like ma'am said, I'm Mrs. Y. Bridgerell. I'm currently at Seaside's Combined School, and I'm currently engaged in my PhD study. My reflections on teaching mathematics in South Africa are based on my personal experiences, as well as those of the educators in my department. Teaching mathematics in South Africa, like in most other countries, is a highly complex and multifaceted challenge. And the effectiveness of maths education is crucial not only for academic success, but the overall development of any country. Seeing as South Africa is a third world country, building mathematical skills in our learners as well as our educators could go a long way in developing our country to compete with the first world countries as well. I will also be discussing the common challenges and reflecting on possible solutions which I have found to work in my school context. Perhaps these challenges and these solutions may be common in other schools and in other contexts, and as a result, this could be something that we are able to learn from. First of all, looking at the socio-economic disparities. South Africa faces significant socio-economic disparities, and this is definitely reflected in our education system. Many of our learners stem from disadvantaged backgrounds with limited access to resources. In my school, we are a combined school, which means that we have learners that come from grade R, which is the preschool phase, all the way to grade 12, which is our matriculants. Many of those learners actually come from really good home backgrounds, with many of them coming from affluent homes with parents who have very well-paying jobs. However, there is a small minority that stems from the informal settlements in and around the school vicinity. Even though my school is relatively well-resourced, where we do have projectors and smart boards and the basic tools that most learners require in any school. However, when these disadvantaged learners leave the school premises, they still find themselves having very unequal opportunities. Those parents or caregivers for many of those learners are unable to offer the support and guidance when it comes to homework and the reinforcement of general skills. As a result, these learners are often left behind, and unfortunately, because our CAPS curriculum is so condensed and so voluminous, it's really quite difficult our teachers to have to go back and try and assist these learners who are struggling. Our solution at our school, and which has been working quite well to try and bridge those little gaps that we are having, is to run intervention programs which is geared towards our at-risk learners. What is an at-risk learner? An at-risk learner is a child who has a greater opportunity of being able to not actually meet the requirements to pass the phase or a particular grade. An at-risk learner is a child who is struggling, who is weak, and who as a result is not able to move on to the level of questioning that is often found in exam papers, common exams, etc. So what our school has done is we have a program running on a weekly basis. In some cases, like the languages and mathematics, we run it twice a week, where every morning from about 7:15 till 8 o'clock, we have the educators on a rotational basis in the maths department going in and working on a particular question, a particular problem or topic, where learners who are weak can actually score some marks. Learners can reinforce some of those weak areas, and that has been found to be quite fruitful to get the learner to at least the minimum that they should be able to obtain in order to pass. Moving on to other areas in my slide is talking about the language of instruction. The language of instruction is a very crucial factor. In South Africa, we actually have 12 official languages, which is inclusive of sign language. Now, this is just talking about the recognized languages. There's several other languages in our country, such as the Hindu languages, such as overseas languages, which are taught in schools and which are also examined in the NSE. It's important to consider that seeing as many of our learners come from disadvantaged backgrounds and from many rural backgrounds, we find that there are consistent language barriers. And in order to ensure that students have a strong foundation, we need to build the language of learning and teaching. In South Africa, the greatest contributors to barriers to learning stem from language, where the home language of a child differs from the language of learning and teaching. This is something that's very common, especially in KZN, where most of our African learners are fluent with Zulu as the home language. And they come into schools where the home language is now English. Terms used in mathematics have very different meaning from everyday language. It is very important that educators clearly define abstract terminology in order to eliminate misconceptions very early on in a child's development of mathematical skills. Such examples would include things like the word function, limit, and relationship. Our solution is to have regular remedial classes focusing on literacy and numeracy skills. We know that in grade 4 and in grade 8, this is where we see latest transitions from learners moving from the foundation phase into the high school and into the intermediate phase and so on. And we find that most of the problems stem from there, and we need to find ways to try and bridge that gap. The third thing, curriculum challenges. Like I mentioned before, the CAPS curriculum is one which is very inundated with content, and the curriculum plays a vital role in shaping the mathematics education system. South Africa as a country has undergone several changes to try and readdress various issues that have stemmed from the past, and currently we are still trying to balance the difficulties experienced between conceptual understanding, development of problem-solving skills, procedural fluency, and the COVID-19 pandemic did us no favors in this regard. As a school that experienced the rotational system, we really suffered in terms of learners being inconsistent with their presence at school, regular school closures due to the number of infections, having issues where learners were experiencing a revised curriculum where it was shortened, and as a result, key foundational building blocks in mathematics were very poorly taught. They were rushed through, and this all further exacerbated the problems of poor understanding and grasp of skills in our learners. The lack of teaching time up to the same curriculum as a private school in a third of the time, or if we were very lucky, in half of that prescribed time. As a result, we are now seeing the effects of that problem where it's going through our little ones all the way to the high school. Most of our maths learners from grade 4 to grade 9 have the weakest results as a result of so many gaps in their knowledge when they were younger. Teacher training and development. The quality of maths education relies heavily on the competence commitment of teachers. And this is where continuous professional development is quite important. It is essential to keep educators updated with the latest teaching methods and technologies. Addressing the shortage of qualified mathematics educators remains a priority. At my school, this is a severe challenge as I have educators in my department who are not qualified mathematics educators, but due to the shortage, we have had to train them, reskill them, make them learn the content prior to them actually going into the classroom. And this is where involvement in professional bodies such as AMISA, involvement in educator clusters, and development of professional learning communities becomes quite pivotal. Team teaching and peer mentorship also becomes areas of improvement in order to develop teacher training. Technology integration. I know most schools in South Africa are not really able to do this because, again, if they are short of resources, this again poses quite a huge problem. But in my experience, the integration of technology, be it small or big, using a cell phone in the class, using a PowerPoint, all of this integrates technology in the smallest of ways. And teaching mathematics using technology can simply enhance that experience. The COVID-19 era saw a boom in us using online teaching and learning through MS Teams and Zoom lessons. And however, they again, as much as they are pros to everything, their severe cons were learners being able to access data, access to internet, the lack of interaction, poor attendance. And as we all South Africans know, load shedding is a huge problem. And so trying to integrate technology in the classroom effectively is constantly an uphill battle. However, the upside, it's not all doom and gloom. The positive aspects to integrating technology is catering to multiple intelligences, being able to use multimedia to enhance learning, providing links to videos, PowerPoints to encourage deeper understanding, and the use of simulation.
Sorry, Yashvi.
Yeah, Ms. President, I think we are cutting off
environments.
You cut off there.
Sorry? Oh,
but I
I'm
think
sorry.
we are back now.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I think it's the internet connection.
Yes.
So like I was saying, our school WhatsApp groups, the website, and the introduction of an inverter. However, this is something that most schools are not able to do. So that's where things like fundraising and so on, reaching out to communities that can assist would be of huge help to schools. However, in short, I think a lot of educators who may not be exposed to how we can use technology in the classroom to teach mathematics could really get on board. And this is where professional development, again, sort of comes in by educating yourself and finding out what tools are out there that I can use to improve maths education in my school. And teachers can start this in little steps, having little PowerPoints to deepen the understanding, showing some YouTube videos in the classroom. You don't necessarily have to be tech savvy to introduce technology in the teaching of mathematics. Cultural relevance. Making mathematics culturally relevant can contribute to increased engagement and understanding. Incorporating examples and problems that resonate within the South African culture can really help students connect with the subject. In most of our schooling lives, we see mathematics as this abstract concept, this abstract subject that has no bearing to the real world. Many learners ask us, how will I ever use trigonometry in the real world? How is sine and cos going to help us? What is the point of me studying patterns? And some of these things are actually present in our culture and in our countries, and we don't emphasize that enough. In the South African context, we can teach geometry, tessellations, patterns, using South African indigenous artwork, beadwork, pottery, the architecture that is involved in building homes, as well as a lot of Indian art, henna, rangoli designs, mandala art. Many learners use these things when they are coloring and when they are younger. And these are things that we can actually encourage them to do as they go forward in their lives. Our assessment practices. Assessment practices need to be fair and aligned with educational goals. The implementation of common maths assessments in grade 10 to 12 has had its pros and cons. In terms of our schools, one of the major pros to having common maths assessments is the fact that learners are, it pretty much ensures that learners are covering the same syllabus at the same extent that it should be. However, the downside to this is that very few educators are actually involved in the setting of these assessments. And as a result, it actually limits educators being able to have experience in setting fair assessments and building their skills as educators. It's also important that novice educators are encouraged in setting of assessments. And in our school, it's compulsory to make use of informal assessments for maths on a regular basis as educators cover a particular topic. This will also assist in diagnostic analysis to improve areas of weakness in both teaching and learning. Baseline assessments are a regular occurrence at my school, where we run baseline assessments in grade 4 and grade 8 on a yearly basis, seeing as grade 4 learners are coming from the foundation phase, and it's a whole new ball game for these kids. Grade 8 learners have to have baseline assessments in maths and language, primarily because our grade 8 learners don't all stem from the same school. They are arriving from different schools and different primary schools, and the extent to which primary school mathematics educators have covered work differs from context, school context to school context. As a result of this, we have started a Bridging the Gap initiative. And this involves identifying and sitting down with primary school maths teachers to identify what is going wrong in the primary school that isn't quite gelling with what's happening in the high school. And one of the key things that we've picked up is that let's get high school educators to actually sit with primary school educators and moderate their assessments. Look at those themes and content that is similar and find out how can I make sure that a primary school child is able to transition into the high school mathematics smoothly. And all of this has resulted in looking at how we can help to improve the pass rates as well. The scary thing is that the requirements for maths pass rates are different across grades. If you're in the primary school, the pass rate up until grade 9 for mathematics is 50%. In grade 8 and 9, even if you get a 20%, you are considered to be condoned into the following grade. And that's also pretty scary because a child who's getting 20% in maths in grade 9 is still able to choose core mathematics in grade 10. In grade 10 to 12, the pass rate for mathematics is dropped down to 30%. And again, this is quite scary as well, because suddenly parents are wondering, why is my child doing so well in primary school and suddenly they come into the high school and they are failing? A lot of that has to do with the gaps that are taking place in maths education in primary school and high school. A lot of it has to do with a lot of contextual factors such as the school environment, the parental involvement that takes place at home, and a lot of support that is lacking from the Department of Education as well. So there's a lot of contextual factors that influence assessment practices and what's taking place at grassroots level in the various schools. And this is where collaboration and partnerships between different bodies can assist us. Collaboration between educational institutions, government bodies, non-governmental organizations could all prove useful in improving maths education. Partnerships can bring in resources, expertise, and innovative approaches to address the challenges faced in the system. I know a lot of schools in the area have received funding and support and resources through Anglo-American, the Sabaya Trust, and the Dubai Trayport. I would believe that improving maths education in schools involves us understanding that as educators of mathematics, we cannot work as an island. We can't do things by ourselves. As maths educators, as maths practitioners in our schools, as heads of departments, we need to invite other stakeholders who can assist with much needed funding and resources to help better enable our educators and support them so that we can overcome the challenges, not just with the math syllabus, but also with the challenges used to address mathematics in schools, helping to bridge gaps between learners, resources, learners who are underprivileged, helping to support parents who need assistance with their kids. All of that stems from building bridges between the school environment and the outside environment that involves other outside institutions that can assist. Motivation and mindset. Most learners come into maths thinking
We lost you again, Ms. Bridger.
Yashbira, can you hear her?
I don't see her. I think, oh, she's still here.
She's still here, but it's just
Yeah.
a sound. Still a sound. Okay, I think.
Yashvira?
Oh no, she's now.
We lost her.
Okay, we'll give her an opportunity later to field some questions from us, because I'm not sure whether she's going to be able to get back on time. In the meantime, I think we'll go on to our next speaker, Dr. Shongwe. Are you ready? You are muted, Dr. Shongwe. Sorry, let me
Yes.
Yashvira, we will continue with you just now. I'm so sorry we started with Dr. Shongwe. We're not sure how long you will take to get back.
Hi, I think I'm back.
Okay. Do you have many slides to go?
No, just a few.
Okay. Dr. Shongwe, we'll just give Yashvira a moment to finish. How many more?
Just about, I think, 2 more and I'm done.
Okay.
Okay. Right, there we are. Right, so I think I had covered this already. So getting our communities involved, involving parents and various stakeholders in the education process would be vital in order to build a supportive environment at home and in the community. We can positively impact students' attitudes and performance in mathematics. Getting your various stakeholders involved would be your school governing body, having retired maths educators from the community to assist in Saturday classes, engaging with parents and guardians to address areas of concern and how to support their child in order to improve their results in mathematics. In conclusion, teaching mathematics in South Africa requires a holistic and collaborative approach, addressing not only curriculum and pedagogical concerns, but also the broader societal and economic factors that play a huge impact on education. Continuous reflection, adaptation, and a commitment to equity are essential to improve maths education in the country. Just in closing, I have just one last slide showing how to teach a topic in mathematics. This is how I go about it. Steps on conducting any new lesson. For learners, this is again a very abstract subject. So as a result, identifying key parts and words related to any maths concept. Wherever possible, relating these concepts in order to align them with learner experiences and the real world. Using simple language to break down key concepts and definitions. Where laws or rules are involved, providing examples on how to work with each. Giving learners time to practice application of these skills on their own. Reflecting on their attempts, correcting the activities, remediating and rectifying any misconceptions and mistakes. If this is something that is ongoing, then may require having to go through the steps all over again until learners are more comfortable with those concepts. Once that has taken place, moving on to more complex, higher order questions, building onto previous skills in order to scaffold learners. And lastly, engaging in informal testing per topic, which is quite useful in diagnosing problems that may be related to learners or to the way content was taught. So in total, what's been going on at my school is constant reflection, having to engage with additional classes where necessary, meeting with parents and stakeholders to help bridge gaps, identifying members in the community who can assist our school with regular maths classes, as well as engaging with learners themselves to identify where they experience difficulties. From my side, that is more or less the end of my presentation. I thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Richard, for the insightful reflection on the teaching and learning of mathematics, and also sharing your experiences. It is interesting that sometimes in the schools, even in the schools, that we assume they are fully resourced, but these challenges, we also encounter them. And also that unequal opportunities might end up making a learner look like he or she is struggling, while perhaps it's only the matter of not being exposed to equal opportunities. So for now, we'll take 2 questions and then we'll move to the next speaker. I don't know if there are any questions. Perhaps you can stop your slide and then we'll share it if there's the needs. I see one hand from Prof. Mutali.
Thank you, Yashvira. I think your presentation covered much of what we were saying today. Just one question. I see in the last slide, you indicated the kind of sequence in which you will engage in a lesson preparation or lesson delivery. What I see missing there is something to do with activities related to concept development. What kind of actual activities are that you get learners to engage with in terms of developing particular concept? And I'm going to put you on the block here, your head on the block here by asking a very difficult question, and I think this has been raised many times. The concept of zero. How has that been taught in the school? The concept of zero, because does nothing. When you say, I have 10 things and I take it away, and I have nothing, is that zero? And how does that relate to the 0 in 10, for example? So how do teachers cope with all of these things? It's such a difficult task. And it's something that I always wonder how teachers manage them. You don't have to answer all of those questions. I'm just thinking aloud. You can say something if you want to. Thank you.
Oh, yes, Prof. You actually did pose a very difficult question. And I think, to be quite honest, it's a very difficult question for any maths educator, whether they are very highly experienced or not. Again, I'm just going to speak to my own personal experiences and that of what I've observed from my educators. I don't think at any point any of our educators have actually really delved into what the concept of zero really means. For most of them, I would think it just simply means that it means nothing. We actually recently had an educator who multiplied by 0 and found themselves getting a number. And this was an educator who is not a qualified maths educator. She is struggling with the subject. And so that's something that we are really struggling with. Getting teachers who are able to bring across, this conceptual understanding to kids is such a challenge. And for the most part, I'm going to be absolutely honest. When we teach maths in our schools, my school is no exception. When we teach maths, it's to get the most basic concepts done. It's following a very prescribed curriculum, and it sort of shoots ourselves in the foot in the sense that you're doing it for the sake of doing it, in terms of having to actually make sure that you've covered a particular concept and you can tick it off and say, hey, I've done this section for today, and I'm going to give them a test on it next week. It's a lot of our teachers are doing that. And so delving into the deeper meaning of things is actually getting lost. I'm going to be very frank and say that delving into the meaning of zero, for example, like you pointed out, is actually lost. Most of our teachers don't actually get into it. They assume that by the time you've come to me in grade 10, you should know what zero means. By the time you've entered grade 8, you should know what zero means. And that's actually a cause of a lot of problems, because when you're teaching exponents and you're telling a child you're raising something to the power 0 and you're getting the answer 1, the child is confused. When you talk about division by 0 and a child is giving you a number as an answer, that is a problem. When a child multiplies by 0 and is getting an answer that is not 0, that's also a problem. So I agree that there are a lot of challenges and a lot of issues pertaining to building of concepts. And most of the time, the main challenge is inexperienced educators who do not necessarily build conceptual understanding. Problems where we are, flooded by time constraints, where we don't necessarily have the time to really delve into the deeper meaning of things. We don't get to do as much construction in mathematics as we should be doing. We only recently had an educator who made use of the chalkboard instruments, using the chalkboard protractor and the compass and so on. Only one educator out of 8 maths and science educators in my school are actually using tools to teach constructions the way it should have been taught, where kids are actually physically constructing things in geometry. It doesn't happen as much as we would like. Teachers make use of examples from the textbook. So it's more looking at the trend in past papers, identifying the way it's been tested over a number of years, and regurgitating that to learners. That's how it's been done, and that's how it continues to be done. I'm not saying it's the right way of doing it, but given the various challenges experienced in school, and the reality of it is that this is actually what is taking place.
Okay, thank you. I will check the 2 hands and then pass the question. We could post them in the chat, and then Ms. Yashvira can check there. I will take Nomzamo and Charles in that order. Okay, I don't see okay, Nomzamo Jack, and then Charles in that order.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Zeb. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thanks, Yashiva, with your lovely PowerPoint. What it's just a comment with me with regards to the community that you were talking about that is going to assist with the teachers in terms of the program of mathematics. One other thing that I have is the community of practice, where the teachers can be within the school, can be working together in terms of looking at the concepts that are developed. And for instance, you're talking about the teacher that is not aware or doesn't know how to teach mathematics. If we do have such community of practice within the school, with teachers that will look at what we are doing, the teachers that are stronger in certain concepts, they are going to assist each other. So I think that is one of the things that we need as mathematics teachers, especially in the primary school, to assist each other by forming this community of practice. And so to be able to engage with them, with the development of the concepts that we teach in mathematics. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nomzamo. I think that was an important comment. Firstly, let's take Charles Msiba if it's a question or a comment.
For me, it's a comment and a question. I don't know what it is. I just wanted to ask the speaker whether, let's forget about zero, is the concept of one understood?
Sorry?
I'm asking, we're talking about the concept of zero being difficult to understand, but the concept of one, is it understood? Or is there any motivation when the kids come from grade R, wherever they come from, knowing how to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Is it saying that they are ready for mathematics, to do mathematics? Is the concept of one actually understood? What's your take on that one?
The concept of one. Yeah, I think for the most part, the concept of one is more or less okay. I know in the foundation phase when they do counting and so on, they usually do the natural number system, and they do have making use of counting beads and so on. Even in the high school, we haven't had any issues with the counting of one or the understanding of what one is. I think the problem starts stemming in when they start working with the number line, and then there's zero introduced on the number line, then there's -1, and that's when you've got negative integers. And I know in the foundation phase they don't really do negative integers. So by the time they actually reach grade 4 and 5 and so on, and they start working with the number line system where you've got the introduction of both negative integers followed by zero, followed by positive integers, that's when we really have a whole lot of chaos coming in. So yeah, I think in terms of really building that number system in kids from a young age, that could be quite pivotal, and getting them to work with concrete figures, like your counting beads and abacus. I think a lot of our learners actually have never seen an abacus before. So the concept of counting in general is pretty much lost.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think just a last comment. I'm feeling from what is being said, counting can be just as good as reciting the alphabet from A to Z
Yeah.
without a mathematical meaning.
Yeah.
The problem, which I think is, from what you have just said, I'm feeling that even one is not understood, but it's recited exactly the same
Yeah.
way it is recited. So I
100%.
think somehow, I don't know, I'll share my email with you, and then maybe we can take discussion out of this place and just try to share some of the things I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I'll put my email on the chat.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you, Dr. Novo. We need to go on to
Thank you, Ms. Bridgerald. And if there are any questions, you'll post them in the chat. I think Ms. Bridgerald will respond them. I will now hand over to Dr. Shongwe, who will be sharing the next session. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Ngobo, and a very good afternoon, colleagues. I'm really honored to introduce Professor Bonya, who is an associate professor in the Department of Mathematics Education in Akente Apiameng University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development in Ghana. Well, Professor Bonya obtained his PhD in applied mathematics, and he serves as a reviewer of many journals across the world, while also serving as an editorial board member of 8 peer-reviewed journals. Well, it gives me pleasure to hand over to Professor Bonya.
Thank you, sir. Respectively, can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. First of all, I thank Prof. Modali and his team for organizing this conference and inviting me to give a perspective on developing mathematical knowledge through research in mathematics education. The outline of my talk, I'm going to talk about the constructive learning design research that prepares student mathematical knowledge in the fourth industrial revolution. Also look at research on influence of technology on mathematical knowledge. Also look at some technological tools introduced in mathematics through research. So, way of introduction, we have a bit of introduction, then I will try to ask myself, why mathematics research? And I'm also going to ask a question, what is mathematical knowledge? Then, as I've already talked about the constructivist perspective, research on influence of technology, then the tools that have been introduced in mathematics through research. Yeah, I want to just say that the teaching of mathematics at school will no longer be confined to imparting practical useful arithmetic skills, as had been the case in the 18th century. Now, you all realize that now even students can use some special application. They can scan a question, then they will get solutions step by step. That tells you that we are in the fourth industrial revolution. Rather, Barham and Herbert and other reformers of that period considered mathematics as a constituent part of build-up, which is the formation of personality. So in other words, maths, I always say that maths makes a person to become very disciplined, think critically, reason rationally, and others. So I define mathematics research as the long-term open-ended exploration of set of related mathematical questions whose answers connect to and build upon each other. Now I come back to the fourth industrial revolution as a display and redesign many existing jobs, and it will create new occupations that are currently not existent. And therefore, mathematical research contributing to this required knowledge is inevitable. Now, in the fourth industrial revolution, we are talking about Internet of Things, we are talking about AI, but we should not forget the fact that there are some mathematical concepts that are required in all this new era that we are entering. And therefore, I couldn't have talked about this without bringing this important concept in. A research conducted by McKinsey and Global Institute, Megnell et al. 2017 showed that automation technologies, which include artificial intelligence, robotics, would likely displace over 15% of jobs in 46 countries in 2030. And I must say that this artificial intelligence, robotics, and new emerging jobs that are supposed to be created are highly hinged on mathematical concept, which will drive this to be in reality. So mathematical research I think it's just a repetition here. You're saying that researchers have observed that there is a linkage between teachers' knowledge and the quality of their teaching. So the mathematical knowledge the teacher possesses has a positive influence on their learners' outcome. And therefore, research that gives new direction, new concept, new way of doing things will definitely going to impact on learners' outcome. There, in 2008, suggests that there is a connection between teachers' mathematical knowledge for teaching mathematics and student achievement in maths. A study was conducted by Bell and his team. Then I come to why are we even worrying ourselves to do what we are doing today? Saying that mathematics research helped in understanding the content of the subject matter and aid principle in a much better and easier way, which will encounter new questions and serve for answers to those questions. So you have researchers who are interested in how learners learn maybe numeracy, geometry, algebra, and what have you. And the study that we conduct every day in our small way, in collaborative research, and what have you, give us an informed decision that are implemented by curriculum planners in our various countries to improve the learning and the teaching of mathematics. And in Ghana, for example, every 5 years, the national body that is responsible for curriculum reforms try to reorganize our curriculum based on research that is usually done by experts in the field of mathematics. Mathematical research methodology gives teachers the tools to analyze. So we do research, specialize in way of teaching. Nowadays, we talk about problem solving, problem-based learning. Why are we saying that we should not teach maths in this era using, teacher-centered way of teaching mathematics, but rather we are encouraging methodology of imparting mathematical concepts to learners using some informed decision by research. Why are we saying so? We are saying so because now you realize that when you teach learners mathematical concepts using problem-based learning, using problem solving, and many other emerging way of teaching, it enhances the learner's understanding because research has shown that learners construct their own knowledge by doing, by observing. The more they use their sense organs, the more learners are likely to construct knowledge. As mathematics teachers are accountable, research leading to professional development will bring out the improvement of student learning outcomes. And if you go to, for example, in the tertiary space, lecturers are supposed to conduct studies, research, and what have you. And these studies that we do inform us to improve on our own professional development, the way we do things, the way we teach, the way we manage our own classroom. These results that we get out of this research give us an improvement in the way we do, which contribute mathematical knowledge. Also talk about increased teacher knowledge in classroom management. I've already even embedded this here. Increase the knowledge and understanding of children. Normally, I've witnessed several at the pre-tertiary level. In Ghana, we have what we call basic school, junior high school, senior high school, and the tertiary. Sometimes when these unexperienced teachers from school straight away go to the world of work, that is the basic school and the junior high school to teach. Sometimes they have the content knowledge, all right, from school. We are giving them all the content knowledge they need. We are giving them the pedagogical knowledge. But sometimes they also fail, even though they have the pedagogical knowledge, to understand that in the context of the learner's intuition are not same. In Ghana, we have a lot of rural areas. So sometimes a concept that you ought to have taught in grade 4 or grade 6 or grade 5, whatever it is, you may have a situation where learners, even in that grade, they cannot do even grade 2 with. So these studies will contextualize the teacher knowledge to teach and know that in order to impart the meaningful mathematical knowledge to the learner or the learners, you need to reorganize your methodology to suit the context or the environment where you find yourself in order to increase or improve mathematical knowledge. Now, I also ask a question, what is mathematical knowledge at all? Researchers in the field of mathematical education have attempted to distinguish among knowledge of mathematical concept, knowledge of mathematical procedure, and acquisition of our skills. Thompson and Tizell have attempted to clarify whose mathematical knowledge they are studying and have articulated this distinction, so that we, as teachers or mathematical educators, you should be concerned about children's mathematics. You should not ignore that children's mathematical knowledge. You must also be concerned about mathematics for children. You must also be concerned about adult mathematics. You must also concern about the entirety of the discipline math. So the children's mathematics here, we're talking about mathematics that is based on the learner's age. So in Ghana, every age level has a commensurate mathematics that we expect that they are supposed to what? Do, be able to do. And research, through mathematics research, is categorizing the kind of mathematics that's supposed to be done at these respective ages. We also talk about mathematics for children. Mathematics for children here means mathematical activity that curriculum developers. In Ghana, we have what we call NACA, where that body is responsible for developing curriculum at all levels except the tertiary level. So they write sometimes what the teacher is supposed to even do at the College of Education. They are responsible for that particular enterprise. They also have what we call adult mathematics, mathematics that adults have to construct through their years of schooling. So if you go through school for a particular level of education, we expect that you might have constructed a certain level of mathematics. And these are being achieved through what? Research. So research will going to guide us or guiding us to know that if you go through maybe junior high school, senior high school, we expect that you have to have this amount of mathematical knowledge, or you have to possess a certain level of mathematical knowledge which you can make use in your future. Then the disciplinary mathematics, created and studied by professional mathematicians like us. So many researchers have made distinction between, I think this is also repetition of what I did already, but here, Barodi 2007 defined procedural knowledge as mental action or manipulation, or including rules, strategies, algorithm, and completing a task. And you see that teachers normally have asked a lot of teachers in Ghanaian classroom that, why are you teaching learners in this way, but not this way? And many a time, the answer they give to me, that is, I'm asking them because based on research that have been done, I have read, or even associated with such a research. They will tell me that most of the time we have time bound. Students have external examination to write. So if they teach them mostly by just imparting maybe concepts only, which may require a lot of time and sometimes also rigorous. But if you teach a learner through procedural means, the learner can follow a procedure, but the other implication, which has also shown by research, normally they ignore, that they can easily forget when learners learn through procedure. So we define procedural knowledge as knowledge about facts, generalization, and principle. Foreign Star 2007, Rory et al. Defined knowledge type of independently of degree of connectedness may exist within each type of what? Knowledge. Now, I also talk about what you call the connectivity design, which connects mathematical knowledge in the 4IR. Now, the first one I want to talk about is deeper learning for mathematics classroom. Through research, it has established that if you want a deeper learning for mathematics in the classroom, then in preparing students to be successful in solving new problems and adapting to new level, then we need to, according to Parodin and Helton, they argue that for a deeper learning, which involves the application of cognitive, intrapersonal, and interpersonal competence to novel situations. So if you want a deeper learning to occur in the classroom as a teacher, then we expect that you take into consideration the cognitive of the learner, the person's interpersonal relationship, then the person's intrapersonal competencies to a given problem at a given time or at a given perspective. If these things are not taken into consideration, what will happen is that we will teach all right, especially at the pre-tertiary level, but we deem that learning actually occurring, but sometimes it is not the case. They went further to say that the importance of social and interpersonal skills in supporting deeper learning that transfer to new classes and problems and enhancing academic achievement, which is true. I've realized in my personal experience that when you teach sometimes a very difficult concept in classroom, sometimes it's difficult for learners to actually understand what you teach in class. But a person sitting closer to, who sometimes may use even the local dialect, explains the concept in a certain way, the learners get it right. How do we get this? It is through research. Has shown that interpersonal skills helps learners to understand mathematical concept or knowledge that we teach. Now, I also look at the constructivist orientation for deeper learning. As a metaphor for learning, constructivism proposes that knowledge is a product of our own cognitive art, and is actively constructed by us. That is why research is showing that if you want to develop mathematical knowledge, then we should create enabling environments such that when the learners interact with that particular design environment created by the teachers, learners actively involved, ask the right questions, observe rightly, they are likely to construct the needed knowledge. And this is through mathematics research. Given that learners construct individual interpretation of their personal experience, the constructivist position poses that learners' conception of knowledge are derived from meaning-making process. That is why research has shown that a teacher teaching any concept, you should be very careful the kind of even the teaching and learning material, the kind of prior knowledge that the learner the teacher connect with the learners. If the prior knowledge to the new situation are disconnected, then realize what's likely to happen, we may not be able to advance what mathematical, what knowledge that we want to convey. Now, also talk about problem solving. So we're saying that the next stage bring about deeper mathematical learning in the classroom also has to do with the problem that is used in the collaborative or problem solving phase with normally design. So as a very good teacher, research has shown that you have to design a problem before the class. Then looking at the interaction normally that happen in the class, you can regroup. Maybe you may have your group already. You can regroup them such a way that sometimes the problem may be of a certain interest. So you may group them based maybe their interest, maybe where they are even staying, coming to school. It depends on cultural orientation, what have you. Then through collaborative problem solving, learners can solve such a problem. And this is what we need in the classroom because problem solving mimic what happened in the reality in terms of really modeling. Saying that it is an integral part of mathematics learning and teachers are required to help students to develop these skills needed to solve problems through the subject of mathematics. So you're saying here again that if learners are able to integrate problem solving from the beginning, from primary 1 or even preschool up to the highest level of education in my country is the senior high school before you go to the tertiary, can assure colleagues that we will likely to have a very good mathematicians in our various countries. Singapore, for example, they've designed their curriculum such a way that problem solving permeate all levels of mathematics that they study at the pre-tertiary level. Even I've read some papers where primary school, lower level, they teach them using problem solving, which sometimes is missing. For example, in my country, we teach learners in a raw kind of, if you like, form. So when you ask learner a simple question in the word problem, they find one thing they cannot do. And the research has shown that for learners to understand mathematics context and the context very well, the content and the context very well, if you formulate the problem in a word form or in a real life realm, they are likely to understand and also appreciate and be even motivated that they are solving something that relates to what they do in their lives or in their community. So the complex open-ended nature of the problem encourages students to actively discover. Learners can discover new things, which usually help them to develop new mathematical knowledge, understanding, which can last, become part and parcel of them because they discover the knowledge by themselves. Now, we also look at the instruction phase. Following the problem-solving phase, the teacher will make the solutions that were produced by his or her student and build on them to teach the target concept or strategy. And research is showing that sometimes you can give problem to learners for maybe weekly, monthly, or daily, it depends what you want to achieve. Then the solution that they bring, you put it together, then extract the needed concept that embedded in the problem, and you teach. Because they've already had hand in such a problem, they are likely to be motivated and they are likely to do more. They are likely to contribute to mathematical knowledge. The aim of instruction phase is the resolution of the conceptual disequilibrium that was being induced during the problem phase. This is where disequilibrium comes in, because in the problem solving, you can tackle the problem at any different angle the learner feel that's the way it's supposed to be done. And so that among even the collaborative group itself, they more or less, let me put it, fight, or they try to bring different positions. So this is the point where the teacher is supposed to disorganized. The teacher is supposed to be reorganized this equilibrium thinking that's going on among the learners. Then also saying again that review of the problem-based learning used in various level and settings. So saying that problem-based learning is now becoming one of the major tools from mathematical research has shown that when you use problem-based learning approach in teaching, learners get the concept. Even average students tend to become better than even good students in their class. Talking about secondary school level, tertiary education level, professional training like training institution where we train teachers. It has also been shown through research that students who underwent problem-based learning acquire better content and conceptual knowledge following what? Interventions. So we're saying that through mathematical research, even average students in your class, if you use this approach, they are likely to improve on their mathematical knowledge far, far, far better than the first, maybe if you like, the first 2% of students in your class, if these interventions are actually used in our various classes. For example, in the productive failure, research in Singapore mathematics classroom, it was found that productive failure students significantly outperformed their counterpart in the traditional direct instruction, conditioned on the conceptual understanding and transfer of problem without compromising on procedural fluency. So this productive failure here refer to certain class of students in the class who were more or less not even achieving average. They seem not to have confidence, very nervous in class. Then intervention were done. What was the intervention? Problem-based learning were used, and at the end of the intervention, it was found out that they outperformed those who were even among the first 2% in their class. So this is saying that if you use such approach in teaching mathematics, likely to increase mathematical knowledge. Research, also looking at research on influence of technology, mathematical knowledge. So how has technology also improved mathematical knowledge? We're saying that research has found out that technology leads to teaching that is more effective. And this leads to better performance for what? The student. And this is true. If you come to my country, Ghana, average classroom at the basic school level, sometimes 70, 80. And sometimes it's a worrying, and it's also a fact. When you go around to these schools and find out the teacher teaching on the board, students sitting somewhere, sometimes you don't even see what is being written on the board. And we should ask ourselves, what are they learning at all? And they are teaching concepts that require, if you like, virtual kind of teaching aids could have been used to improve on learning what outcomes. Because the more the learners use their sense organs, the more they are likely to understand what the teacher is trying to convey in the class. And sometimes this is totally missing and very worrying. Now, some research on the attitude of teachers to teaching with technology found that most experienced teachers with strong mathematical background were at the first half-hearted about teaching with them, because it is difficult for people to change that nature. But after with time, like governments of various countries, if they're able to resource various schools with proper teaching, learning aids, which are technologically related, maybe laptops, make available internet facilities. Students have tablets. Sometimes they have soft copies of textbooks, videos of lessons that have been done by experts in various topics in mathematics. learners can watch this, because sometimes learners learn very well through imitation. Because they see the person doing it, they see the pictures, which sometimes even improve their learning mathematical outcome than what even happened sometime in the classroom, because sometimes class size. So the technology fostered the development of culture of effective teaching by teachers. When using technology, teachers are encouraged to broaden curriculum objectives, because we are using technology. We can connect the net, look at what is happening in other countries, bring it on board, reorganize it, then share the experience with the learners. After all, we are all competing what we call the global world. Now, the speed of doing calculation, if you are doing some calculation manually, you teach learners how to use calculator. In my country, Ghana, people at the junior high school, they are not supposed to use calculator. But when they go to senior high school, you are supposed to use calculator. But it is interesting to note, people who finish junior high school, some of them do not have the opportunity to go to senior high school, except just a few years back. That has become a policy that anybody who finishes the junior high school is a compulsory to go to senior high school, because now the government has made the senior high school free. Otherwise, it's one of the case. So we should ask ourselves, what kind of mathematical knowledge would these people be quick themselves to live as independent human beings in future? The research is showing that in the junior high school level, mathematical knowledge is not enough. And it's through research in my country, then the government took a decision that everybody should be able to move to senior high school free, which will be taken care of by the government. A study by Soda, 2001, on effectiveness of teaching mathematics through technology as compared to using traditional teaching method found that teaching mathematics with technology led to better academic achievement. And when COVID came, every country had this notion.
Sorry, Prof. Ponya.
Yes.
You have possibly 2 minutes to round up.
Okay. Then let me quickly skip some of the slides. Okay. So I just come to some of the instructional software normally used in the technological advanced research are showing that if you use software in teaching mathematics, it improves mathematical knowledge. Example of this is GeoGebra, IXL, Khan Academy. This is a tutorial kind of website where learners can go and broaden their knowledge based on what we taught. Sometimes we have National Library of Virtual Manipulative. These are web-based where learners can have the opportunity to go, to learn things by themselves through tutorials that will be there. Then we also have instructional software, web-based. So through research that have been established that these software help in delivering of mathematical concepts more effectively, because you're able to do simulations. Some of them we don't have math in nature. Most of the concepts that we teach, we don't have practical, object to show. And therefore, research is showing that if you use this kind of software, it increases mathematical knowledge. So because of time, okay, I think I have some few time here. Yeah, I think I've mentioned some of the software. For example, I will still come back to GeoGebra, but Modali have done some work even on GeoGebra, its care part and so on and so forth. We have also done some studies using GeoGebra, which is shown that it improves learners' outcome far better than the classical methods of teaching. So, in short, what I've done so far, then in these days, let me also add this, and then smartphones. I've seen students giving tests. Then the test that I give, it was like open test. When I went back to my office short time, these students have snapped the question and then scanned on a software application on their mobile phone, and it solved all the problem for them with appropriate steps. So you can imagine And now we also know the emergence of what? AI, artificial intelligence in mathematics. And these are things that are emerging. And we can never run away from this. And these, more or less, whether we like it or not, they contribute to what? Mathematical what? Knowledge. So I would like to, by conclusion, I would like to say that as mathematics educators, even though the research are showing that these tools help increase mathematical knowledge, how do we balance the equation such that learners will still have to learn the concept the other way around and they embraces it with this emerging technology? Because I've already said that now we are in what? Fourth industrial revolution. We can never run away. And we must embrace ourselves for this new world that we find ourselves. Thank you.
Yeah, I wish to thank you, Professor Bonya, for such insightful ideas on mathematical knowledge. Thank you. I will invite 2 questions from the floor, just 2 questions.
Okay.
I think Dr. Shangwe, I think we can go to the next part of the program.
Okay.
You can thank Professor Bonya.
Okay. Thanks, Prof.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Professor Bonya, for your wonderful.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof.
If anybody wants to contact you or ask questions, they'll do it via the webinar chat. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Nwabo, you can continue. We can continue with our plenary speaker. Professor Mensah is here.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Mutale. Good afternoon again. I have a pleasure of introducing to you Professor Felicia Mensah. Professor Felicia Mensah is a professor of science and education at Teachers College, Columbia University. She is also the vice chair of the Department of Mathematics, Science and Technology. Among her scholarly interests includes social justice, identity, and multicultural education. Professor Mensah, over to you.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Good to me, it's morning time, so good morning, but good afternoon to everybody. I hope your conference thus far has been great. And I'm going to go ahead and start the share of my screen. And I'm assuming you can see it.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So there was a slight change in my bio. I am the department chair of mathematics, science, and technologies. I've been department chair for about 3 years. I'm enjoying it. It's a lot of work, but I do enjoy it. But I'm such a pleasure to be with you this morning. My talk is going to be on inclusive and interdisciplinary teaching for mathematics and science education. Let's see. So for my talk, I want to engage you and also challenge you to think about inclusive and interdisciplinary teaching in mathematics and science. I'm a science teacher educator, and being invited to speak at a mathematics conference is not new to me. I see these ideas very much connected, and I always enjoy when I'm able to mix and mingle with my colleagues in mathematics. So I teach a course and do professional development with teachers, mainly in science education, but I also do work with teachers in math, just a little. I also like this conference because it's practice-based and it's grounded in practices to promote and to engage in mathematics education in this so-called new world that we're engaged in. So literally, the world is on fire, in turmoil, and chaotic. But even so, we are challenged to teach, to educate, to critique, and to prepare all of our teachers to take on the necessary process of teaching and learning, to be able to think about their content differently, and to provide learning environments for all of our students to thrive. So hence, inclusive and interdisciplinary teaching is just one viable approach. When we fail to see inclusion as part of our mathematics and science teaching, we rob our students and ourselves of powerful ways to reimagine our content, to engage our students, to challenge our pedagogy, to generate new knowledge, and to have a much deeper understanding of the world. So I'm going to start with this definition of inclusion. So inclusion is a philosophy based on social justice that advocates for equal access to educational opportunities for all of our students, regardless of their particular differences. Inclusive education is a broad field that involves a wide range of diverse backgrounds and abilities that students have related to how they learn within environments with their peers. Historically, inclusion focused on students with disabilities, and this was the goal established in a least restrictive environment is the definition related to the law. So according to the Education for All Children Act, or PL, or Public Law 94-142. Over time, the term inclusive or inclusion has changed in meaning and intent to address a broader perspective and application for educational opportunity for all of our students, racial, ethnic, the ability of students, gender, linguistic, geographic differences, all of these are examples. Engaging in this contemporary and broader view of inclusion or inclusive education is very appropriate for mathematics, and I say again for science, that's my area, for all of us to consider. Therefore, to adhere to the philosophy of inclusion and inclusive pedagogies in mathematics, we will have to change. Inclusion requires institutional and structural changes at multiple levels. To be inclusive, we have to identify and remove all the barriers that hinder our students in the learning in our classrooms. This means increasing participation for all students who are experiencing inequities in education, and especially for students of color and students from diverse social and cultural backgrounds. For mathematics and science education, we need to adapt to the changing demographics in our schools and in our classrooms because our society is also changing and experiencing great demographic change. So we all know that our classrooms are diverse. How many of you are teaching in classrooms that are more diverse today than they were 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago? Even in classrooms that appear to be predominantly white or predominantly Black, these classrooms are also very diverse along a number of different aspects. And you see that I have them listed there to the right of my slide. For inclusive pedagogies to benefit all of our students, we have to teach within this broader social, cultural, social, historical, and social political context. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about those three terms a little bit later. But we have to be able to invite multiple perspectives in our classroom, different ways of thinking and knowing and understanding within our mathematics. And I'm going to say again, in our science classrooms. This is critically important at the younger grades because this sets the foundation for students as they move across their learning trajectories. And so students from personal, cultural, and community experiences also have to be invited within the context of our classrooms. And then we build on that knowledge that students bring into the classroom. But we know, and that's kind of like the point of I want to be able to make about the connections between mathematics and science and why inclusive and interdisciplinary teaching, I just have 4 points here for you to think about. Well, the research and the data is telling us this, that there are decreasing numbers of students across racial, ethnic, and gender groups who do not even desire to go into math and science or STEM education as a profession. The pedagogy is also telling us that in K-12 classrooms and university classroom settings, that students are bored, they're not being challenged, and they feel very isolated from their teachers and their peers and the content. Then our curriculum is also telling us it does not connect to the historical legacy, nor does not connect the historical legacy to our present conditions, nor does it address the contemporary issues that we're facing today that is going to give us the benefit to be able to think more in the future. And then the children are telling us that their classrooms are not welcoming, they're not intellectually rigorous, and for a majority of our students, particularly our Indigenous, our immigrant and international students, and then students of color, that the classroom can be a very traumatic space for them. So as we think about this, these are all great reasons to be able to think about inclusive and interdisciplinary teaching in mathematics. So if we were to think about the majority of cases for our students who are Black, Brown, and Indigenous, even also our women, they're not going into or persistent in mathematics and science fields. Many researchers and teachers have well-intentioned ideas around suggesting perhaps even interventions or outreach programs to assist students in their opportunities to learn and succeed in math and science spaces. And of course, extracurricular activities and outreach programs are all important and they're wonderful to do. I mean, I've developed some, I've taught in them, and I've promoted them for these out-of-school spaces. But also another thing that I think about when we consider extracurricular programs and activities is that, what if we thought about this communicating to our students that you can't learn and be successful in the school environment, therefore we have to create something for you outside of school. So instead of asking the question, what is wrong with the structures and teaching within our classrooms that hinder their students, those are the kinds of questions that we should be asking. What are these practices and policies that are pushing students out of science and mathematics classrooms? What do we need to do to actually enhance the learning and teaching in the classroom settings for students and also for girls? So you can see in this chart the representation of racial and ethnic groups. This is for US populations of students who are going into science and engineering degrees. And this data has not changed very much over the years. So in 2010, Latinx students earned 5.2% of undergraduate degrees in physics, 8% of degrees in engineering, 6% of degrees in mathematics and statistics. And again, these changes and these numbers have not moved very much according to the National Science Foundation. And again, the numbers in terms of bachelor degrees in the fields for African Americans have fallen from 3.9 to 2.9 for physics, 4.9 to 4.1 for engineering, and 7.1 to 5 in mathematics and statistics. And again, I say these numbers have not changed very much. Instead, they are actually decreasing. So when we look at this slide for underrepresentation, we have to be able to address systemic inequities that continue to make it harder for students, students of color, or people of color, to have the opportunity to advance in mathematics and science. With people of color making up 27% of the population in the United States, only 11% of them go into STEM professional fields. So we do see great inequities in the underrepresentation of students of color, people of color, and women in the fields of science and engineering, mathematics, and technology. So I just want to share with you an assignment that I have my students to do in my elementary science methods course. And I enjoy teaching this class. I don't teach it anymore now, but I have enjoyed teaching elementary science methods. But this assignment is called my science timelines. And I ask students to give like an autobiography of their experiences before they enter school related to their science learning, also related to coming into school, so their early years, their middle school years, and their secondary school years, and then college. And what I have found in this particular assignment that students do, it reveals a lot about their learning within the area of science. And they also sometimes do consider their learning in mathematics. But this assignment tells me a whole lot about their learning, about their education experiences, and it gives me a lot of information to consider. What do I need to do as a teacher educator to help turn around what their experiences have been like? So carrying this kind of legacy of math and science learning of neglect and non-joy, which actually hurts my heart because I really love math and science. But I'm going to share with you some of the comments that I have gotten from my pre-service teachers about their experiences in science throughout their K-12 and college experiences. And the third one. So here, one student said, I ended up dropping out of chemistry and getting very low scores in biology. I hated how my passion was stifled because of how unrelatable and uninterestingly science was taught in the higher education college setting. I therefore quit and delved into something that was not decontextualized. So she came into education. Another student said, when I went off to college, I had only taken one science course. I decided to take astronomy thinking I would learn about horoscopes. All I learned was that astronomy has nothing to do with one's horoscopes. The class was so boring, I would find myself dozing off. And then the third student said, I was required to take 2 semesters of science in college. My first year, I took biology with a lab. I dreaded it, going to this class, and I did not understand it. The content and everything was confusing within her lab. And so I present these quotes for my students for you to think about. Have you heard these similarly in your mathematics teaching and in students' experiences? And again, it just hurts me that students have had these particular kinds of experiences. And so it tells me there's a lot of work that we need to do. So reflecting on their experiences, they note that their teachers did not prepare them for science. And again, sometimes I get the ideas around mathematics, and that they opted out of taking advanced placement science courses in high school. Most of them have forgotten the little bit of science that they did learn in high school when they come to me in my college classrooms. They talk about not being able to do simple algebraic problems. And then others had avoided taking any upper level college classes for math and science. They elected to take the humanities and other fields, hoping to be far, far removed from any associations with science or math or any of these closely related fields. But without a strong science and math background, they feel very intimidated by learning science and math, just as their teachers were probably in their educational experience. And so we have this continuous cycle of students not learning science or not learning math, and then they're in teacher education programs with the expectation that they will become teachers one day. And if they did not have good experiences, then they're not going to be able to promote the science and math teaching. So for me, I have to kind of cut that cycle out so that they are able to come to some joy and find that science and math can be very fun to learn. So this is my role as a science teacher educator. I work to bring back the joy in science learning, starting with educational change within schools and working with teachers and encouraging the teachers to consider what does it mean in our current climate to be able to have a good science or math background. Now, we're living in a time now where there's a lot of educational turmoil and trauma. You know, a lot of this coming out of COVID-19 pandemic, misinformation, book banning and book burning and anti-learning laws that we have. And it's very important for us to be able to think about how do we broaden participation in mathematics and science education so that we have scientifically and mathematically literate populace. It is equally important that the connection between teacher education and teacher professional development be strengthened, and that we look at how we are preparing our pre-service teachers and what professional development opportunities we are providing for them. And so this is just a little snippet of the pictures that I'm sharing with you of my pre-service methods classes where students are engaged in small group discussions around their science learning, doing experiments and everything down at the bottom left. Me in elementary classrooms working with groups of students and helping them to understand different concepts and being in the classroom with the teacher to see and help them to develop their practice. And then just, you know, children, just the joy on their faces of being able to learn science. And again, at the elementary level, I integrate math and science together. So I have used many approaches to be able to address diversity, equity, inclusion, and interdisciplinary teaching in math and science. These approaches reveal their assumptions and biases that they have about diversity and equity, how they view their teaching of students of diverse cultural, linguistic, ethnic, and racial backgrounds, and even how they see the content and how they can see the content differently than when they experienced it. I challenge my teachers, my pre-service teachers, my in-service teachers, as well as my graduate students and my doctoral students to consider not only their pedagogy, but how they frame their teaching and learning of mathematics and science for students that they serve. So because this conference is focused on the practice of teaching, I want to just share with you in the remaining part of my talk some examples of what inclusive and interdisciplinary teaching looks like. And then I'm also going to invite you, while I share these examples, for you to think about how they may also support your mathematics teaching. How do you think about it differently? How are you able to expand and present mathematics to your teachers and your students? And then I want you to be able to think about where is the science? Where is the mathematics? And then how do you think about and support these in interdisciplinary ways? So these are the questions I want for you to think about as I continue to go through this presentation. And again, how do you see and where do you see the natural connections between science and mathematics? So here are two pictures, and I pulled these out of my my photo albums that talks about my experiences on my vacations that I went on. The first one on the left is a picture where I took when I went to one of the rainforests in Jamaica. And then the other one is a picture of the Dole Plantation pineapple maze in Hawaii. So an approach that I take with my students as one of the first assignments they do in one of my classes, I call it Science in the City. And so this approach, it says that they take pictures of wherever science is in the city, but I model for them what it looks like. So again, I brought up my two of my vacation pictures. So this approach that I take with them is being able to see that science and mathematics is everywhere. They have to be able to see it, find it, and be able to talk about it. And so in this, I start off with questions around my dreadlock tree and asking them like, isn't it funny that roots are at the top of the ground when roots are normally at the bottom? Why is that? And just getting them to think very curiously about what this picture looks like and what it means. I give a little bit of historical background behind the picture, tell them that locally the tree is called the dreadlock tree. And I ask them like, well, why do you think they call it the dreadlock tree? So because the roots actually look like dreadlocks. So that's where it's coming from. But again, getting students to be very curious. Now, the picture for the Dole Plantation on pineapple, do you see the symmetry, the design, and all of that within this particular picture? And I'm asking them about dimensions of space and, how would you calculate a maze and give them the opportunity to draw one of their own. And so giving students, again, to be curious and being able to think about and involve themselves in this process of being able to learn, and then for them to see like science and mathematics is actually everywhere. So I want to share with you some pictures that they took when I engaged them in this idea of thinking about science in the city. And so for these pictures, they're able to share them in class. They tell stories about the pictures. So giving some background around the pictures, they share these and they ask questions of one another. And then I had them connect science content standards and mathematics content standards to these images. So I'm just going to show you the pictures and then you look at them and you think about for yourselves, where do you see the science and the math in these images that my pre-service teachers have taken? So for me, these are examples of being able to practice inclusion and interdisciplinary teachers. So when they bring these images into class, as I said before, we talk about them, we set a foundation for building upon these ideas, and then just in a few of them, so we see that there's the stand that was taken in one of the grocery stores are probably very close to campus, but do you see the calculations of being able to say how much the food cost, being able to take measurements. Now, I love the other picture at the bottom where it's got, do you see the angles of how the water is shooting out? So again, a really great math connection is one also see where the water is sprouting out of the water fountain. And then being able to see kind of like the symmetry of the building of the blocks of this particular building. And so again, it's like these things are in front of them, but they just never really notice it from the perspective of seeing the math and the science in that. And that's what I want them to be able to do, is to bring in these different kinds of connections. And it also allows for them to bring parts of themselves into the curriculum where they're able to give their personal stories from the pictures they're able to take. And I'm always amazed when students bring in these pictures and how they're able to share them, that they're like, I just never even thought about the science behind this. Didn't even think about asking my students to bring in pictures from home to be able to engage us. So again, these activities I do very early in the semester, within the first 2 weeks of the semester of the course, to really get them thinking about science and their experiences, or their mathematics and their experiences very, very differently. So another framework that I use within the class, so I call this my socios, and it gives the idea that when I introduce science, we have to be able to study it in its socio-cultural, social-historical, and social-political context. And then what do these socios mean in terms of being able to think about not only the work of scientists or mathematics, that is embedded within culture. And again, we often think that science and math is acultural or neutral, and it's not. So we have to start to think about, well, what kinds of questions do scientists and mathematicians ask? what are the approaches that they're taking to be able to solve these problems? And so again, these things are embedded in who they are, where they come from, how they conduct their, the process of being able to do the science and the mathematics. And so it comes out that these are particular practices that they're able to learn about. And then how do they interpret their results? So this idea around the culture, the experiences, and the diversities are going to come out. And what new additional breakthroughs and new understandings and new knowledge did we gain when we're able to look at it from these perspectives of the cultural, the historical, and the political? So then students will start to learn and to be able to see that, this is the way that we actually do generate knowledge and understanding and building upon our skills and practices that emerge. So even these notions around objectivity and subjectivity become very different for them as well. So this idea of the socios become very important because we have to be able to link and connect all of these ideas together. So this is an example which I also love being able to bring in kind of that cultural understanding. And this is a work that's been done by a couple of my colleagues in science. And so it started off with asking U.S. college students and indigenous Panamanian Ngebe adults to be able to look at some illustrations that came out of a children's book. And the book was centered around looking at the hunting practices of coyotes and badgers. Well, the U.S. college students had interpreted the relationship as being very competitive, where the natives viewed it as cooperative. So then how do you reconcile these differences between like what scientists say and then what the natives would say, so to speak? And so what came out of this study was that wildlife biologists had initially hypothesized that the coyotes and the badgers were hunting in the same area and they were competing for each other, competing for the number of resources that were available. But after further observations, they had realized that they were actually working close together. And so then these ideas of cultural orientations produce particular kinds of knowledge and observations around the prey-predator relationship. Prey-predator relationships are like very important when we think about it in the context of biology, which is my content area. So with this, it's like you want to be able to think about what different ways you can think about when data has been collected. How do you observe? How do you make observations? How do you go back and look at that data from a different perspective? And so this is, again, this idea that I want my students to be able to do that. So cultural orientations produce different kinds of interpretations and observations that were collected, but they had to be reinterpreted. You had to go back and look at the numbers differently, look at the data in front of you differently, and you come out with different understandings. So other examples that I share with them, these are my women, right? So we want to be able also to look at women's roles and contributions in science and mathematics. And also what were some of the challenges that they share? We often don't talk about these ideas, again, around the social, historical, political, and the cultural. So these are my favorite scientists, mathematicians, Barbara McClintock and Madam C.J. Walker in Hidden Figures, which they did a movie several years ago with these three brilliant women from NASA. And so being able to show young girls these experiences of women in the fields of STEM can also be very important and motivating and inspiration for them to learn. But that coupled with the contributions that they're able to make. So Barbara McClintock and her ideas around mutations, Madam C.J. Walker, the way she was able to do chemistry very differently and be able to support experimentation. And then, of course, the Hidden Figures, we would not be in space and have space exploration had it not been for these women. So again, these ideas that we were able to bring in, but also to talk about the challenges they had as being women in the fields that are predominantly dominated by white men.
Sorry, Prof, we've got 4 minutes.
Excuse me?
We've got 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And so then this next one represents some additional experiments as we look at science and how communities of color are being impacted, as well as our communities, and also voices for activism and their rights. So looking at the Tuskegee experiments, the HeLa cells with Henrietta Lacks, and looking at also diabetes studies within the Indian community. So as I think about interdisciplinary classrooms, just to summarize, with inclusive and interdisciplinary teaching, students take a lead in their learning, and they're able to create learning experiences that expand how science and mathematics are learned. So students can examine how science and math knowledge practices are influenced by race and power. Students can start to analyze scientific racism and how it has been used for colonialism, eugenics, and enslavement. Students start to critically examine the social and ethical implications of current mathematical ideas by looking at data and what does that mean when you look at it from the perspective of people of color. Students can start to explore how people of color and women have contributed to different discoveries and knowledges. And then we can still expand this to be able to look at how Indigenous, African, Asian, and Latinx people have developed their own forms of knowledge. And then all of this means that teachers have to be able to expand and be able to allow students to be able to bring in these different ideas. So students are being encouraged by their teachers to critically examine the social and ethical implications of the things that are happening in the classroom. So to be able to do this, we have to be able to think about inclusive and interdisciplinary curriculum and pedagogies. It's going to take time to do that. It's going to involve continuous learning, and it's going to also involve having resources. So this is where teacher education and teacher professional development becomes extremely important, because they will need the assistance and the help to be able to do that. So I'm going to give you all a dream. This is my last slide. That I have this dream where students, when they're learning in these inclusive and interdisciplinary environments, can thrive. I dream for when math and science classrooms center diversity, equity, inclusion, and social justice, where all children are able to thrive and to learn in STEM spaces, where they're able to choose careers that they are excited about and they're involved about, and that can solve the problems that we need from interdisciplinary understandings. So when I put this one together, just imagine being the young child that grows up to have this career within math and science or STEM education. So thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Prof, for an insightful presentation. We will take 2 questions, but before I take the 2 questions, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Professor Kali Famri, who has just joined. Prof Mutali introduced him in the morning, and then we listened to his video, who is a president of Guildford College and University and the founder of the USA Higher Education Networks. Professor Famri, you are welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, and thank you for being part of this really wonderful event that you have going on. I apologize for not joining you when you started. It was 1:30 in the morning your time, and a little bit early for me to be able to coherently join in a dialogue. So I'm excited to see that it's been going well, and I look forward to hearing a little bit later on the overall progress of the event.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, we will take 2 questions for this session, and then we move to the next speaker. I see one hand, Zorina, over to you. My apologies if I'm not saying your name correctly. You are muted.
Sorry. So good day, everybody, and thank you to the presenter for a very informative session. And just to comment on the role and place of valuing maths and science within the community, and then extending that evaluation to schools, so the children come to school with perceptions of I will value what I'm encountering, rather than a negative disposition to the learning of maths and science. So just commenting on that.
Thank you. So you're asking me to comment about children bringing in their ideas in the classroom?
Yes, the negative perceptions that come from the community about participation in maths and science as foreign, and the disconnect does affect the teaching thereof. If I first have to inspire children to want to investigate or want to become involved or want to engage maths, and that can serve as a barrier. So I was just wondering what your views are about that.
Yeah, I'm so sorry because I still don't quite understand the question, but it's but what I do is exactly in terms of what I just shared about having children bring in what their ideas are, but working with teachers to be able to open it up and have that space for them to bring that in and to talk about it. So it's actually centering student-centered practices and not so much as the teacher. And I think the role of teacher education and professional development is to do that. So when I'm in classroom, I model that for the teacher so they can see what it looks like. And I often just tell teachers, I just want you to stand back and look at the engagement, look at the assignment and the learning of the children. And so so they're able to make those kinds of observations and come to some conclusions on their own. But that's basically a lot of what I do is like, we have to become much more child-centered in our teaching of science and mathematics, because and then we also make the assumption that they don't know math and science anyway. Children before they come to us in school have already, and I generally tell my pre-service because I do elementary, I'm like, they've already lived 6 years, you know, even as a first grader, they've already lived 6 years of experience in the world. And so we want them to be able to have the space to bring that to the classroom, and then we build upon it. So counting, sorting, you know, all these different kinds of things that students already have experiences. So we say you're already a scientist or a mathematician before you even come to the classroom, and then get teachers to see that they are that, and you build upon it.
Yeah, so that is just what I wanted to address, is that children come with negative perceptions to school about the subject, and it's for us to turn it around through engaging the student and exciting them about learning of maths and science. That can be turned around, and it is the teacher's major task is to break through that hurdle and then continue with the learning of the concepts. So we are being challenged in terms of our maths and science learning here, is to break through those perceptions first before you engage the learning.
Yes. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Zarina. We'll take Prof. Mudali. That will be the last question, but colleagues, feel free to engage with Prof. Felicia on the chat. Prof. Mudali.
Thank you very much. This is just a comment, and I'm really pleased to have heard that you engage learners or students in a way that they identify the mathematics and science out in the community. Because earlier we heard that children don't really see the math and they don't really see the science out there. I know that in one of my mathematics module method classes, I used to ask them to go and take photos of what they see as mathematics, and it's amazing that they struggle to see the mathematics, but eventually they do. And I think that's a fantastic thing to do, because it gets them, draws attention to the fact that there's mathematics out there. And I love that idea, and I'm hoping that these are things that we can start to reinforce in our classrooms. That was a good idea. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for your comment. Again, thank you everybody for your attention. I hope you have a really great rest of your conference. I'm going to stay on and listen to the next speakers as well, but thank you so much for your invitation to have me here.
Thank you, Professor. Our next speaker, sorry if I pronounce your name incorrectly, is Mr. Seko Cox. Yes, Mr. Cox has been a mathematics educator and academic researcher since 2006, and currently he is a dean of a medical school at the Poly Prep Country Day School in the US, and currently a doctoral candidate at Teachers College. He will be reflecting on the teaching of mathematics in the US. Mr. Cox, over to you.
All right, thank you all for having me. I'll share my screen. I have a few slides I'll show while I speak. All right, can everyone see? And I'll try, I know we're running out of time, so I want to make sure and keep it relatively brief. Yeah, so today, I'll just be talking about my personal experience. I've been teaching since 2006, and I have been doing academic research since 2014. And one thing reason I have a unique perspective is I spent many years in the public school system and the last few years in the private school settings. And it just mirrors a lot what you see in America with the disparity between the more affluent students and then lower income students. So even though I say public and private, a public school in a poor area looks differently than a public school in an area that might be affluent and predominantly white. And just want to also highlight that I'm speaking specifically about kindergarten to grade 12 education, so not tertiary education. It's more focused on younger students. And again, a lot of what I'll say is based on my own perspective and experience of being a mathematics educator in the US, but it does mirror the common experience of a lot of teachers here. So the supposed main purpose of education, according to the Association for Supervision and Curriculum Development, is to provide the fullest possible development of each learner, living morally, creatively, and productively in a democratic society. And what we know about education is that it does reproduce the social norms and all the socioeconomic things we see within a society. And mathematics education specifically is sort of a gatekeeper in American education. There's a lot of studies that talk about students' performance in math and how it mirrors where they end up in college, where they end up in a professional field, and their eventual economic position in society. So that's why mathematics education specifically has a very unique and powerful position within American education and within American society. So I wanted to focus on a few things today, and I know I have to be mindful of time, is when looking at the issues in mathematics education, to not get too confused between what are some, if to say, causes of the problems versus looking at the effects of the problem. So first, and I know a lot of speakers today have already touched on it, you know, a lot of times when we speak about mathematics education, the first thing we point to is specifically the achievement gap. So it's easy to look at the performance of Black students versus white or poor versus rich. And the thing about that is the achievement gap is, if to say, an effect of a lot of things that we see in mathematics education. And sometimes when you just focus on the effect of something, it distracts you from kind of looking at the causes. So what I mean is, if we look at how Black students might be performing specifically in math, it ends up creating a hyper focus on raising these math scores. So that would cause you to focus on some of the other things, such as the assessments and the curriculums, just specifically focus on raising those math scores and then ignoring some of the deeper societal issues, some of the policy issues that are causing these things. So I always tell people to be mindful and pay attention to what is the problem you're solving. You know, like similar, if you want to make if you say like a health analogy, thinking about if you just have a headache and you just take painkillers, it will solve the effect. But you really have to look a little deep in the cause. And because I spoke about the achievement gap, okay, and before I go into gap gazing, the opportunity gap, again, it changes the lens on not just looking at the difference in how poor and rich, Black and white and different races perform, but focusing on what could we really provide and change, again, targeting some of the causes of what we're seeing. So this is more changing lens from the achievement gap to focus on the opportunity gap. What are some of the major differences we've seen in the schools? And, you know, specifically in America, there's the issues of resources, of course, is one of the major things. The money that's allocated to public schools is significantly lower than what the affluent white counterparts have. And I know a lot of it is very similar to what is seen in South Africa and other parts of the world. But again, focusing on what things are stopping teachers and mathematics students from getting the most out of a mathematics education. So that could be things like assessments, which I'm going to go into a little bit more, curriculum. I do want to say one thing about gap gazing, which is something we speak about a lot in scholarly research, moving away from just really focusing so much on the negative part of things, which is a reality, right? We know that there are disparities, there are lots of statistics focused on the lower performance of some schools and some students, others, same thing with teachers. But the thing about the CAP case is sometimes it does create this self-fulfilling prophecy, not only amongst teachers or students. So, one way is to really start highlighting, and I'm going to talk a little bit more later when I talk about some media representations about mathematics, but there are ways to highlight some of the positive ways that teachers and students have been engaging with math. So just being mindful of not overly having a negative focus. So in America, with all the different issues, I think one of the major ones that causes a lot of disparities we see are the accountability practices. And it's very interesting because the accountability practices, they are put there, and the concept about it is it's supposed to ensure that there's standardized performances for students for every grade. It's supposed to have some teacher accountability, but a lot of times what you see is that these things that are supposed to be used to hold teachers and students accountable are actually the tools that are used to hold them down. So specifically, the first example, when you think of standardized testing, which is very common among public schools, is very common among lower income schools, where at every grade, students are supposed to meet certain markers, and what ends up happening is there ends up being a hyper focus on students passing these tests. Schools' funding sometimes is tied to the performance of students on this test. But what that does, it ends up being very restrictive with an overly high focus on mathematics standard tests. It causes schools to be distracted from offering a wide, diverse curriculum to students, or even having a look at other subjects. So there's a danger. You could look at the intention of it again, trying to see that students of a certain age and of a certain grade meet certain markers in terms of math being able to perform certain standards. But again, what you really see end up happening a lot of times in school across America is it ends up being very, very restrictive on teachers' choice of curriculum. And again, it even restricts sometimes the funding that schools get. So in the same light, there's accountability practices for teachers, which again are more often seen in a restrictive nature in the public school system. So the teacher rating systems, similar to how they are for students, as teachers are rated on scales based on predetermined rubrics and markers. And again, what it does to students is makes teachers very restrictive on the ways they teach. They put into these boxes to try to hit certain markers in rubrics. And, once again, schools' funding is dependent on having teachers meet certain ratings. So it's a very tricky issue because, again, I do see the value in trying to see that students and teachers meet certain standards. But when you compare to what you see at the independent schools, the private schools, the more well-funded schools in America, they do have accountability practices for students and teachers, but it's really not as rigid and strict as you would see in the public school setting. They have a lot more flexibility, and yet still they are getting significantly way better results performance-wise. Because the standardized tests, one thing about it is that they're just very narrow in the way they assess kids. When you think about how these tests work, they're mostly aptitude tests. And we all know about things like testing anxiety that some students have. We also have to consider that if we want to look at how somebody is able to engage in something, it takes a lot more than seeing how they're able to perform on a test at any given time. Same thing with teachers. If you're rating teachers, it really will take a lot more than coming to see them on 5 random days in a few classes to really determine somebody's professional ability. One final big point I want to touch on specifically about America is the role that popular media and culture plays in how teachers and students engage in math. As we all know, media is a powerful tool for disseminating information, and it's also a major tool for reinforcing social norms, influencing people how to view things. And, similar to how my colleague Dr. Mensah spoke about before, the ways that students think about their ability to engage in science a lot of how students and teachers think about the ways to engage in math are really determined by the messages we're seeing in popular media and culture. So if we think anyone here who's seen movies, American movies that show mathematicians, there's a usual stereotype you see about the savant, the white genius, socially awkward, and there's not that many portrayals of Blacks doing math or science or students engaging in it in a casual way. So there's this stigma about mathematics where it's a certain profile of person who's able to do math. And some people, a lot of people will tell you that they're a math person or this other person is a math person, yet that's not the type of way we think about things like, let's say, literacy, right? We believe everybody can read and write. Nobody ever says they're not an English person or whatever is the native language. But mathematics has this way of being curated to think that it is for a certain type of person. So this reinforcement of it, again, turns into a type of self-fulfilling prophecy where you have a lot of students who, when they see those media representations of people who look like them, always struggling in math, have a disdain for math, it manifests itself in the way they engage in class. And towards that, and I just wanted to create this little separation that one researcher I really like. They talk about the 3 different types of math that we see, like everyday math, which is the one that we all deal with all the time and we don't even think about it, right? When we go on about the day, measuring things, figuring things out, simple things such as what time to leave home to get to somewhere, when we're cooking, when we're counting money, we're engaging with math so much that we don't think about it. And we see that separate as school mathematics, which is a very sterilized way to think about math, where it's like one answer every time. The teacher is the authority on what is right, what is wrong. Things follow a very linear pattern. And then there's the final way to think about BAM, which is mathematics, which is complex, if they say like genius math that mathematicians engage in. And popular media has kind of reinforced and have people thinking about these 3 different ways to think about math, where again, the way that everyone engages is math, and yet students will come to school and think, well, they're not mathematicians or they can't engage in math is because of how it's presented in school. So, when I get to talking about ways to rethink things, a lot of it comes from really trying to bring students outside experience and teachers outside experience into the way they teach and learn mathematics. So just some possible approaches based on the things I said. One thing I'm very interested in is rethinking assessments. I do think that the way students are assessed, both formative assessments and summative one, really change the way that they engage and perform in math. Again, a lot of times in public schools in America, the focus is on those standardized assessments. So students and teachers have one eye on these major assessments that come at certain times of the year, because it does affect the tracks that students go into. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, tracks, in a lot of schools, they have advanced class, remedial classes, and let's say on-standard classes. And it's almost like when you end up in one level, it's almost like a lifetime prison sentence, right? You end up in the remedial class, and it's very hard to shift between that to an on-level class or an advanced class. And a lot of these are based on the assessment. So a student, let's say in New York State, they use a numbering system 1 to 4. So a student who might get a number, I can't even remember which is the highest or lowest, but let's say 1 might be the highest performing. That school will get a certain type of funding, and then based on how many number 4s they get, that affects their funding. And students are grouped by those numbers, and it's very hard to move between it. So the first approach, I think, is just rethinking how we assess kids, thinking about there's numerous ways to show ability and engagement in math, and it's beyond just performing on standardized tests. There's teacher observations, there's projects, there's different ways that students could show their ability and engage in math. And that segues into the second part, just reframing the ways we engage students. Because again, a lot of the things that we see in media are things that we're fighting against. Teachers and students bring those attitudes every day in the classroom. The thought that as a first person perspective that you're not able to engage in math, but teachers also bring and project that onto their students, that the students they're teaching, no way they'll be able to be successful in math, no way they could engage in math. And last part is something that's been, again, a lot of traction in America, this idea of culturally relevant curriculum. So thinking about curriculum that looks at the background of students, that looks at having them use mathematics, not just as a tool for social mobility, but also as something to uplift themselves and liberate themselves. Because a lot of things that are used in America to oppress, they use a lot of math in things like the credit system, things like using zip codes, redlining. There's a lot of practices in America, and I'm sure it's similar in South Africa, that are what we call adjacent to race. So, for example, the credit system is a way here to rate a person's ability to repay debt, and that affects your ability to get a business loan, a mortgage. And a lot of those markers, even though they appear on the surface to be subjective because they use math, they're very adjacent to race. So when you look at credit scores, lower ones closely mirror people's race. So I just gave that as one example, the idea of how really engaging and understanding math for a lot of people is a way to even understand how they're being oppressed in America, how they're being excluded from a lot of things. And we see more and more schools are trying to change their curriculum to have a culturally relevant curriculum, culturally relevant ways of pedagogy and practice. So a few implications I put, which I went on already, I just have a few extra words. The reason why I went light on words, I heard a long time ago, either people are reading the screen or listening to you, so I always try to minimize the words that I put on the screen, but I have a few extra on this one. So the accountability practices in math education, such as the standardized tests and teacher evaluations, we really need to look at it through a critical race theory. So, I just spoke about changing ways that has to be looked, but it's not possible to separate these things from race, because the powers that be are looking at these things through the lens of race, and I said a lot of things are adjacent to race. And the reform movement in math, we've been seeing more towards the collaborative, investigative teaching. It does need to include more discussion on equity in curriculum. So that goes to the thing that I spoke about when we talk about integrating real world math to classroom math and mathematicians math, just giving students a better ability to see that a lot of things they're engaging on a daily basis are math, similar again to what Dr. Mensah said about science, that it's not something separate in the classroom to what is going on in the world around. And then finally, the interpretive nature of teacher and students' assessment, of course, could affect students disproportionately, because teachers are being assessed and it is not totally objective. It is somebody coming in and observing a class on a rubric that has been predetermined to say whether you're effective or not. So, there needs to be more discussion on the way we assess teachers, more development around assessments. And yeah, that's it for me. I try to be quick to save enough time for questions and hopefully get us back on time. So thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Cox, for that insightful presentation and sharing the experiences from the side of the US. I will now give a chance for question. I will take 3 questions in this case because the time allows. Prof. Mutali.
Hello, hi, Mr. Cox.
Hi.
I'm going to ask 2 questions, actually. The first one emanates from something that a previous speaker had said. She was a psychologist, and she indicated that all students are good at maths. It's just that math teachers are not good enough to bring that out of them. That's what she implied. I want to know your opinion from your experiences in the US. We're not having similar experiences here. And I taught for 17 years in a school, and I know that there's difficulties. And secondly, in terms, and I asked this of the South African teacher as well, do you find that your learners have deep conceptual understanding of particular terms? Like like zero, for example? Do they understand what zero actually means? And I use the example of nothing versus, if I have 5 objects and I move it away, there's nothing there. Is that zero as compared to the zero that you find in a 10? So what is your experience of your learners in the US?
All right. Yeah, thank you for those 2 questions. And, there's some connection between 2 of them. So towards the first one, where the psychologist said everyone is good at math and teachers may not be able to teach it. I think that ties in to the thing I showed earlier about the different types of mathematics we think about. And specifically when I think about some of my students, one example is I had some students from Yemen, and in New York, the Yemenis community, they operate a lot of the small shops around. And these students, a lot of them run the family business and are next in line to run those businesses. So when they come to school, they did not engage as deeply into the formal education, because the way those students and their families thought about the future, those kids were that they would be engaged in the family business. But when you saw those students' ability to run the cash register, make budgeting decisions on purchasing, profit and loss, and things like these, clearly these students are very strong mathematicians and economists, right? They're actually running their family business and they're figuring out a way for it to be successful. But those same students in my classroom would struggle with what I would say is the formal mathematics, right? Even if I'm teaching the same concept of percents, profit and losses. So to what the psychologist said, yes, everybody could engage in math because we are all engaging in it on a daily basis in different ways. But sometimes when it's presented as it has to be within the school settings, it sets the students up for failure, right? And now this goes on to the second question. We talk about students' strong conceptual understanding. One of the ways that these disparities are continued in math is through, if they say mathematical language, that's one of the other gatekeepers. So again, a student might be able to count, a student might be able to budget, a student might be able to use percents and do all these things. But within, again, a math class, there are specific terms that are used, and these terms are almost like a gatekeeper, and these will be used to say, well, you have no ability in math. So being able to use the right mathematical language, as we know, is a way to assess someone's understanding of math. And if somebody may not be able to properly explain the percentage, the concept of percentage in a formal way, that would be considered a failure. However, this person might have a full ability to engage in actually using percents, and a lot of things go like that. I remember thinking about a lot of concepts that I teach, that there's just specific terms that mathematicians would use, something that you would just say, cut in half. In your kitchen, if you're in math class, you would say dissect or use some other term. And again, the expectation is that students should be able to use these classroom math-specific terms, and not being able to use them or not being able to have discourse using those math-specific terms sometimes will be taken as their inability to do math. Yeah, I hope that answered the questions.
Thank you, Prof. Mudali. I don't see any other question. Now, in that case, thank you, Mr. Cox, for the insightful presentation. Colleagues, it's been a long day, but I have to believe that it's been a long, fruitful day, and there's a lot that we, as maths educators, to reflect on. Now, I will call on Prof. Ronica Mudali, who will summarize this long day and the takeaway home. And another thing that has been long, it's my face on the screen. After Prof. Mudali, I'm not gonna come back. Our Dr. Masinga will follow with the closure of the conference. Prof. Mudali, over to you. Prof. Mudali, you're muted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ronica Mudali. I work at the School of Education at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and it gives me pleasure to be able to sum up the events of this long but very interesting day. So the day began with Prof. Mkhize, who is a leader in our college, and who talked to social identity theory, language, and self-efficacy in mathematics. Those were the points that he raised. Prof. Msibi added that we need to explore how, as a university, we can work with other institutions to deepen our understanding and application of STEM subjects. So Prof. Msibi talked to STEM subjects, not only to mathematics. And Prof. Farnbury underscored the importance of this international collaboration. Colleagues, then we went on to a presentation by Nikki Roberts, who provided many informative visuals, which enabled us to see how incoming pre-service teachers who have low math competence showed no significant increase in knowledge after 4 years of university training. And she also pointed out how a very small percentage of the teaching degree is dedicated to the learning of mathematics. Her presentation pointed to the importance of giving more attention to initial teacher education and monitoring mentoring of new teachers. She also indicated that primary maths teachers are generalists in the first place, but still they need a very sound knowledge of mathematics. Her thinking and argument for meaning-making and strong maths reasoning resonated with the views of Prof. Essien, Prof. Ballum, and Professor Hardman. Next, colleagues, we had, not in this particular sequence, but in terms of teacher education, we had Prof. Bonya talk about adapting the teaching of mathematics to the context in which it is taught. And he talked to children's mathematics, mathematics for children, adult mathematics, and disciplinary mathematics. And the last speaker, Prof. Cox, also talked about the mathematicians, mathematics, the school mathematics, and so on. So we see that the thinkers on this panel actually had a number of categories for mathematics. Prof. Bonya also talked to deeper learning, which he said depends on social and interpersonal skills. And here, this coalesced with Prof. Mkhize's introductory remarks about social identity theory and in mathematics. The positive picture of technology is what Prof. Bonya painted in teaching. And he talked to the use of technology to facilitate the construction of 21st century skills, including inquiry-based learning, problem solving, and other such 21st century skills. And then we had Prof. Mensah. Prof. Mensah's take on teacher education was one which underscored a social justice approach, and she looked at interdisciplinary teaching in maths and science education in an inclusive way. And she talked to understanding and connecting to the socio-historical, socio-cultural, and socio-political legacies of diverse student communities. And she pointed out that globally, there is an increasing undesirability of STEM subjects. And the reason is that maths and science classrooms have become alienating spaces where there is no relevance to learners' daily lives. And she asks us to ask what is wrong with our offerings and our policies which govern them, instead of asking why is the student underachieving and then providing them extra tuition. She also talked to the underrepresentation of people of color in STEM subjects in the United States, and her methods. She shared with us methods of connecting with science and mathematics using photographs and arts-based methods, which were very informative indeed. And we had Prof. Cox, who also talked to inclusivity, but he approached it from an angle of those things which govern teacher practice and actually confine and restrict teacher practice. And two things that he talked to were the teacher rating systems in the United States, as well as standardized tests, and how these restrict teacher choices. And he believes that a relook at these aspects based on critical race theory will actually help move us out of this predicament. Also, like Prof. Bonya, he also categorized maths into everyday mathematics, school mathematics, and mathematicians' mathematics. And here he alluded to the power dynamics wielded by the discipline of mathematics, which serves as a gatekeeper often to STEM fields, as a gatekeeper to elite careers, and to determine who can enter into these career fields and who is not allowed. And this again links to the self-efficacy that Prof. Mkiza talked about in his introduction earlier. The exclusion of a majority of students ties in with Prof. Mensah's call for inclusivity. And Prof. Cox talked to the diverse assessment strategies that can be used to overcome these challenges. He also talked, like Prof. Mensah, to culturally inclusive strategies and to reframe how we engage students. And this we can think about Prof. Mensah's approach of science and mathematics in the city, for example. In terms of teacher education, Prof. Modali took us from the familiar quadrilaterals, circles, spheres, and polygons to the unknown or the less known scutoid. And like the other professor, one of the other professors, he said, I do not know what I do not know. And he talked about the seeing eye, the seeing brain in visualization in mathematics. So his work was based on how mathematics is learned using visualization. He talked to iteration, where there is construction of meaning using the seeing brain, where one imagines, draws and writes, thinks, changes the drawing and writing, thinks again, and so on. Prof. Bansila talked to teacher education in as far as technology is concerned, and she indicated that technology provides opportunities for learning through visualization. And she talked also to the value of statistical literacy and using real data sets. The importance of understanding information generated by technological means, which are of public concern, was also highlighted by her. For example, she talked to the modeling which was used to produce data related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we can see some of my own pictures here about the modeling that is used. And one can only imagine the mathematics expertise that is required to interpret this information. So here she was relating 21st century skills, technology, and its relatedness to everyday life. She also pointed out that artificial intelligence has possibly inverted Bloom's taxonomy, and she cited studies which revealed the underutilization of technological resources in general among teachers. And then staying on teacher education, we had Prof. Loiso who talked about making a positive difference in learner performance in mathematics through things like the Mathematical Sciences Strategic Alliance, which the department is a part of. And his emphasis was on our agency in shaping the future. And he talked to financial resources, human resources, physical infrastructure as investments in STEM disciplines. And here we go back to Prof. Msibi's opening remarks about the importance of STEM in our society. Mr. Madao also explained that strategic partnerships with the private sector can be leveraged to allow for funding of technological devices, especially in rural areas. But colleagues, what happened then was Prof. Ballum disrupted our thinking and put us into a place of discomfort when he talked to the potential for technology in mathematics teaching for exacerbating inequality. He warned that discourses around 4IR focus only on the means of production actually reproduce inequality. And he compared what teachers do to throwing a rope of sand to learners, something that they will not catch. He also called for a refocus on fundamental reasoning or forms of reasoning in mathematics. And this similar call was echoed by Prof. Roberts and Prof. Hardman. He cautioned about the paralyzing effects of challenges in education and talked to the fact that 80% of students who register to write the mathematics examination in South Africa do not obtain a decent pass. So he gave us a lot to think about in terms of technology and its role in exacerbating education inequality. And Prof. Hardman then took us through a journey about using technological tools in schools to co-construct knowledge through exploratory talk. And here she very interestingly cast learners as active cognizing agents. And she showed how an increase in learner engagements were observed in activities using iPads, which were mediated by teachers. And here she alluded specifically to the teacher and the role of the teacher in Vygotsky's zone of proximal development and scaffolding. And then, colleagues, another key learning from today's deliberations were ways of decolonizing mathematics education. And here we looked at language, indigenous games, and application of visuals to daily life. And I will start with the gist of Prof. Essien's presentation, and which was, do you decolonize mathematics by teaching mathematics in the home language? Do you consider language density in the classroom and interactions among languages? Do you consider that mathematics has a language of its own? For example, if you look at the word operation in English, it's different from operation in mathematics. And then he wanted us to realize that there is no direct linear relationship between learner performance and the language of learning and teaching, and that indeed in this space, complexity abounds. And he called for us to disrupt the linearity of thought, that if instruction is in home language, then learner performance will improve. He also wanted us to understand that addictive bilingualism can be a sign of coloniality. So, and he cautioned us also about our understanding of learners' linguistic capital. We believe that we understand the learner's linguistic capital, but the concept of least, he said, is not understood in the context of nothingness as zero in mathematics. So these were some very interesting insights from him. Then, staying with the decolonial theme, Dr. Miran explained how indigenous games provide a rich context to teach mathematics operations. And she really demonstrated how a decolonizing approach can be adopted by tapping into the knowledge repository of indigenous elders who participated in her research and she talked to the positive attitudes displayed by learners and teachers when they engaged in indigenous games, and this was through play. Prof. Katembo continued the decolonial discussion by describing how mathematical knowledge can be developed through examples of art-based geometrical application. And here he used the Rwandan Imigongo and the South African Ndebele art. And he shared his ideas about shapes and repetitive patterns that can be incorporated into textiles. And then Ms. Bridgelau, and I think that possibly her insights were very valuable, and they concretized all that was discussed previously. It really brought it together because hers was from her own teaching experience, and she talked to how her school adapts to cater for at-risk learners. But a very important point, and this is what gives the slide possibly a connotation which one might argue is not a positive one, because she talked to getting the learners to that minimum point so that they can pass. And increasingly among doctoral students and master students, we're hearing this, getting learners to a minimum point in order for them to pass. And it just demonstrates the danger of actually looking at a minimal understanding of concepts in our system, because passing and exams-driven curricula are so important. She talked to technology as a way of enhancing the teaching experience. She talked to indigenous knowledge. She talked to strategic partnerships, all that was mentioned previously. The new thing that she talked about here was assessment and the fact that teachers' skills to assess need further development. And the other new thing was mathematics education as a community affair. And I thought that was absolutely brilliant. And then, colleagues, to sum up, we want to look at a way forward. So what have we learned from this? The first thing that I want to point out is that teacher reflection, and that was the teacher reflection from Ms. Bridgelau, I think it was, who provided a real rich repository from which higher education can draw. And then we've learned about the value of imbuing the curriculum with cultural or African knowledge, the understanding that learning and the language of learning and teaching is a complex affair. There is no linear relationship between the language of learning and teaching and learner performance. The understanding that a qualified mathematics teacher is not necessarily a competent one. And we need, as higher education institutions, to look at this carefully, to understand that technology cannot replace fundamental reasoning and maths, and that technology can indeed exacerbate inequality, that technology is a tool and a valuable tool for learning, but that it cannot replace a solid understanding of pedagogy, that increased attention is required in the initial teacher education sector and in the mentoring of new teachers. And then minimum bilingual offering in B.Ed programs is something that we can look to going forward. An inclusive education which caters for diversity, which connects science and maths to real life issues using arts-based methods is another thing that we can look towards. Imagining a STEM teacher education which is interdisciplinary and just in as many ways as possible is something else to look forward to. And critical race theory and its place in teacher training is also important. In South Africa, we have looked at some of these things, such as where are our engineers? And in terms of inclusivity of women in STEM, we have looked at the number of women in undergraduate science, engineering, and technology degrees, how this falls when it comes to engineers in training, and how it falls further to a mere 6% when it comes to who actually practices as a professional engineer. So the number of women falls drastically in the engineering space, and they cite a chilly environment, isolation, alienation, non-cooperation, and all those gendered factors that are prohibitive. In South Africa, we also privilege at UKZN the teaching about women who are experts in STEM subjects. So we are inclusive in that way, and we provide positive role models. And as a concluding thought, we need to find ways for teachers and teacher educators to take the mathematics and indeed all curricula into their own hands, and to research and to teach in a way which is relevant and inclusive. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mudali. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm just amazed to start off, amazed that you came up with slides. There's a minute to you, they popped up. I was like, how did she do that? Thank you so much. It's such an amazing way of actually sort of closing our engagement today. Not only have you given us just a sense of what the day looked like, but you're also giving us of what to think about moving forward, and many more other comments that have emerged through the chats that are actually fitting to exactly what you have just said now. Thank you so much. Now, colleagues, my job is relatively easy and a wonderful one, because I get a chance to actually thank people, to actually congratulate everyone who is here, who managed to make it to this first conference, and everyone who participated in various forms and various ways, and obviously those who took their time to actually help us put this together. I'm going to just bear with me, because I just really want to run through just the people that I really would like to thank. First, I would like to thank Prof. Mudali for just holding this whole thing together as our program director. I mean, you did a marvelous job, Prof, and thank you so much. And also for our opening, as it has been mentioned, we have Prof. Mkhize, our DVC, the head of College of Humanities. We have Prof. Msibi, the DVC Teaching and Learning. Prof. Femre, founder of the US Higher Education. So Network, thank you so much for making yourselves available and making this day also very much possible. We would also like to extend our esteemed panelists for such a robust and wonderful conversation that took place in the morning. There were so many ideas that came through, so many things that made us think more deeply about how do we move the conversation forward, and also what is missing, because we're also able to identify gaps in the conversation that we may really need to kind of come back and engage and dig more deeply into how do we then come up with a way forward that would benefit, because at the end of the day, it is about the learners that we teach. And which there will be, that was our chair, Dr. Ramota Prisha. We have our panelists, Professor Balin, Professor Nonga, and Professor Bansilal. Again, I would also like to thank our presenters, whom we thought we really would not have had so much conversation that actually took place. I also was going through the chats and looking at the questions that were emerging. It was so wonderful to see the type of reflection that was taking place in the chats throughout all the presentations, and the contributions and the feedback that that our presenters were also giving to the questions that were raised. And I would like to acknowledge Professor Roberts, Professor Hartman, Professor Eisen, Dr. Miran, Professor Katambo, Professor Bonia, Professor Mensah, and Professor Mudali for wonderful presentations. Not to end, but I also would like to thank our two teachers, our US and South African teachers, for giving us just a bird's eye into the classroom as to what is actually going on in the classroom. Because we talk a lot in terms of just theorizing about things and just talking about how we perceive things to be happening. And they gave us a really good sense of what is going on in the classroom and what is it that we are still needing to kind of continue to think about and research about, and also have conversations about and be truthful also about in terms of what's taking place in the classroom within the maths teaching. Professor Mudali, Veronica Mudali, thank you again. Thank you again for that very precise repertoire that you just gave. Much appreciated. You need to teach me how you came up with those slides so quickly. Thank you so much. And we also would like to just extend our gratitude and thank you to Shakila. Sorry, Shakila, if I'm not saying your surname properly. And the CRD and T and the TLC group for really helping us to put this conference together. It was such tremendous stress for them, and they managed to pull it through. They managed to put it through for us, making sure that everybody knows what needs to happen, just being there. And even today, the smooth running of this day would not have happened without your participation, and just making sure that everything and everyone knows what needs to happen and how we move this forward. Thank you so much. It went through with not a single technical glitch taking place. We really are grateful for that. And also I would like to also thank our attendees so much, because having a conference for one day, and there's it's the time of the year where everybody, teachers in schools, everybody in higher education is extremely busy, connected to ending the year, but you managed to make time and come and see us. At random points of the day, we're actually over 200 attendees, which is such a great number. And we are very much grateful for your presence. And we hope that this conversation continues. You've given us so much to think about in terms of moving forward as a team. And we will kind of come back and have more reflections on what could be the conversation, where we can take this conversation forward in terms of possible exchange programs that could take place, and providing platforms for further engagement and getting more teachers also participating. Maybe at some point even having students themselves telling us what is it, because sometimes we do need to hear from them also at the point from their perspective. So that is something that we are looking forward to doing. And lastly, I also would like to thank the organizing team, which is Professor's name, Professor Rolin, Tawam Sebi, and in the words of Snoop Dogg, I would like to thank myself for putting up with my team who will give me a headache. Thank you so much, everybody. But it was such a wonderful day.